Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to another day of coverage of the massive U.S.-Iran war that has broken out a couple days ago. And right now, we are seeing a massive uptick of U.S. airstrikes obliterating Tehran, and it appears to be widespread strikes that we're seeing right this second. We're also seeing Iran lash out against Israel and also other partner states in the region. And we're also seeing as well, apparently, ground invasions starting into Lebanon, and also the Iran nuclear sites are being targeted, including a nuclear reactor site as well. So it's going down today, and we're expecting much larger escalations as the hours go on. It's good to see you all once more.
And of course, we're going to be covering the ongoing developments in the ongoing Middle Eastern war, as we have heard that the United States Armed Forces have conducted significant attacks against military and critical government infrastructure within the capital of Iran, within the city of Tehran. Additionally, the United States Navy and the United States Air Force has caused irreparable damage to the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy at the area of the Chabahar Port Naval Facility. And currently, we do understand that the Iranian aircraft carrier, drone carrier, Shahid Bagheri, is currently on fire and sinking rapidly within Bandar Abbas, along with several other support and auxiliary vessels, and a significant portion of the surface fleet, all within the port of Bandar Abbas. We have been able to hear that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has announced that they are conducting an effective blockade of the Strait still at this moment, and have reiterated that any ships attempting to pass through the Strait of Hormuz will be fired upon. Currently, the Strait's traffic has dropped by about 80% compared to usual historical norms, and it does appear that at the moment, while the Iranian Navy has largely been crippled and does not appear to even be able to enter the Strait of Hormuz, it appears that most vessels are not attempting to take the risk at passing through the Strait of Hormuz due to the threat of possible anti-ship missile fire that could be directed at them from the coastline. Further than that, we have also been able to hear that the United States has started to conduct attacks on nuclear research facilities and uranium enrichment plants as well, as the IR-40 research reactor near to the city of Arak has been directly targeted by the United States Armed Forces and has suffered significant damage. Apparently, the reactor top has once again been exposed, very similar to that of the 12-Day Wars attacks that were conducted by the Israeli Air Force, and we do understand that the research reactor is largely out of operation. Additionally, we have also heard that the Natanz uranium enrichment facility appears to have taken secondary hits by the United States Air Forces already, and is showing visible damage to the above-ground structures near to the area north of Pickaxe Mountain. Additionally, Iranian transport-erector launchers are facing significant losses at the hands of coalition air activities within the area of western Iran. From what we've heard, Israeli air threats have now decreased from the first 24-hour period where 170 air raid alerts were issued to now we've only heard that in the past 24 hours around 55 to 45 air raid alerts have been issued, showing a significant decrease in the sustainment operations of the Islamic Republic of Iran's missile forces and their capability to keep up a large volume of fire over a long period of time. We're, of course, going to be covering all of this news and a whole bunch of news that I'm not able to get to right now in the midst of our breaking news coverage. But before I get into any further details about what we have already heard over the course of the day and about the past 16 hours, we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we're seeing an active situation. There's a lot of active situations happening once again today, by the way. So we're going to start with a really big one that's happening right now. We are seeing that Israel's military is bombing the hell out of Beirut right now. They are launching massive airstrikes into Beirut. We're seeing as well that apparently Hezbollah targets are being struck in the southern suburbs of that major city inside of Lebanon. So we're also hearing rumors as well of a ground invasion apparently starting as well by Israel into Lebanon, but we're trying to get some more details about that. We do have some initial video apparently showing what appears to be the initial moments of an invasion into that territory. But right now, though, we are seeing massive bombing campaigns. In fact, unfortunately, we do have some videos of this, by the way, that are coming out of Lebanon, specifically out of Beirut, and also some pictures showing some weapons storage facilities and command centers of Hezbollah getting hit left and right.
And really quickly, folks, we're actually going to be bringing y'all to this footage. We're also putting it on our map that y'all are seeing on screen, and y'all can actually access that map by the link in the description below. Moving us on directly and immediately into the area of the city of Beirut within the capital of Lebanon, we can see that significant air operations have been conducted by the Israeli Air Force against Hezbollah forces, which do base out of the capital of Lebanon. We can see that, at least in this footage, starting right here. We can hear the explosions and also see the smoke rising from the central area of the city, as it now appears that Israel has expanded the conflict after Hezbollah directly involved itself in it last night into Lebanon. We can hear some sporadic rifle fire in the distance from the ground, possibly trying to act as some form of short-range air defense. Additionally, we have also seen other pictures that have emerged from the area, once again showing thick plumes of smoke rising from the southern suburbs of Beirut. Generally, we would assume, based off of prior historical examples, that this is highly likely the Dahiya suburb, which is near to the area of the Beirut Rafik Hariri International Airport. We have usually seen significant forcings and developments of Hezbollah's armed forces within this area, and it generally seems to be the hotspot of Hezbollah activities within the capital city of Lebanon. This would lead us to believe that the Israelis are striking already pre-known and, of course, priorly heavily hit targets within this area, and it also appears that right now we are understanding that the Lebanese government has officially banned Hezbollah within the country, although that doesn't really mean all too much. The Hezbollah armed forces not only are a terroristic militia that operates within Lebanon and controls a large part of it, but they also have official representation within the Lebanese government.
Also, by the way, I don't mean to interrupt here for a second, but speaking of Lebanon, we are seeing that allegedly the Hezbollah TV station in Lebanon has been eliminated. Apparently, it was struck, and it struck is an understatement. It looks like it was obliterated for the most part. So Israel must have sent in some pretty heavy munitions. And of course, Israel only knows really one type of munition, and it's like the 2,000-pound plus bombs. So this is pretty normal for Israel, but I mean, Lebanon just got hit hard. It looks like a Hezbollah TV station is gone at this point. So no more broadcasting for them for the looks of it. We're also hearing as well, in addition to that, that we're hearing of something horrible actually happening in Saudi Arabia right now. We're hearing loud explosions. Eyewitnesses are reporting very loud explosions in Riyadh, of course, the capital of Saudi Arabia. We're being told that there's clouds of smoke being seen near Riyadh's diplomatic quarter. So that's actually way worse than the last strikes we saw in Saudi Arabia. This could be targeting the government sites inside of Saudi Arabia. We have seen attacks on the U.S. air base that's in the area, but not a government site. So we're waiting to see if we get video of this right now, but it sounds like Saudi Arabia might have just been hit really badly from the sounds of it. So we're waiting on more details on that major story.
It appears that at the moment we are hearing that eyewitness reports are now stating that there are large explosions originating from the diplomatic quarter of the capital city of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, which highly suggests and indicates that the Islamic Republic of Iran has just conducted some form of an armed attack against the U.S. Embassy and other Western embassies that are found within the diplomatic quarter within Riyadh, which seems to be heavily indicative of prior strikes that we've seen throughout the day, where the Islamic Republic of Iran has deliberately targeted and aimed at U.S. embassies in multiple Gulf state countries and has attempted to expand those attacks to most every single country within the Middle East. It does appear that we'll probably be getting some further information about that here in just a brief moment, but it does confirm that another U.S. embassy has highly likely at this moment been directly attacked by Iranian forces, and it also does appear that these missiles were able to make it through the air defense perimeter, as the explosions are being reported to have largely happened on the ground within the capital city of Riyadh. We'll be getting further information on that here shortly. However, we can confirm in the meantime that there is still significant air activity occurring over Iranian cities like Isfahan, as we were able to see some sort of a larger flare or some sort of an explosive dangling in the sky as it is apparently falling down onto the city just a couple of minutes ago. Once again, confirming that airstrikes are still ongoing in most major cities within the Islamic Republic of Iran on a near daily basis and almost hourly basis at this point right now. We've also been able to see that large billows of smoke are coming from the city of Elam, Iran, which is within the western area of the country. We're not exactly sure what has been hit within this area, but highly likely targets may include IRGC and besieged headquarters or air defense and other munitions and transport erector launcher sites that are currently being operated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps against the State of Israel, U.S. forces, and generally most Middle Eastern nations within the area. We've also been able to hear, to give you all a little bit of an update on the larger international situation, that NATO forces have been put on high alert, with those under the direct command of NATO, and we do understand that most nations within Europe right now, specifically within Eastern Europe, are on high alert, as it is believed that the Islamic Republic of Iran may attempt larger intermediate range ballistic missile attacks on central Germany, Poland, and other significant countries, possibly even including the Republic of Turkey, here within the next possible days, considering the wild and unmeasured actions that the Islamic Republic of Iran has already taken within the Middle East. We're also hearing just about 30 minutes ago that there are further explosions that have been reported around Cyprus. We are believing that these explosions may have been targeted or may have occurred on the British Crown holding and overseas territory of Akrotiri and Dhekelia, which is a significant British territorial holding that exists here on this very peninsula of the island of Cyprus, here on its southeastern side, and on the direct southern side, this leg of the island of Cyprus that houses the Royal Air Force Air Base Akrotiri. We are hearing that those explosions have largely occurred once again around the area of the British overseas territory, and we've also been able to hear that the British government has already ordered the evacuation of all non-essential personnel and family members from the Royal Air Force Base, as it does appear that it is now going to be under a constant state of attack. The British government has not declared an Article 4 consultation over these attacks, and so far we have not seen a direct offensive response in retaliation against the Islamic Republic of Iran and Hezbollah by the British Armed Forces, but it is expected to be coming within several days. We have further breaking news coming out at this moment.
Okay, so we are getting an interesting piece of news and footage right now. This one is the one from World Source News, by the way. It's about the Peninsula Shield Forces apparently being deployed in the streets of Bahrain after entering through the Saudi border amid concerns about potential unrest or uprising among the Shiite majority population. So it looks like Bahrain is fearing a possible uprising within their country. It appears to be that American MRAPs actually, is that something that Saudi Arabia has, by the way, is the MRAP?
Yes.
Okay, so that apparently is Saudi forces. I'm almost mistook it for American forces for a minute. These are like brand new MRAPs that are in their arsenal. So apparently they are sending in forces to Bahrain to lock it down from the looks of it. It looks like they're fearing an uprising. So that's something new. Was not expecting that right there. So Enforcer, what can you tell us about this?
This appears to be some sort of a Saudi kingdom action that may have been requested by the government of Qatar, as it is feared that the majority Shiite population within the region may attempt to rise up against the Qatari government or start general acts of domestic terrorism within the territory of the Kingdom of Qatar. And for this reason, they may have requested that this security group be brought in from Saudi Arabia to help possibly put down any attempted uprisings or rebellions that may happen by the Shiite majority population, which does live within the peninsula of the Kingdom of Qatar. We can see that there is a significant amount of equipment that is being moved, and to be entirely honest with you, Matthew, I think that this might be some information that necessarily isn't entirely true, because this is saying Peninsula Shield Forces, but to be entirely honest with you, this almost appears to be a U.S. Army rocket artillery battery of some sort that we're seeing on the move here in the film.
I wouldn't rule it out completely because I'm seeing actually multiple different pretty credible sources reporting it as Peninsula Shield Forces. So we obviously want more information about this, but I wouldn't rule it out completely because I'm seeing pretty credible sources report that. So, well, of course, we'll wait for more confirmation, but I'm leaning toward the idea this is likely the case.
So it appears that it may be. It certainly seems like that might be the case. I'm trying to get a little bit of additional information about these units, but we can note that there were a couple of M142 HIMARS, and there's a significant amount of Max Pro and Cougar MRAPs, which are also accompanying this convoy as well. We'd also see some additional support and logistics vehicles following behind, as this is filmed from a car sitting at a red light nearby. And it seems like this may be some sort of a Gulf state action to be able to ensure that if there is a Bahraini uprising or a Qatari uprising, that it can be put down quickly. I actually did look into a little bit of the historical examples of this sort of a force being used, and it appears that in around 2011 to 2013, these sorts of units saw significant action inside of Bahrain during the Bahraini uprisings of the Arab Spring. So it does appear that this may be a preliminary action to see that these forces have already been pre-positioned in case of such attempted rebellions or uprisings if they were to occur inside of the area of Qatar. We also were able to see here at the end that apparently the Qatari police are equipped a lot like American ones and use some form of a SUV. It almost looks like a Tahoe, honestly. I believe in America the common one is the Suburban. But nevertheless, moving on from that, we are apparently getting some additional information as well that the let's see. I believe this is one of Iran's drone carriers. This is actually the Macron. Or the Macron, to not mistake it with the French President Emmanuel Macron, which his name sounds fairly similar. But we were able to see that this expeditionary vessel did catch on fire and was heavily damaged earlier this morning. And to move you all into some major news there, we have been able to confirm that the combined arms of the United States Air Force, Navy, and also the Israeli Air Force have been able to cause significant and irreparable damage to the Iranian Navy and its expeditionary capabilities within the area of Bandar Abbas and the port of Chabahar. According to information that we have at the moment, it appears that significant strikes have been conducted at Bandar Abbas, and large fires are now sweeping over areas of the eastern side of the port. We've also been able to see that a lot of people are currently asking about the Russian corvette, the Stoiky, which was deployed by the Baltisk flotilla of the Russian Federation based out of Kaliningrad to be able to join the Islamic Republic of Iran in Operation Control the Strait, which was happening only days prior to the opening of this war. And at the moment, folks, I have to say that while we have not gotten any additional information on the condition, location, or the integrity of the Stoiky corvette, it does appear that the Stoiky at some point slipped away into the night, either during the midst of the ongoing war or it slipped away right before the war started. We're not entirely sure, and we have not been able to exactly locate in any satellite photography or any additional information the presence of the Stoiky around Bandar Abbas port, where it was last seen, which is giving us a general understanding that the corvette has actually slipped away and has largely avoided becoming a collateral of U.S. strikes within the area. Before I get you into the further analysis of the U.S. Navy and Air Force's strikes on the port of Bandar Abbas and Chabahar, we do have further breaking news that has just broken at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we are getting a urgent warning from the U.S. State Department, actually. They're telling Americans to basically leave the entire Middle East. Let me repost this to the top, by the way, so that way I can get this at the very top so we can show you all the announcement here. There it is. It should be at the top. So we're seeing that the State Department is telling everybody to leave, like Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, also Israel, the West Bank, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, the UAE, and Yemen. So also, by the way, it should be at the top this time. I don't know what's going on here. It's taking a second to, let's see here. don't know what's going on with that.
I'll
Well,
just
they're
find
telling
it.
people to leave the entire region right now for the most part. Also, you can probably just type it in the search bar. Or actually, let me go grab it separate so we don't accidentally show something bad on Twitter. But they're telling people to leave the entire Middle East, basically, which is pretty serious, obviously. And also, that seems like good advice, in my opinion. Unfortunately, though, we are hearing a confirmation that apparently the strikes that we just heard about in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh, apparently that was targeting the U.S. Embassy in the diplomatic quarter in Riyadh. So we are hearing of a fire being reported at the embassy following a major blast. So it sounds like Saudi Arabian air defense was not able to shoot down the incoming Iranian target, and it did hit the embassy from the sounds of it. So we're hearing that from two different sources, two credible sources right now. So that's pretty bad. We're waiting on video about that, but unfortunately, we have seen quite a bit of embassy strikes by Iran here recently. They've been striking the embassies of the United States left and right, and we're also hearing that there was more fire being reported in the green zone at the Iraqi Baghdad U.S. embassy. Apparently, there's active gunfights happening there as well. So pretty much across the entire region, U.S. embassies and consulates are under attack by Iranian-backed forces, and it does not appear to be stopping or slowing down whatsoever. So, Enforcer, I'll give it back to you.
And it does appear that at the moment, at least by the U.S. Department of State's travel advisory maps, they have put down significant threat warnings within Lebanon, which is a given, Syria, which is also a given, Iraq, which is also a given, and also Qatar and Kuwait, as well as Bahrain, which have had significant warnings put against them, along with Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza, which have also had a major, largely reconsidered travel warning put out, but not a do not travel warning at the moment. It appears that, funnily enough, the United States Department of State apparently considers the United Arab Emirates, which is under a significant amount of missile and drone fire, to be about as dangerous as the United Kingdom or Germany at this point. Which I believe that travel advisement needs to be reconsidered, as I do not believe that London is under endless missile fire at the moment. So we will have to hopefully see that the Department of State does change the map at the moment to be able to show that. It does appear that there has been some statements, at least out of Saudi Arabia, stating to exercise increased caution, and it contains areas with high security risks, for example, Riyadh and basically every other part of the country that currently is under attack right now, and we'll be waiting to get further developments on that at the moment. But getting us back into our major situation that we have been able to see that has evolved out of the port of Bandar Abbas and Chabahar, U.S. Naval and Air Forces have been able to cause significant damage inside of these poor areas. We were actually able to see some footage that was published by the United States, which is now unclassed, of the attack which was conducted near the Chabahar port at the Arak Naval Base, and we were actually able to confirm something quite significant, which we'll be sharing with you all right here. It appears that this this camera footage, which was provided by the U.S. military, actually shows that the Muj-class corvette, which we had already seen on fire and previously hit in prior satellite footage, was still on fire at the time of this clip. I actually have to show you all something wildly interesting here, because this shows a bit of a one in a million kind of a shot in general. We don't see this sort of a thing often. And let me go see if I can show you all the progress of the satellite pictures, which unfortunately you don't have the first one, that had come out. There was, actually I can show you all this directly on Google Maps, because this vessel largely stayed in the same spot in both. This is the Muj-class corvette of which we're about to talk about. As you can see right here, it is moored within the specific area of the naval facility, and also it is completely intact. Satellite photography came out yesterday actually showing that this vessel had apparently broken into two, with the bow now heavily pushed forward and towards the western side of the port, and also the stern having been pushed towards to the east. The smaller vessels right behind it appear to have capsized as well, with one of them resting on its side. It appears to be its port side, and it also appeared to have been ripped from its moorings and swung wildly into the port facility before it capsized. We were now able to get footage generally showing us why this was the case, as the U.S. military was actually able to show that a second round of hits on the Muj-class frigate actually led to one of the munitions directly hitting the ammo magazine within the vessel, causing a critical detonation, leading to almost a complete disintegration of the midship section of the Muj-class frigate. Here's the clip showing that magazine detonation on board the Iranian frigate. And there it is right there. We believe that this completely split the vessel in two during the time of this explosion, and apparently the explosive force was so strong that it actually ripped the vessel's astern of the Muj-class from its moorings and led them to capsize.
That's crazy right there. It seems like the U.S. has really ramped up their strikes in the Iranian Navy. They've been hitting stuff left and right. They took out y'all remember that that drone carrier thing that Iran was always bragging about. They kept showing in all their propaganda videos. To my knowledge, it has been sunk by the U.S. Navy. Apparently, they sunk that thing, and that was their prize flagship drone carrier. So it's now a submarine essentially. It's been turned into a submarine by the U.S. Air Force, and they've lost it. So they don't have that propaganda piece. I'm sure that was a huge blow to the ego with that. Of course, for everybody that knows anything about the ship, it was a converted cargo vessel. There's the ugly thing right there. This was their flagship, by the way. It was a converted cargo ship that they added like a skateboard ramp to the front of it, and they used it to fire off these cheap, nasty drones that they had. So this thing's gone, to my knowledge. But Enforcer, can you also confirm that? Because I'm trying to keep them all straight. There's a lot of ships they've lost today.
I can confirm that, and speaking of which, this is actually a larger part of the analysis of the attack that happened at Bandar Abbas, so we're actually going to segue into that right here. This is the Shahid Bagheri, which is actually, according to the Islamic Republic of Iran, their flagship vessel of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy. This vessel is a bulk aggregate ship, which was converted by having its bulk aggregate holds covered by what we believe to be some sort of a plywood and tar sort of a covering, and then they added what we would call the Tony Hawk ramp to the front of the ship. Not to disgrace Tony Hawk. Tony Hawk is amazing at what he does, but generally it is basically a skating ramp or generally a skateboard ramp generally. So, I mean, maybe Tony Hawk in another universe did a 720 on that thing, who knows. But nevertheless, this vessel was a drone carrier of the Islamic Republic of Iran's, the only one of its type that was purpose-built for this, or at least generally purpose converted into this, and the Iranians did claim that it would pose a major and significant threat to the United States Navy, and inshallah the infidel shall pay when this carrier comes out to destroy them. It turns out that the United States did not disclose this until today, but the Shahid Bagheri was actually hit by the 4th hour of the conflict by a significant U.S. strike and is already capsizing at the moment of which we speak right now. It actually may be sitting on the bottom of the seabed just a couple of miles outside of Bandar Abbas, as last satellite photography actually showed that the vessel was sitting about right where my mouse cursor is on screen right here, anchored and awaiting further orders. However, its sister ship, if we were to call it that, which is the Expeditionary Mobile Base, the Arak, or the Macron, we can see right here, was heavily on fire when satellite photography was taken this morning on the 2nd of March, and appeared to have taken significant hits near to the bow and the stern of the vessel. We believe that the propulsion systems of this ship have been completely destroyed, and we also understand that the fire has been absolutely undefeated so far, and has ravaged the entirety of the internal area of the superstructure of the vessel, possibly leading to the complete loss of the ship. The heat of the fire is also possibly warping the hull plates as well, which may lead to them to buckle, and the ship may take on water and capsize at this mooring right here. Iranian refloating operations will not be successful at this moment, as we do understand that the port of Bandar Abbas is largely under U.S. and Israeli air superiority, meaning that any attempts to send down significant resources to attempt a refloating of the vessel to later lead it to be repaired or salvaged will most likely come under attack, meaning that this vessel is largely a write-off and a complete loss. That's not to mention all of the losses that the Iranians took just about 1.25 miles away to the northeast of the Macran, inside of the port of Bandar Abbas itself. Satellite photography has emerged of the entirety of the port, showing that it looks almost like a picture of Henderson Island in Honolulu in World War II during the midst of Pearl Harbor. It appears that the entirety of the port has come under a major attack. We can once again see the Macran right there on fire at the very opening of the port, and we can see that most every single naval wharf of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy on the eastern side of the port does appear to be under fire. Note, importantly, however, that where the Stoiki was located, which was at the second to last mooring within this longer island of the port right here, appears to have disappeared, and this is the reason why we are saying that the condition of the Stoiki is currently unknown, and it appears that the Stoiki doikied off in the night and disappeared at large, and it does not appear that it is under the threat of becoming collateral or being damaged in the midst of the U.S. strikes that are currently happening within this port facility. Importantly, we can note a couple of
And also, And also, by the way, we do have breaking news happening right this minute. We are getting more information about the situation in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh. Apparently, we're getting more reports of loud explosions being heard and also massive clouds of smoke seen in the diplomatic quarter. And also, I do want to remind everybody, like it is mentioned here in this post from OSINT Technical, this is home to foreign embassies in the Saudi capital and also residences of foreign diplomats. So if any U.S. Diplomats or officials are inside of Saudi Arabia, they will likely be in that location to our knowledge. So we are not aware of the casualties right now or what the situation really is, except for the loud explosions being reported in that area. Apparently, a lot of witnesses are now reporting that that is the case. So it looks like Iran has decided to attack a pretty decently sized embassy there in Riyadh. So that is disturbing to hear. We'll try to keep up with that one. We are also getting another major story coming out right this second that apparently another massive U.S. conga line is making its way toward the Middle East right now. It's probably visible on Flight Radar 24, I'd imagine, but it's massive. About 15 plus American refueling planes are currently outbound for the Middle East, and that's what we're seeing right now. In fact, there they are right there on Flight Radar, actually.
This spans all the way from Oklahoma to Newfoundland, and it is probably one of the largest conga lines of support aircraft that we have seen so far. We've seen a decent amount of conga lines. I think the largest one we've ever seen is about 9, but this appears to be around 15 individual aircraft that are a part of this conga line, which is currently heading on over to EUCOM's AOR, and then we'll be heading on into CENTCOM. And that's not to mention the endless airlifts that the United States is currently conducting for a wide variety of purposes, evacuating the wounded, bringing in supplies, bringing in munitions and equipment, and a great deal of other forces and personnel that would be necessary at this point for continued and sustainment operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which we are seeing right now. So it does appear that we are seeing an absolute flood of U.S. aircraft that are now arriving into the area, and that's not to mention that NATO also has an E-3 Sentry up inside of Turkey as well, as NATO forces are currently on high alert. And it has been warned within NATO's higher echelons of command at the headquarters in Brussels that there may be a possibility of Iranian attacks directly on NATO soil, as we already understand that they have activated domestic terrorist cells that the Islamic Republic of Iran currently has within Europe and North America to be able to try and conduct attacks on Western countries indiscriminately, which makes the Europeans incredibly concerned, especially those in NATO, that those sorts of attacks may also become conventional as well and may actually originate directly out of the territory of Iran, which would be an Article 5 invocation worthy sort of an incident if it does happen. Getting us out of all of the incidents inside of Riyadh for a quick moment, just so we can make sure to wrap up our summary of the Bandar Abbas situation, we can see that oil slicks are now covering the entirety of the port. We have been able to confirm that the stupid little stealth catamaran thing that the Iranians had was blown up and actually is being burned to shreds within the floating dry dock, and there was also another Muj class frigate which was knocked out as well. But getting us back into our breaking news, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we have more breaking news. We'll probably be on breaking news here for a minute, actually, because we're seeing a lot of stuff happening right now. We're seeing that Iran is carrying out another wide-ranging strike against the Gulf states. We're seeing the United Arab Emirates, specifically in Abu Dhabi. In fact, we're seeing the drones literally flying right overhead. Go take a look at this real quick and show the audience this one. You can literally see the drones flying right over the buildings.
Well, you hear them. When you see the cameraman looking around, it appears that he caught one of them coming right into the city and exploding into an apartment building out of frame.
Jeez. Damn, that was a close one, actually, right there.
I would almost guarantee y'all that there's probably civilian casualties from this one, because we did not hear that Shahid dive. If y'all take a look at this here again really quickly, we can see the drone disappear out of frame, flying in a straight line, and literally less than a second after it exited frame, it then explodes at a higher altitude compared to the cameraman. Considering how flat Abu Dhabi and Dubai are, that means that this drone actually just slammed directly into the side of an occupied apartment building within the city.
Yeah, it looks like it. Also, by the way, I'm trying to get some more information here. Apparently, it's a pretty decently sized drone attack. Also, in addition to this, mentioning the Saudi Arabia Riyadh situation, as I'm currently following the U.S. Embassy strike very closely, because of course we're now hearing from U.S. officials. They are confirming the embassy was hit, and apparently it was hit by a UAV, just like the one you just saw in that video that hit the United Arab Emirates in Abu Dhabi. So that is the size explosion we're talking about. That apparently took place on the site of the U.S. Embassy, that size explosion. So I'm not sure how well armored the embassy building is in Saudi Arabia, but it took a pretty bad hit if it was a direct one to the roof. So we'll have to hope that there's no casualties out of the embassy right now, because that's apparently a big one. And they were reporting a major fire at the embassy too. So it sounds like it was caught on fire by the strike, which is quite bad. So a pretty large attack. I'm not hearing any sirens in Israel, by the way. People are asking about what's happening in Israel. Not really hearing anything happening in that country right now, but I would assume that this is probably going to include Israel. It just probably takes longer for the drones to get there since it's a little bit farther away. But that's what we're hearing right this second. So unfortunately, I'm going to toss it back to you while I keep scanning for some more news.
And it does appear that the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh has been confirmed, much like we were stating moments ago, to have taken a direct hit to the facility. We are not entirely sure how bad the hit is and if there are any U.S. personnel casualties or fatalities that have occurred at this facility, but it is within the diplomatic quarter of the city of Riyadh, which is in the western side of the city. Right next door to this U.S. Embassy is actually the King Faisal School, which is a fairly significant college within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and actually named after the first sovereign of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, King Faisal, of fame of the Lawrence of Arabia story, if any of y'all are familiar with that story of history. We also see the United Nations sub-headquarters is within this area. About a block away is the Ministry of Tourism, the Kendi Plaza, and also the Embassy of Turkey is right next door to the U.S. Embassy inside of Riyadh. Generally, the diplomatic principle of an embassy is that it's actually on the sovereign territory and soil of the country that is operating the embassy, meaning that if there was any shrapnel damage or any possible collateral damage to the Embassy of Turkey, there is a likelihood that the Turks may interpret that as an attack on their sovereign territory. But there's also a decent likelihood, at least at the moment, that the Turks may ignore that situation, especially if it did not result in the wounding of any Turkish personnel operating at the Turkish embassy right next door. So we are going to be waiting to get further updates from that situation. We do hope that there are no wounded.
Also, by the way, real quick, I just want to give an alert to people. If you're currently monitoring the situation on Twitter or other sources, there is a phony video making the rounds allegedly showing the U.S. Embassy on fire. It is complete bunk. It is not true whatsoever, and it looks like other OSINT channels are trying to warn people about that. It's fake news going around. There is zero footage of the embassy on fire, at least right this second. And if you're seeing that, it's likely bogus. Just to let y'all know. Also, let's see here. Let's show this real quick. And so I'm reposting this right now so you can go ahead and give people a heads up about this. This is the bunk fake photo and video that keeps going around. That is total bogus. That is not the embassy right there. And also, Fitex News is pointing that out as well. That is not the embassy. So just to make that clear. Also, by the way, we are hearing that apparently... Let's see here. So this is a report that just came out. We're hearing that allegedly the U.S. is stonewalling requests by some Gulf states to replenish their air defense interceptors as supplies run low. And quote unquote, we have shot several years worth of production in the last few days. So not sure if that's true, first of all, but if it is true, that's a little bit disturbing. So Enforcer, what do you make of that? I just reposted it, by the way, at the very top.
Currently, I've heard that there is some concern at the higher levels, like, for example, at the chief of staff level here in the U.S. government, that the U.S. is going to be running out of in-air interceptors. That is a pretty unlikely sort of a scenario at the moment, considering the situation that we're seeing. And I'm not trying to say that the general's wrong. I'm just saying that the fear is somewhat irrational at the moment. We do understand that Iranian transport-erector launchers are generally running out of steam from what we've been able to see just within the air defense scenario inside of the airspace of Israel. We saw that within the first 24 hours of this conflict, there were around 172 air raid alerts that were issued inside of the state of Israel for incoming Iranian fire. Over the course of the past 24 hours, that number has decreased to about 55 to 45. That is such a significant decrease. It's apparently showing that around 60% of Iran's transport-erector launcher forces have generally run out of munitions, or they have run out of the ability to function, i.e., they're all dead.
Jeez.
So, with that in mind, we're seeing that while the Gulf state allies are running out of ammunition, the Iranians are also incredibly close to running out of TELs, or operational crews, to be able to fire off their missiles. Meaning that as long as we keep the air defense situation balanced inside the Middle East, the significant threat posed by the Iranians' TELs are going to significantly decrease, pretty much to almost non-existent levels, probably within this next week. So it would be prudent to provide air defenses to these Gulf state allies, because not only are they able to defend themselves in that case, but they're able to create a barrier line of defense of U.S. air bases that are based inside of Saudi Arabia and Jordan by providing them with air defense munitions.
So it sounds to me like it's almost a race against time to take out Iran's launchers before they're able to overwhelm and also deplete all the air defense interceptors in Gulf states, and not just the Gulf states, but also Israel's air defense as well. So that's disturbing to hear. I would tend to believe that sounds like it could be true, possibly, because they've been firing off interceptors literally 24/7 ever since this thing started. So it's a lot of usage of these air defense systems, and of course, it's not infinite ammo. It doesn't work like that. So we'll have to hope for the best. Also, by the way, I do want to mention something else. It was mentioned earlier today that the United States is not ruling out boots on the ground inside of Iran. I'm not sure if you covered that earlier, Enforcer,
Yes,
in your
I
video
did.
or not. So that's a big statement as well. I'm not sure if maybe they're saying that in response to the potential overwhelming of air defenses. They're going to try to change the equation a little bit by sending in ground forces into Iran. I'll be honest, that one's throwing my mind for a loop. Thinking about a ground invasion of Iran, that would be wild. I'd have a hard time believing that until I saw it. So, Enforcer, what can you give us the assessment real quick about the ground invasion potential and what that could look like and what the realistic possibility of that actually is?
Ground invasion potential is somewhat slim, as we really do not have an easy way to get into the Islamic Republic of Iran or support amphibious operations at the moment right now. If we were able to conduct some form of an operation into Iran, it would have to be through an incredibly risky airborne operation to secure airstrips and then basically start flying people in. That it wouldn't be that big of an issue. We do have air superiority over the country, but the issue with that would be the sustainment of such operations and also the sustainment of large combat forces without having a direct land border to access the Islamic Republic of Iran from. Iraq is an option, at least in that sort of a scenario, but the problem with invading from Iraq is that directly along the Iraqi-Iranian border are these significant and long mountain ranges that pretty much exist all the way from the Iraqi border and almost all the way to the city of Qom. Trying to pass through that would be a logistical challenge, and not only that, it would provide a significant strategical and tactical challenge to trying to fight the Islamic Republic of Iran or any insurgent forces that may exist in that area. It also would be a larger issue at that point that the Iraqis seem to have a bit of a larger issue at the moment, that the areas outside of the Tigris and Euphrates River valleys are largely what we could describe as the Wild West, to be entirely frank with y'all. It's largely lawless within most areas of Iran that are outside of the major population centers, and even inside the major population centers, lawlessness can reign from time to time, like we're seeing right now outside the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. So for that reason, U.S. forces could find themselves under attacks in staging areas like Iraq, for example, if we were to try and conduct a land invasion from there. So if boots on the ground ever happen in Iran, it's going to be in incredibly limited instances around a specific airhead, but it won't be a complete occupation of the country. That would generally be highly unlikely and pretty sketchy or very dubious to try and pull off successfully.
Yeah, honestly, a ground invasion, I think this will turn it from a 4-week operation to a multi-year operation if we start a ground invasion. I don't see that going very quickly whatsoever if they even attempt to try to do that. Of course, we do want to emphasize they have not committed, meaning the U.S. officials have not committed to a ground invasion. They simply said that they could not rule it out. So, the fact that they're not ruling it out is telling in itself. I would imagine they might already be planning for that, because if it's an option on the table, then they have to go ahead and start planning for it and possibly start moving troops into position. So That's very interesting to hear that. But in the meantime, though, let's jump back into some breaking news that's happening right now. We are getting more information and also footage, our first initial footage showing the fire and explosion at the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are being told that the embassy was apparently struck by not one but two drones of a major sort, the Shahid variety, according to a U.S. official. Thankfully, we are not hearing of any type of injuries right now, which is a miracle, to say the least. And we're currently seeing the fire and aftermath right this second. So, Enforcer, let's take a look at this and see if we can try to determine how much damage the embassy's taken in Riyadh.
And we're going to be taking a look at that right now. I can't tell if those are trees or if that's smoke rising from the explosion.
It's very vague looking.
So there's a light plume of smoke coming from the background behind these trees. The relaxing music really does not match the setting, but we can see the smoke continuing to rise from behind the trees. It does seem that it was a direct Shahid impact, but depending on the area of the facility that was hit, the amount of casualties may be minimal. And I also have to tell y'all right now that the United States Armed Forces operates a little bit differently than a lot of people would expect. When casualties and fatalities are taken, it is usually not immediately stated. It usually takes around 48 to 72 hours for the U.S. government to even state that there was a casualty at all, and then it may take even longer to get the exact names of the people publicly who became casualties, either wounded or killed. The reasoning behind that, folks, and I have to make sure to always explain why the U.S. government does that, is not to try and cover up or hide U.S. losses and casualties. It's actually to be able to give the family members time to get the information in a much quieter way, in a much more controlled way that makes it easier for them to take the heavy blow that one of their family members may have been wounded or killed in the line of duty in the name of the Republic. For that reason, we generally see that they do not release even information about casualties or deaths or the names of those people until all of the family members in that incident have been notified. But we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment.
Okay, so we're starting to see Bahrain is having an internal security issue. This seems to line up with the alleged reports that we have not still been able to confirm yet, that apparently there were forces moving across the Saudi Arabian border and apparently toward Bahrain. That's what we had heard. So we're seeing that violent clashes are apparently erupting in Bahrain. We're seeing several government vehicles are being torched by these rioters. It appears to be pro-Iranian rioters that are apparently consolidating, and now they're causing a security issue inside of Bahrain. So we're hearing early reports that Bahrain security forces might have opened live fire on the rioters as of right now. So this is interesting right here. Enforcer, have you heard anything about this before, or is this brand new?
This appears to be brand new, but it's something that probably would happen within a place like Bahrain or Qatar. They are mostly Shiite majorities, meaning that religiously or ideologically they would align a lot with the Iranians. Just to let y'all know, there's two large groups within the Islamic faith. They're called the Shiites and the Sunnis, and it's incredibly similar to the kind of Christian split that we have in Christendom, where you have Protestants and then you have Catholics. It's a fairly similar sort of a breakdown to that if we were to simplify it as much as possible. And it appears that the Shiite, it is the Shiite majorities within Bahrain are apparently starting some sort of a violent uprising or violent unrest within the country, which is now being met by a live fire apparently by the Bahraini security forces. So let's take a look at these clips and see what kind of incidents are currently unfolding within the city-state of Bahrain. And we're going to have to mute that because they already started off with a mixtape. We can see them apparently throwing Molotovs. This guy's about to catch his pants on fire with one as he throws it at a Bahrainian security vehicle. Actually appears they're
look at them chasing off. Look at them. The Bahraini security forces are they were skirting around the corner. They are fleeing the area. Look at that.
Yeah, it appears that they are apparently trying to conduct some sort of a Molotov barrage onto the police to overwhelm them and force them to withdraw from the area. We can actually see a Molotov hit the front of this vehicle here and actually glance over the windshield and then land behind the vehicle. We can see
that's crazy, actually.
Generally, this would be considered an attempted use of a deadly weapon in the United States if you try and throw a Molotov at a cop. So this appears to be showing why lethal force is now being used against these specific groups within Bahrain. And we see them here continuing to throw Molotovs at what appears to possibly be a police station or at the police down on the ground. It actually does appear that maybe the police down near the ground itself, now forcing them to withdraw, otherwise they may catch on fire. It appears
That's
to be
crazy right there. Apparently, it looks like they've got a lot of Molotovs. Like, this is not a small amount of munitions they've got here. So they might have been prepared for this possibly. Now, obviously, it doesn't take a whole bunch of work to prepare a Molotov. It's one of the most simple things that these groups could do. But, I mean, they've got a lot of them. Unless they just happen to have a ton of vodka laying around or something. I'm not sure if they're that heavy drinkers. If they are, they might have a serious problem. But, you know, this is a lot that they've got in their hands here that they're throwing.
Also, I just saw John Moss say, yeah, Protestants and Catholics haven't been killing each other over religion for like 400 years. Man, I guess you didn't hear in Northern Ireland then. I guess that was one you didn't hear about. But anyways, we were able to see more Bahraini security forces here in this clip as well. And that appears to be some sort of a rubber bullet or maybe even a tear gas that was fired into the crowd right there. I mean, this guy really was quick with that right here. I mean, look at that. I mean, he was quite fast. We also were able to see in this clip further actions of the Bahraini security forces.
Jeez.
Oh, look, it's morning. Like, I guess it's morning now. In the middle of all this, someone's got a rooster in their fifth-story apartment building. But we can see it's largely turning into a chaotic situation on the ground inside of Bahrain. And, you know, it would be very easy to geolocate this, folks, because there is literally just about one large city within Bahrain. It is actually a city-state. So this is probably happening within the suburbs or directly within the city center of Manama, which is basically the only city within Bahrain. So it does appear that they are trying to put down the uprising at the moment. Something very similar to this actually happened in the 2011 to 2013 Arab Spring within Bahrain, and we also saw that about the same type of security forces that we're seeing right now were also brought in to try and deal with that situation about 13 years ago at this point. So seems as though fairly similar civil unrest is happening right now within the city-state of Bahrain. Moving us on out of that, we also saw that just north of Bahrain, another unfortunate and major incident has happened today. At the Saudi city of Ras Tanura is a large refinery within the country. You can see it right here. This is the Ras Tanura refinery run by Saudi Aramco. The Islamic Republic of Iran conducted a significant drone and missile attack against the refinery earlier today, which has set it on fire.
Wow. Messing with the oil is a bad idea.
Saudi Aramco has actually announced they had to shut down the entire refinery due to the damage that was caused, meaning that the refinery is now offline. And this has also come at, right before the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced that they would not be allowing a single drop of oil to exit the Middle East from this point forward, meaning that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is trying to conduct the action we already knew they were going to do if this kicked off, which is to try and completely shut down oil shipments out of the Middle East and see that oil prices globally skyrocket, which is usually heavily damaging to most international governments and international economies. We also were able to see as an extension of this that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is hard to say over and over, did make an official statement that they will continue to attack Cyprus, and then added, "We have closed the Strait of Hormuz, and any ship trying to pass will be attacked." Also, I want you all to keep a note here. This was from a senior Iranian Revolutionary Guard official, these two direct claims, meaning that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is directly accrediting Hezbollah actions in Lebanon against British bases in Cyprus to be direct actions of the Islamic Republic of Iran, meaning that if an Article 5 invocation is ever made, at least by these official statements from the IRGC, that means that the British could actually claim that it is an Iranian attack against British air bases in Cyprus, and for that reason, they could go bomb Iran instead of just limiting it to Hezbollah inside of Lebanon. Before we get to our breaking news here in a moment, I also want to show you the direct impact that Iranian threats and some Iranian attacks have had on shipping within the Strait of Hormuz, as we were able to see this time-lapse by Marine Tracker showing since the beginning of the war, around 70 to 80% of all ship transits of the Strait of Hormuz have ceased, largely meaning that there is a complete blockade in place at this moment inside of the Strait of Hormuz. Basically, nobody's getting in or getting out at this moment. We do have further breaking news coming out right now. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so let's stick to our breaking news here for a second. We got a couple different stories to go through at the moment. Right now, we're hearing that in Saudi Arabia, the situation is getting much worse very quick. Of course, we have been covering the multiple drone strikes in the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh. That's still ongoing. Now, the embassy has issued an alert. They've issued a major security alert. Here's what it says. It says the U.S. mission to Saudi Arabia has issued a shelter-in-place notification for Jeddah, Riyadh, and Bahrain, and are limiting non-essential travel to any military installations in the region, and they recommend American citizens in the kingdom to shelter in place immediately. So that indicates that we're about to see a larger attack by Iran on Saudi Arabia. Apparently, Saudi Arabia is the new hot target for the Iranian regime. So we're expecting more hits. Enforcer, do we know right off the bat if there is a consulate or some type of U.S. facility in Jeddah and also Bahrain as well, if we know that right off the bat?
Let me see if I can get U.S. embassies and consulates within Saudi Arabia. Let's see. U.S. embassies and consulates, Saudi Arabia. 1 second. Let me see if I can get this. So, let's see here. We need to find the exact locations. So the U.S. Embassy is based inside of Riyadh, and there's also consulates in Tehran and Jeddah.
Okay, so that explains why then. So the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh is expecting that Iran's going to target all of the sites inside of Saudi Arabia that houses any type of U.S. consulate or embassy, which explains why they've issued a shelter in place for all three of those locations. So the U.S. is apparently going to get more strikes. Apparently that will be the case. Also, we have heard from the Saudi Arabian officials that apparently their air defense did work, but the 2 drones that got through were the 2 that hit the U.S. Embassy. They claimed that out of the 6 drones that were in the area, they shot down 4 of them, and 2 of them got through that hit the embassy. So I'm not sure if all 6 were targeting the embassy, but apparently the 2 that mattered actually got through, which is quite sad to see that, of course. But moving on from that Saudi Arabia situation, let me mute my live cameras on the side of here. Sirens going off in Tel Aviv right now. Police sirens, that is. We're currently hearing some more information about the interceptor stocks in the UAE. So I'm seeing some disturbing numbers coming out here. They're claiming that Qatar is expected to exhaust its interceptor supply in less than 4 days. So that's not good. That also explains why Qatar is desperately asking the United States for more interceptor stocks. Also, by the way, even if the U.S. decides to give the interceptors to Qatar, they still have to somehow get them there. So I'm not so sure how that's going to work because, of course, it takes time to get them there, and also it's kind of dangerous as well because they got to fly the cargo plane right over there to them, or they got to truck them in somehow to get them into Qatar. So that's going to turn into a bit of a crisis. Apparently, the UAE is apparently in a better position. They have about a week of interceptors left, but that's still not very good. This war is going to last way more than just a week. So that's not good to hear. Once again, they are urgently seeking additional support from the United States, but we're not really seeing it. So here's my take. If these states are in such a bad shape because they're losing interceptors, isn't that more prerogative for them to strike Iran to start dealing with the threat? Stop being cowardly and start defending your country offensively and start striking these targets inside of Iran. Stop sitting there and waiting for your interceptors to get depleted. Start taking action for once. So I'm not sure why they're still stalling. They're going to put their people in danger because they're too scared to act against Iran. So maybe this will force them to speed up their response possibly, but that's disturbing to hear.
It does appear that we have seen a significant amount of interceptors that a large amount of these countries do own have been fired off within prior days to attempt to defend the airspace of their own countries and also possibly and heavily defend U.S. bases and U.S. forces that are also still within the area. We have actually heard that Al Udeid is still operational at minimal capacity, and U.S. airlifts have been ongoing to Al Udeid within prior days, meaning that providing Qatar with munitions would be about as simple as loading up a C-17 or a C-5 that's heading out to Al Udeid with Patriot missiles and then just flying it in, landing at Al Udeid, which is a joint base run by the Qataris and the United States, and just having the Qataris snatch up the Patriots and then send them out to the operational batteries in the field for rearmament and continuous operation. I would have to actually say, and I know a lot of people are hearing here in the United States, oh, the stocks are running low. Let me show y'all something really quickly. Let me show you something here. We have never really looked at these a lot, but it's always important to show this. This right here is not an anthill, and this also isn't an oil field. This is actually a U.S. Army munitions dump here near to McAllister inside of Oklahoma. We have several dozen munitions facilities like this, and the Russian Federation, which has always been rumored and alluded to have about 5 times the conventional munitions that we have about a far smaller footprint of munitions facilities, and most, if not all of them, are about 50 times smaller than this one. And we have several dozen munitions facilities across the country like this one. We are not going to be running out of interceptors at least anytime soon, especially considering that this is a war with Iran to knock out their missile launchers before we run out of missiles. We're going to knock out most of their missile launchers before we run out of interceptors. That means that we have enough to be able to spare for Gulf state allies, and it's going to be an incredibly important thing for us to give them to the Gulf state allies. Here's why. They are the first line of defense right now for all U.S. forces that are in Saudi Arabia. Full stop. Every Iranian missile that is fired into Saudi Arabia and every Iranian drone that's fired into Saudi Arabia generally has to make it, unless if it's flying in between Kuwait and Bahrain, through one of the airspaces of Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, or Kuwait. And that means that they are basically our first line of air defense for our own guys and men who are currently operating out of Saudi Arabia in large numbers. So providing them with air defense munitions would be crucial, not only for their defense, but for the defense of our own men over there inside of the region, instead of having the first line of defense be the bases defenses inside of Saudi Arabia and elsewhere. So I would say that we definitely need to see that some emergency action is put onto delivering munitions to specifically Qatar and the UAE, because if they run out of air defense munitions, not only is that going to go poorly for the small amounts of U.S. forces that we left behind in both of those countries, but it's also going to go quite poorly for the U.S. forces further back behind them inside of Saudi Arabia. So hopefully we'll be able to see that munitions are provided.
Yeah, hopefully so. And also, by the way, for the people saying stop talking about this, stop showing it because you're giving this away to Iran. This was already being reported by mainstream media outlets. We're simply repeating the report here on the air. So this information has been widely publicized already in the public. It came out about 2 hours ago. The reports about the 3 or 4 days left of interceptors. I would imagine that that's probably being leaked intentionally by Western sources. They're probably trying to pressure the Gulf states to actually get involved offensively against Iran. And honestly, I mean, if that's the truth and they're truly that close to running out of interceptors in the Gulf states, then that's a decent strategy because they need to get off their ass and actually start doing something because it's for U.S. security, it's for their security, it's for everybody's benefit in the region to go ahead and deal with this Iranian threat. So not everybody can just sit around like these states right here and continue getting attacked and expect the United States to keep footing the bill for their interceptors and while they sit back and not respond whatsoever. So, you know, hopefully they'll start acting, hopefully so, but I'm not totally convinced about that right now. Also, by the way, Enforcer, you showed this earlier real quick, but let's show this one more time again and actually give us some due credit. There was a picture that just came out from the CENTCOM command of a U.S. Air Force B-2 Spirit. Apparently, this was taken from a refueling aircraft, as far as I'm aware, and they've got a nighttime photo of it. This was over Iran, by the way. This was right after it got done dropping bombs on missile sites. This was the B-2 bombers right here. So that's a pretty impressive picture in the midst of all of our other news.
Look at this beautiful, sweet creature right here. It's a beautiful craft. And you know what's even crazier, folks, is that apparently we had to give, we had to give the B-2 pilots and the crews a rest period because a 36-hour continuous air op, which is what they did from Whiteman to Iran and back, is fairly exhausting, as many can imagine. I mean, it's exhausting for us to run a 13-hour nonstop show. So we can imagine what it's like to have to be mentally on and operational for 36 straight hours. The human body isn't really made for that. Nevertheless, they did it, which is unbelievable. Either they are on the go pills, amphetamines, or they are just absolutely incredible at what they do. It's probably a combination of all three, but they do have to get some rest. So we actually sent the B-1 Lancers over from Dyes Air Force Base in Abilene, Texas, in replacement of the B-2s while they pretty much rotate. And then the B-1 Lancers went over last night and they bombed Iran, much like the B-2s did the day before. So it seems as though we're going to be probably rotating the B-2 bombers and the B-1 Lancers in and out of operation, to where each night the Iranians basically get a little smorgasbord. One night it's going to be the Spirit, the next night it'll be the Lancer, and then it'll go back to the Spirits, and so on and so forth, keeping up a fairly steady sort of an operation in terms of strategic aerial bombardments by these larger strategic bombers, but not seeing that the B-2s are overused on a nightly basis to where the crews reach the absolute breaking point of exhaustion.
I think they're on that stuff. I think they're on it because there's just no real human way you can stay that alert. And also, they're probably riding off adrenaline when they get toward Iran, because at that point they're entering enemy airspace at that point, so they're probably riding on adrenaline. But you got to imagine, after the adrenaline starts wearing off, after you complete the mission and start flying back, I bet that's the hardest part of the mission, is actually flying back after it's over. That's probably the hardest part, where they probably got to use that stuff. Those what do they call them? Go pills is what they call them now. The stimulants. Let's just put it that way. Some very potent stimulants that they give them, so it keeps them awake. And honestly, they got to have it, or otherwise they're going to probably conk out up there in the cockpit, I'd imagine.
Also, folks, amphetamine usage has technically been illegal within the U.S. Armed Forces ever since the end of the Gulf War in 1991, after a study uncovered that 50% of Air Force, well, actually all Armed Forces pilots, were actually using heavy amounts of amphetamines through the Gulf War to be able to keep going. So now we give them what's called a go pill, which technically is just a whole bunch of caffeine and a couple of other things that are stimulants, but they're not straight up like drugs like amphetamines, and then they use those instead to try and keep wakeful awareness going. In reality, if push comes to shove, they're getting amphetamines again. So they might be, getting amphetamines right now. We don't know. But generally, they have been up and going for 36 hours. And regardless of whether they had amphetamines or not, if they had amphetamines, they're going to be in a crash. So then they're going to have a rest period. And if they didn't have amphetamines, I mean, they're just absolute beasts. But only a beast can stay awake for so long, they'll have to sleep. So either way, they have to send the B ones in their stay.
Also, by the way, breaking news right now, we're hearing that a third drone is en route to the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh as we speak right now, according to an official source. So that's quite disturbing to hear as well. Apparently, a third drone is on the way, and it could be more than that, but we're only getting a third confirmation right now of a drone on the way. So it sounds like the embassy is going to get targeted once again. The good news is, though, apparently, according to the most recent report I've just gotten, apparently the embassy is empty, which is a huge shock, actually. It's completely empty, at least according to reports. So they're going to the Iranians are going to try to decimate the facility, it sounds like, well, to see if they get away with it. But nobody's in there to get hurt. So that's the most important part. The building can be replaced, but obviously the people can't. So that's pretty good news there.
And that is good news to hear. At least at the moment, we're not going to be hearing of any U.S. personnel getting wounded or killed, at least at the moment. But moving on from that, we also were able to hear within Kuwait of an unfortunate incident that occurred within the early hours of this morning. We can confirm that, sadly, the 3 F-15 Eagles of the United States Air Force were unfortunately shot down over Kuwaiti airspace this morning. It was not by Iranian armed forces. It actually was by the Kuwaiti armed forces, and it appears to have been an unfortunate friendly fire incident. We can say that, fortunately, no U.S. personnel were wounded and killed in the midst of this, what we could basically describe as an accidental massacre of U.S. aircraft over Kuwaiti airspace. All 6 pilots were able to eject from the 3 F-15s that were in the air during that time, and they were treated quite hospitably on the ground by the Kuwaiti people. Just to give you all a little bit of a reason why this happened, the Kuwaiti Air Defense Forces have been absolutely freaked out because they were at literally a point blank range. To give you all the distance between the Kuwaiti and Iranian border, they're only 10 miles away at the closest from the Iranian border, meaning that strikes could come within seconds once they're fired from Iran and into Kuwait, giving them very little of an air response time window. Because of this, Kuwaiti forces have been operating almost 24/7 since the war began, and a lot of them are facing exhaustion. And not only that, their air response time window, and therefore the decision-making window, is so small due to how close they are to Iran. This morning, 3 F-15Es actually popped up on their radar, and because they're so used to having to make split-second decisions, they shot first instead of asking questions, and they ended up accidentally shooting down 3 F-15s. The Kuwaiti Armed Forces did make a statement about that this morning and made the following information. Well, actually, CENTCOM actually made the following information available out of Tampa, Florida. At 11:03 p.m. Eastern Time, March 1st, 3 U.S. F-15E Strike Eagles flying in support of Operation Epic Fury went down over to Kuwait due to an apparent friendly fire incident. During active combat, that includes attacks from Iranian aircraft, ballistic missiles, and drones, the U.S. fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. So we can also tell y'all, as a part of this extended story, that they weren't alone up there in the air. There was actually Iranian aircraft nearby, along with ballistic missiles that were also in the air incoming towards Kuwait, and also drones coming towards Kuwait as well. So I bet y'all can get the idea of how confusing and how overwhelming the situation is for the the Kuwaitis, and in the midst of that all, 3 F-15Es just pop up on the radar, and they can't really do quick friend or foe identification because of how little response time they had, so they ended up firing at all 3 F-15s and shooting them down. So right now, the Kuwaiti Air Defense has a 100% success rate in engaging U.S. Air Forces and shooting them down, although we're allies. But luckily, the reason why we're able to laugh about this is because all 6 crew did eject safely, and all of them were actually recovered, not by the U.S. Air Force, at least immediately. They were actually recovered by Kuwaiti citizens, and the Kuwaitis, I gotta say, were the friendliest people that I have ever seen. We'll actually show you all the clip of the aircraft that were down, at least one of them that we were able to see, which we can see right here. This is actually one of the F-15s spiraling to the ground after it was shot down. And we can see it tumbling right there. If you get a closer look, you can actually see the distinct wing foil and general fuselage shape of the F-15. It appears that all of them were actually hit at the rear, near to the engine exhaust and also the vertical stabilizers, because on most, if not all footage, it appears that that is the area where the fire originates from, and also most of the vertical stabilizers appear to have been sheared off, possibly from the explosion or the spin that they went into after the explosion. Here's a closer-up clip of that F-15 spiraling to the ground right here as well.
Also, by the way, I do want to emphasize that all 6 of the airmen involved in this incident right here are actually safe. So that's very positive news out of that. These were F-15s, weren't they, right?
All of them were actually F-15Es. So these are the ground strike or the multi-role variant of the F-15 platform.
Okay, so I'd say, you know, obviously it's not good to lose aircraft, but it's not like it's not like we're losing F-35s or F-22s or something like that. So it's still not good, obviously, and that's a shame that they accidentally shot down our aircraft like that. But, you know, at least it wasn't something crazy expensive. And also, thank God the pilot survived, because they had only like split seconds to make decisions on that, and apparently they made the right decisions, thankfully.
And also, we were able to see that afterwards, after these pilots started to land, this video is basically representative of all of the ones I've seen of the Kuwaitis running into U.S. pilots. This is how the U.S. pilots were actually received on the ground after they bailed out in literally every scenario.
You're fine? Really? You need something to help you? No problem, you're safe.
How the hell is that a she or a he?
That's actually a female pilot.
Yeah, how the hell is she standing after ejecting out of the plane?
They're made of different stuff, Matthew. These are the pilots of the U.S. Air Force.
This lady's built different. She's standing after ejecting. Also, by the way, I'm sure everybody knows this, but for the people that don't, ejecting out of a fighter jet, it does a number on the body. Like, I think the studies have shown that you might lose like a slight of an inch or something like that from ejecting. I don't know if that's a rumor or not, but that's a very strenuous thing, ejecting. The fact she's standing up with all that gear on after ejecting is insane.
But to continue the clip, it's actually pretty funny. I mean, the Kuwaitis just shot her down, and then the Kuwaiti says, "Are you good? Do you need water, snacks? Well, you're safe here. We'll take you back to your base." Like, so let me show you all the rest of the clip.
Everything good? No problem. Thank you for helping us. Everything perfect?
It's great to see the pilots of the U.S. Air Force treated incredibly well by our Gulf allies, even in the midst of an unfortunate friendly fire incident. We also saw that other pilots were getting crammed into the back trunks of other vehicles so that way they could drive them back immediately to their base, so that way they could be reunited with their air wings and squadrons that they come from. But it appears that while it was an unfortunate friendly fire incident, the silver lining of the whole thing is that the Kuwaitis are great folks, and they love the U.S. forces, and they love the aviators and pilots of the United States Air Force, because they're not only heroically protecting our interests in the region, they're also protecting their people as well. So it was generally a bittersweet sort of thing. Sad to see the F-15Es lost, but it's great to hear that nobody was wounded or killed in the incident, and all of the pilots were treated well. The airmen were treated well once they made it to the ground. We also were able to hear that unfortunately a U.S. base was hit today by an Iranian one-way drone. It was a Shahid 136, which we were able to see in this footage here. And here comes the impact.
Oh man,
that
was his truck.
So apparently it hit his specific MRAP in the motor pool, which is not really the greatest thing to hear. But at least we heard that nobody was wounded or killed in this specific attack in this video. So that's a great thing to hear. Sad they lost the truck, but you know, it is what it is, I suppose. Better to lose equipment than personnel. But we also have further breaking news coming out at the moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so we're hearing from South Korean media. We're hearing that apparently in the background, like behind the scenes, the U.S. officials are contacting South Korean authorities, and they're currently trying to seek the transfer of THAAD and Patriot systems from the Korean Peninsula, basically from South Korea, and also Japan as well, and move those to the Middle East. So it sounds like they're currently pulling out air defense, or trying to pull out air defense. I'm sure that they probably won't reject this. They'll probably accept it, and South Korea will actually agree to the transfer. But apparently, Patriot and THAADs are going to be moving from that region in Asia to the Middle East to help shore up the air defenses in the area. So that's a pretty big announcement right there as well. Also, we are getting a video here. This came out a little while ago, but I'm not sure if we've covered this yet. Have you covered the Lucas drone being recovered yet, Enforcer, from Iraq?
I have not actually.
So we're seeing that one of the Lucas drones, if you're not familiar with what that is, that's a brand new weapon the U.S. is actually reverse engineered from a Shahid drone that Iran uses. Apparently, one of them crashed intact inside of Iraq, and it looks like the Iraqis are trying to get their hands on it. They're trying to put it in the back of a pickup truck to take it off with them. I'm not sure if they're trying to pawn it or if they're trying to get it to study. I'm not really sure what they're up to here, but there's a video of that, by the way. It is down a couple of posts, like 10, 15 posts down on our Twitter page. Show people that, because this is kind of crazy. It's one of our Lucas drones up close.
Oh, here it is. See, that's not fitting in that truck. Like they're gonna have to get they're gonna have to get some bungee cords or something like that to hold this thing down in that truck if they even try.
And it's live. It's a live munition. That thing could go off.
I mean, it's literally just basically a Shahed 136. I mean, this could have just been an Iranian one, honestly. It would be about the same thing. You know, Mandy,
yeah, go ahead.
Why the hell is this giving me the vibes from like Star Wars, you know, from like the Jawas on like that desert planet when they find something in the desert, like, oh, and then they go up and like grab it and take it to the sandcrawler. Why the hell is it giving the same vibes like they're about to go pawn this thing off or like to sell it for spare parts or something like that?
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. I said, I don't know if they're trying to pawn it or if they're trying to get it to study it. I honestly, like, I'm not being funny here. I think they might be thinking it might be good scrap value or something, and that's why they're so happy about finding it. These guys act like they just found some treasure or something. So, I mean, who knows what they're about to do with it. But it's a very dangerous thing because it's live, and I don't think these guys know how to disarm that thing just off the hunch. So, you know, we'll have to see with that. But you know that one of the main differences is between our drone and a Shahed? This thing, apparently, from what I've been hearing from people, apparently uses a Starlink for connection. That's the rumor. I don't know that personally, but people were saying it uses a Starlink. I have seen images which appears to show a similar system mounted on top of it. So, you know, that's quite interesting. Apparently that might be being used on these.
And we'll have to try and get some more information because these are actually quite interesting because they're basically American-made Shahed drones. They share the exact same shape, size, profile, and basically everything else about them with their Iranian counterparts. So it's basically just a reverse-engineered Shahed. It's fairly easy and affordable to do something like this, considering that the idea of modern drone warfare is cheap, affordable, and inexpensive and generally disposable. These generally fall specifically within the bill. I mean, the Iranians actually did make something with that one because literally everybody, the Ukrainians, us, everybody else in the world has copied that design. Even the Russians have at this point.
Yeah, also, by the way, I'm seeing people say that apparently people are saying it's not Starlink on this thing. So I want to make it perfectly clear. We don't know if it's actually Starlink on there. Apparently, it might be a different version of a system that's similar to it, possibly. So just to make that clear, we don't know if it's Starlink on the Lucas. We simply don't know that for a fact. That's what people are claiming. That's what they're alleging, but we don't know. But it looks like a similar system could be being used on it. Some people are saying like Starshield or something. I haven't heard of that, but we'll have to see what that actually is being used to keep it connected to U.S. defenses.
Also, while we are in the midst of covering the breaking news, I actually will give you all a little bit of a development on the casualty reports that we have been able to get out of both sides, or at least the casualty estimates that we have on the Islamic Republic of Iran versus the casualty report that we have been able to confirm from the Department of Defense so far. We can unfortunately report that the United States Armed Forces have suffered a total of 22 casualties, including 18 soldiers wounded and 4 killed so far. From what we understand, the 18 soldiers are apparently apparently the only wounded that we have heard of at the moment, but all of them have been seriously wounded, apparently to the point that medical evacuation has been necessary for most of them to military hospitals within Germany. We have also heard further information on the Iranian casualty estimate, and it is believed that at the moment the Islamic Republic of Iran, at a minimum, has seen 1,500 IRGC members killed with an unknown number wounded. We will be providing the names of those deceased U.S. service members once those are provided to the public, to notify everyone of the United States of America of the names of the brave service members who have died in the line of service for this country and its national interests and its general national security. But at the moment, it does not appear that the U.S. Department of Defense has provided the names of those U.S. soldiers who have already died in the line of the service of the nation. But outside of that, we do have further breaking news that is coming out at this moment. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we're hearing some more breaking news. We're hearing that allegedly the U.S. president has made a statement to a mainstream media outlet. It's being claimed that the president has said, quote unquote, "You'll find soon what the retaliation will be for the drone attack on Riyadh's U.S. embassy and for the U.S. service members who have been killed." He also told the network that he doesn't think that boots on the ground will be necessary. So that seems to be conflicting with what the Department of War Secretary said this morning, and also what we heard from the military. So we'll have to see where this goes about the boots on the ground. But apparently, we're expecting a major retaliation. This apparently got the president very upset about the attack on the Riyadh embassy. So we'll have to see what that's going to consist of. We've also heard that over the next 24 hours, the U.S. has said that they are going to drastically uptick the strikes on Tehran. They're apparently going to start laying waste to the entire city from the sounds of it. So expect major escalations over the next 24 hours, possibly. That's what we're hearing right now. Also, by the way, in Iraq, we are getting some more news out of Iraq. Of course, we did hear of major gunfire in the Green Zone near the U.S. Embassy near Baghdad. We're now hearing that the Iraqi authorities are carrying out arrests of several individuals in the Popular Mobilization Forces and Ministry of Interior, according to reports. There's also reports there's many fighter jets above Baghdad right now dealing with the situation in the sky. So apparently a still ongoing security situation with Iraq. But Enforcer, that is the breaking news for now.
Also bringing us into Baghdad, we have been able to see that the general unrest and riots of Baghdad have continued around the U.S. consulate, and we have also been able to hear that now the situation has devolved into heavy gunfire. Both inside of Baghdad, Iraq, and also Karachi, Pakistan, U.S. consular services and staff have had to open fire into the crowds to be able to disperse them and to protect the consular and embassy staff of both Iraq and Pakistan. We generally understand that the Iraqi unrest is generally led by pro-Iranian militias that exist and have fostered themselves within the farther reaches and countrysides of the Republic of Iraq, while inside of Pakistan it appears to be possible Shiite majorities around the Karachi city area that are the ones largely leading the charge against the U.S. consular staff and the consulate within the city of Karachi. Here's the footage that we have from Baghdad at the moment. We hear significant fire in the distance around the corner, and also what appears to be flashbangs that are still going off, attempting to disperse the crowd. We also see some sort of a fist fight evolving here on frame. And that's the end of the clip right there, but generally giving a small glimpse of what's going on near to the Green Zone in Baghdad.
Did we ever get an update on what you remember that front loader that was running into the scene? It was like there was a huge front loader the other day storming toward the embassy. We never really heard an end of that. We're not sure if they were able to neutralize the front loader driver or neutralize that threat, but that thing was plowing its way toward the embassy that we saw the other day. I never got an update on it.
From what we heard, I've heard passing word on it, but no official reports. It appears that the front loader was neutralized due to some security measures. We're not sure if that included lethal force, though, but hopefully we'll be able to get some further information on that. We do know that the rampage was stopped, but we don't know if they fired into the cab or if they found some way to clamber up to the cab and then yank the driver out. It's unclear which happened.
Yeah, it's unclear. That obviously, when you have a piece of equipment that big, that thing can tear walls down. It was like one of those massive front loaders, like the type you see moving like a lot of heavy earth. So that was concerning to see that rolling in there, because it looked like it was also having a whole bunch of guys hanging off the side of it, ready to run in case they bust a wall down. So I would assume they took care of it, because we haven't heard of a huge breach at that location. And also, we did see obviously the gunfire erupting there as well. We've also heard that apparently the Marines at the site were taking care of some of the lunatics outside as well. So it seems like they have it under control to a certain degree, but the threat isn't going away. It doesn't appear to be really messing up the situation, to be honest. It appears that the Marines are keeping it under control for the most part, which is a good sign.
And it does appear that they are generally keeping the situation under control as best as they possibly can, although the situation is quite strenuous in both Baghdad, Iraq, and also inside of Karachi, Pakistan, as well. And we'll hopefully be getting further developments, hopefully positive ones, out of both locations inside of Baghdad and also Karachi inside of Pakistan. However, we have also been able to hear of further developments that have occurred around the area of Lebanon, as we are now hearing that the Israeli ground defense forces are conducting a general advance along the Israeli-Lebanese border and into the area south of the Litani River inside of Lebanon. This is fairly similar to the 2024 Israeli offensive operations that were conducted into southern Lebanon and created a temporary occupied zone south of the Litani River. According to United Nations resolutions, the Hezbollah armed forces are only allowed to exist and operate at least within the southern area south of the Litani River, which is a fairly small river at the moment within the southern part of Lebanon. From what we understand, Israeli forces will mostly be advancing up to the bank of the Litani River and then stopping there. We may see that additional advances are conducted in the future. We've also been able to hear that the Israelis have mobilized around 130,000 reservists to prepare for additional militant operations against both Hezbollah inside of Lebanon and also against Hamas if there's possible uprisings there within the Gaza Strip. We have very limited footage at this moment of the Israeli ground defense forces advances near to the area of Qom in southern Lebanon, but we were able to get a little bit of this footage right here. We can see some flashes of what appears to be self-propelled guns opening fire near to Lebanese positions, and also some explosions happening down on the ground as well. We also were able to see in this clip similar footage as well, but once again showing us that offensive operations are now beginning by Israeli ground forces near to the area of southern Lebanon. We'll be trying to get further information on the Israeli advances and the progress that has been seen within this area right now. But of course, at the moment, our information is fairly scant, as Israeli operational security is probably one of the most strict in the world, to be entirely frank.
Yeah, and also, by the way, it's interesting to me because, Lebanon has now banned Hezbollah, or they're trying to take some action to stifle Hezbollah in their country or something. Keep in mind that Hezbollah had places in their legislature, so that shows you how interesting that situation is in Lebanon. Lebanon always acts like, oh, we're not really supporting Hezbollah, but yet they have a place in our legislature. It's like, okay, it's like, come on now, it's like, please. So now they're trying to ban Hezbollah. Now that Israel is going to possibly invade their territory, they might be doing it as we speak from that video we just saw, and also the huge airstrikes that are taking place in Beirut. Now all of a sudden Lebanon wants to try to rid themselves of Hezbollah out of the blue. So that tells you pretty much everything you need to know about that situation, I would say. They're not so against Hezbollah when it's convenient.
Hold up, I'm trying to see here. Did they remove... Oh my goodness, man. I think they've already renamed the political party that Hezbollah's in Lebanon, because if y'all don't know, Hezbollah has actually had official representation within the Lebanese parliament for many decades at this point, and was generally holding about 14 to 13 chairs last time I took a look at the Lebanese parliament. Apparently they might have been renamed, because all I'm seeing right now, as far as the actual government and its coalition, is the Strong Republic Party and the Loyalty to the Resistance Party. And the Loyalty to the Resistance Party, oh look, there we are. They did rename it. It is the political wing of Hezbollah inside of the Lebanese parliament. So they've done a quick renaming. It's no longer Hezbollah in the Lebanese parliament. It's now the Loyalty to the Resistance bloc, which is just Hezbollah renamed, which is in the Lebanese parliament. So they have actually, funnily enough, folks, if you look at the largest political parties in the Lebanese parliament, it actually is the third largest political party in the whole of the Lebanese parliament. So it's not like the Lebanese government is just, oh, it's just Hezbollah, some group of yokels out in the countryside doing whatever. I mean, they literally have significant political representation within their own parliament. But with that, we have further breaking news coming out at this moment.
Okay, so Iran is ratcheting up the stakes right now. Also, by the way, major news or breaking news? Major news is bigger than breaking, just to make that clarification clear here. But we are currently hearing some very disturbing news on a serious front. We're currently hearing of new explosions, at least 2 new major explosions being heard in Riyadh's diplomatic quarter following the earlier drone attack against the U.S. Embassy. So we still don't have video. Like, we have that very vague video that showed some smoke in the area. That's the only one what we've seen earlier. It really didn't show much of anything, to be perfectly honest. So we're waiting on some actual clear video showing what's happening at the embassy. That is very hard to come by right now. We are still not getting any real good footage of that situation, but the embassy is apparently getting hammered by Iran, and it looks like this stuff's making its way through air defense quite regularly, actually. So the embassy sounds like it's going to be taking some further beatings as well. So Enforcer, what can you tell us about that? And also, by the way, I'm hearing of some other breaking news. I'm going to try to investigate that here real quick.
Secondary attacks have now been conducted against the U.S. Embassy inside of Riyadh and the diplomatic quarter, suggesting that the Islamic Republic of Iran has now designated that specific embassy to be a key and high-priority target of the Iranian government, although, according to all U.S. reports, the facility has been completely abandoned, and there is currently no U.S. personnel on site. This may be some sort of a significant sign or a symbolic act by the Iranian government to show that they do not view the U.S.-Saudi relationship to be a positive note, and they consider the Saudi government, in result of that, to be a traitor to the Islamic faith, or generally some sort of another theological line of statement that he might make, and that's the kind of symbolic act that they are trying to show by bombing this already abandoned embassy, but an incredibly significant one to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty big situation there. Also, by the way, some people were pointing out the situation with Bahrain. They're saying that there was a closure of a road. We've already reported on that, by the way. We saw the unrest that's breaking out in Bahrain. We're seeing apparently pro-Iranian rioters in the streets throwing Molotovs at the security forces in Bahrain. We are seeing that it appears to be the security forces in Bahrain are not playing around. We've heard that they've opened fire. We've seen footage of them using crowd control on these rioters. So it's chaos there, and also we've heard of security forces also moving in to reinforce them as well. So that appears to be something we've already reported on. In the meantime, though, trying to get some more news here on the situation. Right now, it appears to be the Riyadh situation is the largest thing that's actively occurring right now. Still waiting on footage from that. And we're also, it appears to be that Iran has generally stopped striking the Gulf states, at least for right this hour, for the most part, and Israel appears to be okay as well. So it appears to be a lull between the tit-for-tat situation, except for the Riyadh situation. The Riyadh situation is active as we speak. So, Enforcer, if you'd like to bring us through any other news in the meantime, while we wait for more events to break out.
Gotcha. Also, I saw Ray7858 say in the chat, pro-Iran as in IRGC. No, actually, a correction there. The IRGC is Iran, so that's not pro-Iranian. That is Iran. That's basically like the epicenter. And then from there, you work out towards pro-Iranian groups, or what we would kind of call the proxy groups. Because the IRGC is basically the military and political apparatus of the Iranian government. And then you would say that Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis and such, they're pro-Iranian because they heavily associate and connect with the IRGC in a whole bunch of ways. But the IRGC is basically the nucleus of all Iranian military and governmental activity. So they are not pro-Iranian, they are the Islamic regime, and therefore they are basically the representation of Iran at this point. Hopefully won't be for that much longer. But moving on from that, we will be getting on into some other significant developments that have occurred throughout the area, as we have been able to hear in international news today concerning the developments that the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, has actually condemned the Iranian attacks on the Gulf states, stating that it was a generally lowly and cowardly act to conduct actions against innocent nations throughout the region. This is also at the same time as they're preparing to obliterate the Pakistanis and also deprive them of water and basically make them all die of thirst. So, I mean, I'd like, it's kind of a little interesting with that. We also have been able to hear that in Russia, the bearded wacko Dugin has been making claims that enemies are being whacked off one by one. It's like, yes, they are. It's like, it's good to be observant. We've also been able to hear that the French President Emmanuel Macron was going to convene a Defense Council meeting on the war in the Middle East this evening at 8:15 p.m., according to BFM TV. This appears to be suggesting that the French are heavily considering, and Macron will be speaking to his military officials and advisors on a possible declaration of war against the Islamic Republic of Iran, or military activities to then commence against the Islamic Republic of Iran here in the near future. We already understand that there are significant rumors that the Charles de Gaulle, which is the French nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and I do have to remind everyone, it is the largest aircraft carrier that is not in the U.S. Navy in the entirety of the world, and it's also the only nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in the entirety of the world that is not operated by the United States. It currently is rumored to be on the way to the Eastern Mediterranean and has canceled its Baltic deployments early. We're not really sure if that is true, at least at the moment, but it may arrive within the area. This could suggest that French Air Force activities may be coming incredibly soon. And I would have to tell y'all that the French are a force to be reckoned with, and a great ally that we would love to see currently in the area joining in with us. Not only will they be bringing a large amount of their own air defense systems like the SAMP-Ts into the region, but they also will be bringing their incredibly sophisticated Rafales and also the advanced munitions that the French Air Force has used on significant targets throughout Western Africa and elsewhere throughout the world. We've also seen the French munitions provided to Ukraine have been used to absolutely deadly effect against the Russian armed forces on that front as well. So hopefully we'll be able to see that the French do join us, because the French in the United States, if it wasn't for the French, actually, the United States wouldn't exist. And it would be great to see that an eternal friend and ally of the United States will join us down there and continue our and assist our actions against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We've also been able to see that within the area of the Dice Air Force Base in Abilene, Texas. Video footage did emerge today from U.S. Central Command's area of responsibility, showing the preparatory work to get the B-1s off of the tarmac, and also the B-1 Lancers taking off to go and conduct their bombing operation against the Iranians. We can actually see this footage right here. We see them doing their pre-flight checks. We also see them showing the B-1 Lancers spooled up and ready to go. Flight crews conducting some last-minute prep, some more of the crew members boarding the Lancer, and now the Lancer is taking off from the airstrip at Dice Air Force Base.
This is the bone, isn't it?
This is the bone. Get him.
My God.
He's dead, Jim. Like, man, like,
oh, that thing go. It's almost allows a Vulcan.
Basically, the bomber Concorde is what I think of this thing. Like, it really shares, folks, so many similarities, at least in its fuselage shape, not its airframery. Like, it's fairly different than a Concorde, realistically. But those 4 underslung turbojets below the wing roots, it screams Concorde, really. I mean, it's a really cool bomber. There goes another one. Little audio glitch right there, sadly.
The U.S. gonna give them the bone.
Man, I guess you could say that the U.S. is about to whack them off or something, like I said earlier.
Oh.
I mean,
man.
like not that way though. No Diddy. I mean, like he's like I do have to.
I think that's what that only means. I think that's only that means.
I mean, back in the day though, like the mob used to say like whack him or something like that. I mean, like they weren't doing it like Diddy, like I'm just saying, folks, But anyways, moving on from that, their bombing operations were successful. We do understand that the B-1 Lancers have either returned to Dice at this point, or they're still on the way back. It's one or the other. We've also been able to hear as well today that within the area of the Middle East, there has also been some other significant and interesting developments that have occurred throughout the area. Specifically, we were able to see from a commercial airliner today. Oh, that footage was unfortunately removed. I won't be able to show you all that. Apparently that was too secretive for our eyes. We did get to hear that there were strikes in Avaj, however. We were able to see that the pipeline within this area was hit and was venting generally oil and also the fire that resulted from the oil igniting here in this clip. That's the end of that clip, and moving on from that and on further up the border, we also got to see that the U.S. had actually filmed some footage of its strikes on transport erector launchers that happened earlier towards, I believe, yesterday or so. This footage was finally released today, and we can actually see one of the transport erector launcher trailers and vehicles here, with the crew apparently preparing to erect the launcher and get ready to fire the missile. They were hit before they could even get a chance. You can actually see the munition right there in that frame, about to hit them. And the Iranians, the Islamic regime, hates this one simple trick. See how U.S. airmen stopped the Iranians from firing a missile with this one easy and doable trick. There it was. We just blew it up. And it looks like some of the crew were able to make a run for it. We also get to see another TEL. Unfortunately, I don't know the specific version of the missile that this one was going to fire, but this one also got cooked as well. Quite significantly,
Damn,
I'd say.
Does this clip right here also show the Russian Taurus system getting blown up? Is that it? That's actually it right there. Look at that. The Russian air defense catching another L right here in a whole different war front.
Integrated into the TEL batteries that we're watching here on this clip is apparently some medium range air defense, and the Iranians apparently decided in all of their all-knowing and great judgment that the Tor M1 was going to be their medium range air defense system. After having covered the war in Ukraine, folks, for about 4 straight years, I can tell you that the Tor M1 is probably, truthfully, the worst air defense interceptor that you could have for medium-range aerial engagements in the world. I've never seen one of these successfully work in the entirety of 4 straight years. So this one, actually, funnily enough, had its radar stowed at the time of strike, so they didn't even have the radar active when this thing was hit. And it got obliterated, basically torn to shreds by the U.S. strike. A great success, to say the least.
Oh, also breaking news right now, bro. We got some breaking news come out. Apparently, a drone strike has been reported on the King Fahd Causeway. Also, shout out to a viewer who also brought this up a minute ago in the chat. I didn't see the corroboration of it when they mentioned it, but I see it now. So a huge shout out. They know who they are, by the way. We appreciate that. The drone strike was reported on the King Fahd Causeway, the bridge linking Saudi Arabia and Bahrain across the Gulf. Some people are speculating that this might be to prevent Saudi Arabia from sending in support to Bahrain, because of course we are hearing of an uprising, a pro-Iranian uprising in Bahrain right now. We're seeing Molotovs getting thrown. There's huge riots in the street, and Bahraini security forces are generally on the back foot to a certain degree. So now we're hearing that the bridge apparently has been hit with a drone, and that could be a strategic that Iran just pulled off to cut that off. That could be it. So Enforcer, what say you?
And we'll be waiting to see if we can get any further information on the absolute damage that has been caused. It might not be absolute. It may be moderate or minimal to where the bridge can resume operation. But for now, it looks like what part of the bridge may have been closed, or the entrance to the bridge, due to the fire that's been caused by this strike. It could be likely that they're trying to relieve the pressure on their Shiite counterparts inside of Bahrain that are currently conducting significant amounts of unrest, and seeing that the Bahrainians are cut off. But there's a problem with that. The Bahrainians can be supported via airlifts. They do have an airport, I believe, within Bahrain. You can actually see one of them right here. And if necessary, they could just land and deploy security forces inside of Bahrain through those means, or they could try and deploy them through additional means at the international airport up here. Of course, that wouldn't be a casual operation. I mean, you don't just get to fly in there, taxi to a ramp, get the boarding gate, and then get everyone off and go to the baggage claim and everything. They just basically have to drop folks off on the tarmac and then go create a perimeter immediately. But it would be definitely doable in a do or die sort of a situation if things get really bad in Kuwait. I mean, sorry, Bahrain. Sorry, I'm getting them all confused. We also were able to see that this U.S. pilot...
Yeah. Like, look at this one right here, man. I was just about to tell you to check this one out. This is crazy. The pilot right here, apparently this was one of the pilots that ejected from one of those F-15s that were shot down allegedly by friendly fire from the Kuwaiti Air Defense Forces. This guy right here barely escaped getting beat with a stick by one of the Kuwaiti people that showed up. Apparently they thought he was Iranian. Also, by the way, what's up with that parachute colors, by the way? What's up with that?
I believe that they actually try and make the chutes a little bit visible, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not really sure. I think I heard that before somewhere, so that way it'd be easily seeable for extraction and recovery purposes. But I can't, don't hold me on that one. That might not be necessarily true.
Interesting. Yeah, this guy right here, he was basically like trying to convince these Kuwaiti guys not to go after him. The Kuwaiti people were about to lay a hurt on this pilot. They thought he was Iranian, apparently, until they found out he was American shortly afterward.
Man, the Kuwaitis sat there and thought this guy was Iranian. They're going to wring his neck out and finish the job like if he was Iranian. I got to give it credit, folks, to the Kuwaitis. I mean, like, the Kuwaitis are down there treating known American pilots well, and if they thought it was an Iranian pilot, they were about to wring a neck out. I mean, like, but here's the clip. You see right here that this guy is trying to hit him with a stick. You see the American pilot trying to defuse the situation. It looks like a mob actually gathered around to try and beat the hell out of an Iranian pilot. They thought this guy was Iranian. They were just going to start laying into him.
Look at these vehicles out here too. These are like American pickup trucks and stuff like that out here. Like, you see that big old Land Cruiser over there? These are not cheap vehicles. These are like high-end vehicles that pulled up here to put a hurt on him.
Yeah, the guy, like, hopefully, like, I don't know what happens the rest of this clip. We are just getting this right now, folks. I hope he takes off the jacket, because they have a sewn in blood shit on it that will explain in their language he's an American pilot. I don't know what he does at the end of this to defuse it all, but... Oh, he heard, like, the guy heard American, he went, oh, okay. Like, he's like, oh, never mind, sorry. Oh, so now they're all like, oh, he's American, and then they're just wandering out. They're like, sorry, man.
These guys right here were not as hospitable as the other Kuwaitis.
I think the other Kuwaitis probably saw the aircraft and they may have identified it as an F-15 when it was coming down, so they knew they were Americans. But I guess this guy didn't have the same fortune of them watching his F-15 go down, and they knew it was an F-15. So I guess they thought it was an Iranian MiG that had entered the airspace. It was shot down, and then they thought this guy was an Iranian pilot instead. But it looks like he was able to defuse the whole thing.
Yeah, well, earlier today, the UAE, I think, shot down 2 Iranian fighter jet aircraft over their airspace. They shot 2 of them down, apparently, that were coming in. So, I guess maybe they possibly heard about that and was thinking, oh, it's more Iranian jets coming in, so we're gonna fix them up when they come down here on the ground. But thankfully, they realized he was American. Apparently, they knew that one word and they backed off. It seems like they would probably helped him though, instead of just walking away and leaving instead. So hopefully, they end up helping him.
Hopefully they did end up helping him. We didn't get to see a lot of it, folks. We just saw the original confrontation and then the de-escalation afterwards when they finally understood the word American. But also, by the way, I do have to point out, we'll try and show this here in a little bit. Every U.S. pilot has a blood shit. It's the special fabric that they have, basically a cloth that they sew into the inside of their jackets, and it explains in multiple different languages, particularly relevant to wherever they are, what region they are, and basically every language that anyone would speak there, that they're an American pilot, they mean them no harm, they're just trying to get back to their unit, so could you help them? And that's sewn within their jacket. So I don't know if that guy had that, or if he thought it was a situation where he could take his jacket off and show it to him. I mean, he might have been scared that if he tried to take the jacket off, his arms might get stuck and he might get struck by someone, so he probably didn't have the chance. But according to the Ministry of Defense of Qatar, this is the statement that they made today from the Directorate of Moral Guidance, or Morale Guidance, actually. Sorry, I have to put the morale part there, that's an E. On the 2nd of March of 2026, the Ministry of Defense of the State of Qatar announces that thanks to Allah the Almighty first, and to the high level of readiness and joint coordination among the relevant authorities, Qatar Emiri Air Force successfully shot down 2 Su-24 aircraft coming from the Islamic Republic of Iran, meaning that the Iranians have now lost 2 Su-24s from Qatari air defense. They also successfully intercepted 7 ballistic missiles through air defenses and intercepted 5 drones by Qatar Emiri Air Force and Qatar Emiri Navy forces, which targeted several areas in the state today. The ministry affirms that the threat was addressed immediately upon detection in accordance with the operational plan, as all missiles were shot down before reaching their targets. The ministry further emphasizes that Qatar armed forces possess full capabilities and resources to safeguard the state's sovereignty and lands, and to respond firmly to any external threat. The ministry also urges citizens, residents, and visitors to remain calm, adhere to instructions by officials issued by the security authorities, avoid rumors, and rely solely on information released through official channels. May Allah protect Qatar, its emir, its people. The emir, by the way, is the sovereign of Qatar, and all those residing on its land. So that was the statement, the official statement by the Qatari Ministry of Defense. But the Qatari Ministry of Defense is out there apparently slinging hash in hands, because they shot down 2 Su-24 fencers of the Iranian Air Force today, most likely over the Persian Gulf. So apparently these aircraft may have been carrying some sort of an air-launched missile, and were trying to get within missile range of Qatar, and during that time they were engaged possibly by a MiM-104, and they were shot down over the Persian Gulf, which is great to hear. It does appear that the Iranians are losing significant amounts of air power every day. We have only heard of air power losses as far as the coalition is concerned right now of a couple of Reapers. I think there's maybe been 2 that have been confirmed to be shot down, and also the 3 F-15s, which unfortunately were shot down in the friendly fire incident. So as far as losses to enemy fire, we've only lost 2 unmanned drones. The Iranians have lost, I think at this point, over a dozen manned aircraft, and a larger amount that have been on the ground as well that were hit at the opening of the strikes. So the Iranian Air Force and the ground air defense forces are doing quite poorly, especially at the moment, considering that the Gulf allies still have air defense. And I also have to lay out the situation as well. Air defense over the entirety of the Middle East is in a contested state, which is the best state that it can be in. And then we see that over Iran, the U.S. and Israel have been able to achieve air superiority because the Iranians basically have no air defense. So comparable, sort of a comparison of the two sides. While air defense interceptors are running low in some Gulf states like Qatar and the UAE, they still have air defense, as opposed to Iran, which we have not seen operational air defenses largely existing in across most of the nation. As a matter of fact, for the first time ever, we actually saw air defenses, at least missile-based ones, operating inside of Tehran, and it actually came out that it was filmed by an Israeli F-16 that was directly operating over Tehran, the city, that it came under missile fire, and it actually was able to evade the shot that appears to have been launched from a vertical trajectory, literally straight up from the ground. That's the reason why that's a little bit exceptional. It's apparently showing that they were literally flying right over the SAM site, which is fairly rare usually. But here's the clip. But you see them cranking, and as they're cranking, the pilot looks over, and you can see the air defense missile actually skidding by right there.
Dang, that's close.
Pretty wild to see. We also were able to see that airstrikes have been conducted on Tehran several times over the course of the day. We can count about 4 or 5 airstrikes, or individual waves of airstrikes, have been conducted over Tehran, apparently with U.S. and Israeli air forces actually flying directly over the city and dropping laser-guided bombs onto targets below. We actually have a decent amount of clips showing that, generally from multiple different angles. Here we can actually see, though, that while that is the case, there has been some more limited air activity by the Iranian Air Force, as some of their MiG-29s of older varieties were actually able to get airborne today, but appear to have been flying at slow speeds, suggesting that they were trying to conserve fuel while they were waiting to get some sort of information from their ground air controllers on where incoming aerial threats were heading in from. Well, you see this MiG-29 here flying at incredibly slow speed over the capital of Tehran, apparently conducting what we would assume to be an orbit as it's waiting for some sort of information on where air defense threats may be coming in from. We also got another clip of possibly the same MiG-29 conducting an orbit in a different area of the city, or near to the similar spot, but at a different angle. We see here continuing its slow and gradual left-hand turn at a very low speed. And we see the cameraman zooming out.
Also, by the way, when you get done with this video right here, we just got a brand new one showing laser-guided munitions hitting ballistic missile launchers inside of Iran, which is pretty clear footage, I will admit.
And we will have to take a look at that. And also, folks, this right here is actually really unique. Before we get to that clip and the new footage that we've gotten, this is actually a fairly new acquisition, one of the few that the Iranians have. It's a Yak-130. These are actually training aircraft. In case if you don't really know a lot about the Yak-130 airframe, these are actually a dual-seat training aircraft that the Islamic Republic of Iran bought from the Russians to be able to try and train their pilots on the new and upcoming Su-30s that they were supposed to get from the Russians, which they haven't gotten so far. And so they actually loaded those up with a combat loadout today, and they sent them up for air defense purposes. This is telling you how bad off the Iranian Air Force is that they're now using trainer aircraft to try and conduct air defense. Not really doing all too well at that point. They did have a big enough air force already that wouldn't have been necessary. This is showing that they've taken so many losses, they now deem this sort of an action to be necessary. But moving us on from that, we do have footage coming out right now of more laser-guided airstrikes that have been conducted. And Matthew, do we... we have that right here. And so... this appears to be against Iranian TELs and TEL command batteries or command units. And we can see that in this footage right here. This is high-definition footage right here. This is what they call crisp Ultra 4K.
Yeah, it's like, what is this? LiDAR imagery or what is this? It's very, very crispy looking. And also it's in black and white, but yet the definition is so good.
It really is honestly just a supreme sort of a quality here. But we can see them lasing the target and then slamming it. A rapid disassembly then ensued.
So that's what most of Iran's TEL launchers look like, is basically a truck with a Connex box in the back of it, basically.
Not quite. This is actually what would probably be a battery command vehicle, where the commanders of the battery would sit inside of the vehicle, and they would generally command all of the other launchers around and give them their coordinates for the missile to be honed in on and then fire and such. That is generally what this vehicle most likely served the purpose of. This vehicle that we're actually seeing right here, this one actually appears to be a TEL, actually a dual operational TEL of some sort, or maybe even a loader that could load missiles onto a TEL somewhere out there on the theater, or somewhere, I guess you could say in western Iran. And it appears to have also been taking a direct hit from laser-based missile fire as well. We can see that here once again. These actually appear to not be carrying missiles at the time of the strike, which suggests that they had already fired and they were possibly packing them up to move out of the area and reload, But then they were caught by the U.S. Air Force out in the wide open, aka shooters was caught lacking, and they absolutely walloped down on their asses, basically. So these TELs are now out of operation, and while they did fire off their missiles at this point, these won't be around to fire again. So that's the fairly optimistic point at the end of this whole video here, is that they won't fire off a second shot at this point. But that's the end of those clips. Very interesting to see, though. What do we
also we have a little bit more news, by the way, coming out right now. So the extra piece of news we have right now, we're hearing some more news, by the way, about the King Fahd Causeway, which connects Saudi Arabia to Bahrain across the Persian Gulf. Apparently, excuse me, by the way, coughing up a storm there a little bit, but we're hearing that Bahraini security officials have previously been warned of such a potential threat. So my assessment is this is likely strategic by Iran. They've likely hit this causeway intentionally to close it, so that way they can't get any more Saudi Arabian-backed forces into Bahrain to help them put down the threat in the streets. So it seems to be they've been warned of that before, and it looks like Iran carried it out. So it appears to be the assessment is likely the case. So apparently Bahrain will probably be expecting more uprisings, because if Iran's doing this, that means they probably have a wider plan in place to try to cause chaos inside of Bahrain. So apparently a ground situation is imminent.
And it does appear that a ground situation may be imminent at this moment, and this may have been a preparatory action by the Iranians to see that some sort of reinforcements couldn't really be sent to Bahrain by closing off the bridgeway, which may see that a very strenuous situation now evolves on the ground inside of Bahrain. So we'll be waiting to see what sort of information and developments we can get on that as time continues to pass. We do also have to cover the important information that the United States Air Forces have started to target and destroy Iranian nuclear facilities, at least as much as they can over the course of the day. The IR-40 research reactor at Arak has been hit, with the reactor now exposed to the open air, apparently according to information that we were able to get after this footage, as it does appear that the U.S. airstrike was able to hit directly onto the reactor dome, blowing it open. Here's the clip right here. Also, by the way, folks, this isn't going to be Chernobyl. Let me tell you that right now. Don't start getting panicked. There's no graphite. You're not seeing graphite. It's not there! And I'll explain why in a minute.
Let's see here. The Arak reactor complex is a heavy water research reactor designed to use natural uranium. So interesting. So it's being alleged here that it's a 40 megawatt thermal research reactor for producing isotopes for medical and agricultural use. But it could also be used to produce weapons grade plutonium as well if they decide to use that. So that is interesting. So why is it not going to be a radiation incident? What's the explanation for that?
Research reactors actually don't create a lot of residual radiation, and there's really no way for it to create a point of criticality to where the radioactive fuel melts down and then starts to release a high volume of radiation. It's just not possible within this reactor type. We actually know that because during 2025 and the 12-day war last year, the Israeli Air Force actually directly hit the Arak IR-40 reactor back then and exposed the reactor to the open air, and the radiological trace elements in the air around that area were just slightly higher than background radiation. So it's not going to be any sort of a major incident, and generally the reaction is easy to stop because it's not using any sort of refined uranium or refined fuels. It's using raw uranium ore to create the reaction. The reason why this facility exists is not for power generation. It's actually to produce a byproduct of the reaction, which is plutonium. And the plutonium that these research reactors produce is almost already at a weapons grade as a byproduct without any refinement, meaning that it's fairly easy to take the plutonium from those research reactors and create a nuclear weapon. That's also why we believe that the Israelis definitely have nuclear weapons, because the Negev nuclear research reactor is also a reactor of the very same type, which uses raw uranium ore to create weapons-grade plutonium as a byproduct. So that's why we also believe, folks, that the Israelis definitely have nuclear weapons, because they have a research reactor and they have been getting weapons-grade plutonium from this thing for decades, and they don't use it to create weapons. You know, like that wouldn't make any sense. It's like, why in the world would they spend all that money on building this thing and operating the facility for decades if they're not getting any benefit out of it? The benefit is the weapons-grade plutonium for their nuclear weaponry program, and that's the same thing that the Iranians have their IR-40 reactor at Arak for as well.
Interesting. So We are seeing right now that apparently, let's see here. I was trying to do some research on what the actual radiation risk would be because there has to be some radiation risk to it, but I don't see that information widely available right now. So we're being told, there was also a report that came out like back in June of 2025 that the radiation risk from hitting these nuclear sites was very low. And in fact, it could be simply topical to the area in which Arak was hit. So it does not appear to be a significant issue. I think we also went over this mid last year as well. So it's not a big deal. It's obviously not good they're hitting a nuclear site. It's necessary for national security, but it's not good in theory. So it is what it is.
But I mean, it's not a bad thing. I mean, the truth is that they just throw a whole bunch of uranium chunks in a pile in a body of water, and the water slows down the neutrons enough that they're actually able to create a minimal fission, and then that fission then creates plutonium as a byproduct, which they then skim out of the reactor, and then they pile it up. And it's high grade uranium, well, plutonium at that point. It's actually usable for weapons. So it's like even if it did get hit and it literally blew the quote unquote reactor apart, the only thing that would happen is that these little rocks of uranium ore, which is very low in radioactivity as a raw ore, they just kind of get scattered about a little bit around the area, but it wouldn't create a radiological incident like, say, Chelyabinsk, Chernobyl, Fukushima, or even 3 Mile Island.
Yeah, not great, not terrible. Cut the phone lines and play it safe. But anyway,
Listen, Dyatlov, we got to keep the power going. Safety tests got to run. Word from the top.
Yeah.
What were you about to say?
Also, by the way, I was going to tell y'all something real quick because the Iranian propaganda is making the rounds again. By the way, I just want to bring y'all's attention back to something. It just popped in my feed, and we also have a low minute of news here for a second. We can actually cover something like this. Y'all remember back when the Iranians claimed to shot down an F-35? This was a short while back, by the way. Enforcer, I just reposted this picture. As you can see right there, this was the F-35 that Iran claimed they shot down. You might notice there's a problem with this image right here. There's a problem with scale. The F-35 is as big as the entire valley that these people are standing in. And also the people are not the right size either. The people are as big as the cockpit, or actually you could fit probably about, I don't know, that entire group of people in the cockpit, actually, based on how large this thing is. So clearly AI, for whatever it's worth right here. This is showing you a bit of their propaganda they're putting out.
We also were able to see the pilot, which was captured, which appears to be the size of Goliath. So generally quite an incident. Apparently, according to the Iranians, Americans are about 30 feet tall, and we live on top of giant beanstalks. And we generally go fee, fi, fo, fum, and all that sort of a deal. Also, I like to say that the U.S. Air Force's logo is not that of an Israeli Star of David. I mean, not even the Israelis have a roundel like that one. There's a million issues wrong with this picture. But anyways, moving on from that, we also can confirm that the Natanz uranium enrichment facility has been hit again, but not Pickaxe Mountain. They didn't hit Pickaxe Mountain. They just hit Natanz again, so they blew away a couple of the service buildings for a second time. We also heard that something like this may have happened at Qom. But here is the satellite photography showing some new additional damage. We were able to see the vehicle entrance and the personnel entrances to the underground facility at Natanz, which is literally just below the surface level, were all hit and knocked out. So it does appear that there has been some additional hits on Natanz, but nothing that's going to be knocking out the centrifuges in Pickaxe Mountain. Pickaxe Mountain appears to be generally kind of untouchable, at least at the moment. We also get to hear some jets over Qom. We don't know if these were American or Israeli or Iranian, but here they are. There they are. Look at them.
Who is that up there?
Who is this? May sound like Seinfeld over here. Who is this? It could be anyone. It was 2 fighter jets, though, of some sort. Might have been American, might have been Israeli, may have even been Iranian. We're just not entirely sure. Also, we got to see up in Sanadaj that there were some hits within the city here as well. We could see that in this clip. I mean, some hits.
Man.
I mean, they caused a lot of damage.
Also, by the way, folks, I don't mean to interrupt the video here, but mainstream media apparently fell for that fake video that's going around claiming that this massive fire was the embassy catching on fire. They've apparently fallen for. I saw one of the mainstream media, a pretty well-known fella who's on one of the mainstream channels, one of the top 2, reposted it and said, "Wow, thankfully no casualties." But it's actually a fake video. It's not even real. That huge fire is on the side of an interstate somewhere in the Middle East. It has nothing to do with the embassy. So just to show you that it can happen to anybody. By by the way. Like, people can misidentify stuff all the time. It doesn't matter if you're a mainstream news channel network anchor, which many people think are infallible for the most part. It can happen to anybody. It's happened to us only a handful of times, and we always correct it instantly if we ever do something like that. But I doubt you'll see a correction from mainstream media. They never admit fault like that. They always just move on like it just wasn't a problem. So, you know, it's just showing folks that mainstream media is not always as 100% accurate as they claim to be.
Also, I saw Hackneys and Rhinelanders, who's been around for a while, ask, do we think the U.S. and Israel have air superiority yet? We don't have to think that. We actually know that by official declaration now. Both the United States and Israel have actually declared that they have achieved air superiority over Iran. That generally pertains to the central area and western areas of Iran. We have hardly seen any air activity within the eastern part of their country, but the reason behind that is because the eastern part of their country is a uninhabited desert. There's really nothing to bomb there, so we don't really have to achieve air superiority over that area. But the U.S. and Israel do have air superiority over Iran, and to let y'all know, kind of like the measure of contested airspace, which is the best case scenario, versus air superiority, is that in contested airspace, that means that basically every time you try and go into it on a defensive point from our end, they have to fight to try and get in. And every single time the Iranians are trying to come into our airspace, they have to basically fight and struggle to even get through, and not a lot of it even makes it through. The air defense interception rate is now up to around 85% as a pretty base dead-on average at this point. So contested airspace is the case, at least over Allied airspace. Inside of Iran, most Israeli, well, actually all Israeli and U.S. air operations so far have gone unimpeded. We have not even been able to hear of a single manned U.S. aircraft or Israeli aircraft being confirmed to have been shot down over Iran, meaning that we have achieved air superiority within that country, and so far we've only seen that 2 MQ-9 Reapers out of the hundreds, if not over 1,000 sorties that have been conducted right now by the U.S. and Israel have been intercepted and shot down. So right now we have largely air superiority over Iran. We're still waiting to get confident enough to say that there is air supremacy, which is a step above air superiority. At the air supremacy level, that means that there is absolutely no threat posed from an enemy air force or from the ground, and any and all operations, as far as the U.S. and Israeli Air Force is concerned, could go forward without really any risk or threat assessment, at least at that point. There is always a little bit of a risk or a threat assessment, like, for example, AC-130 gunships would probably still be relegated along with A-10 Warthogs to nighttime operations due to their susceptibility to really any form of ground fire due to their low speeds and also the larger silhouette that at least the AC-130Js would pose. So you wouldn't see gunships operating in broad daylight, even in air supremacy sorts of environments, but you would see that basically any and all air operations at that point could be conducted, and there really wouldn't be a threat of any aircraft being shot down at that point at all. So we are getting more breaking news coming out of this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so I am getting word that there was a momentary hostile aircraft intrusion in the northern part of Israel. It appears to be that we don't have any information about it. It could have been most likely drones, possibly from Lebanon, but it looks like the alerts have gone away, at least for now. But once again, just because an alert goes away does not mean the threat has suddenly disappeared. It might be the alert simply went deactivated, possibly. But we're also hearing another piece of breaking news at Bahrain, which is the place that's currently having a major on-the-ground security situation that's being posed by pro-Iranian protesters and rioters, that is. We're hearing air raid sirens are going off again in Bahrain, so it looks like Iran is now honing in on Bahrain as we speak. They're apparently trying to blitz them in the air with drones and missiles, while also they activate their ground forces, which are pro-Iranian rioters, to try to overwhelm security forces. So Bahrain is in some trouble right now, I will admit. They are in some trouble. Their security forces are trying to keep control of the situation, but it's getting rapidly out of hand, I will admit. So we'll have to see how this goes with Bahrain, but right now that's a hotspot, in addition to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, that just got attacked a short minute ago.
And that is an incredibly sort of a stressful and very strenuous situation here at the moment. We'll be seeing how that situation unfolds as time continues to pass. While we wait for more information to come out on that, I saw Mastrolab, a longtime viewer of the channel, and thank you for being here with us right now, say, why isn't Iran's Air Force active if we don't own the skies? Iran's Air Force actually is active, crazily enough, but it's not active a lot. We have seen some MiG-29s active over Tehran, and we've also heard of two Su-24s apparently entering the Persian Gulf and getting shot down by the Qataris today. So there is some minimal Iranian Air Force activity in their skies right now, which is why we're not confident on the channel with saying that air supremacy has been achieved yet. Air superiority has been achieved. The Iranian Air Force doesn't really pose a threat to the U.S. and Israeli Air Forces right now. We haven't seen any of our aircraft get shot down, but there is still an existent threat, and there would be a risk assessment to any sorties that we would try and conduct in Iran still, because there are still aircraft flying in the Iranian Air Force. So that's why we don't have air supremacy yet. It's just air superiority. So I hope that does address that question well. It's a very good one, actually. Generally, for as far as we can tell, we're probably getting really close to air supremacy, but we're just not there yet. Anyways, moving on.
I thought they were claiming that we had air superiority. I thought they were claiming that,
but not supremacy. We have superiority, but we don't have supremacy, because if we had supremacy, that means that there's basically no threats at all. Air superiority means that we basically own the skies, but there's still a threat. They're kind of fighting back a little bit, but it's not really that big of an issue. Air supremacy means their Air Force and air defense forces have completely been wiped out for the most part, and aside from maybe some larger autocannons or machine guns being fired at us from the ground, there's basically no threat. That's really the difference between the two.
Interesting. Fascinating. It is fascinating, though, to me that last time during the 12-day war, you remember that, like we were covering that the entire time it was happening. The Israelis had air supremacy over Iran quickly, and I mean very quick. I think within the first opening few hours, they had supremacy over Iran's skies. This time, it's not happening the same way. I guess that they must have gotten truly replenished by Russia and China with those systems that they have for air defense, because the fact that we still don't have it yet, even though we had it during the 12-day war, which was just a year ago, by the way. In fact, it was less than a year ago that took place. It was back in June of 2025. And now it's just, early March in 2026. It hadn't even been a full year yet. And they were able to replenish and also maintain some level of control over their airspace inside of Iran during this situation.
But like control is in like keeping up some aircraft. Yes, but even during the 12-day war, the Iranians did have aircraft up, but their ground air defense forces hardly ever worked back then as well. I never heard of the Israelis actually having supremacy. I heard of them having superiority during the 12-day war, but I never heard of them achieving or announcing complete supremacy over Iran's skies. Because we do know that back then they were taking some ground air defense fire, like it was a very, very small amount of it, but they were taking some, which would generally lead to the claim of superiority and not supremacy, at least from what I know. But I also see someone asking in the chat, someone asked another great question. Someone said you guys should make a documentary about the orb. Maybe. But let's see. I'm trying to find the actual
orb. I'll tell you that orb thing has never died. Like that thing is, people are still like, I'm still seeing people in the chat obsessed with that orb. Like that it really took the public's imagination by storm, didn't it? I didn't even expect that when we covered it. I thought it was just a side note. I was like, oh look, there's some illuminated object in the sky over here. We don't know what it is, so that's the end of it. But that thing is just taken off. I've seen people talking about it all over the place.
And also, I do find that interesting as well, folks, because whenever something is beyond my knowing, we have so much to really talk about and explain and analyze on the stuff that we do know, that if anything's beyond our comprehension, like mine, I'm like, I don't know what that thing actually is. I'm just like, well, it's the orb. And then we just kind of like move on from it, and I completely forget about it. The chat has not forgotten about that once. As a matter of fact, what was kind of funny today is that I was scrolling through my Instagram Reels, and a clip of us talking about the orb came up on the Reels, like no joke. And I was like,
oh my God.
I was like, oh my God. I was like, this thing is taking on a life of its own. I mean, I thought it was no big deal, to be entirely honest with you. I still kind of think it isn't a big deal because it didn't do anything. It just showed up and then it left. So, whatever it was, it doesn't really matter too much to me. But I mean, it's literally all over the place at this point. It's just insane. But outside of that, I think considering the situation that we're having right now, considering that there's a let's take a look at Flight Radar 24 really quickly and let's see what we have. So we do have a Congo. Oh, oh my God. The Congo line is going strong right now over Europe.
Go look at the continental United States. Look at that. It's like, dang. Can you imagine how many aircraft are in that dead zone? By the way, there's an ADSB dead zone obviously crossing the ocean. You can't see the aircraft in that corridor between the North America and between the UK. You can't see the aircraft there. There's a bit of a gray zone. So there's probably a lot of aircraft in there. This is the largest one I've seen.
That is quite large. This is what is called, folks, in the logistics world. This is what is called sustainment operations, and these start once action begins because military is never in a cocoon, like kind of like in its own little world, like a snow globe or something. If you want to explain it that way, they always require food and munitions and spare parts and a million other things. And the best and easiest way for us to do that, at least what's the most strategically viable to do these days, is to fly it in because flying stuff in is fairly expensive, at least on the civil side. But for the military, it's expensive, but they have a $1.5 trillion budget. And also on top of that, it's quite efficient because you get it there almost immediately compared to how long it would take by ship, which could be weeks. So what they're doing right now is they're sending a whole load of tankers over with additional fuels to be able to be used by the U.S. aircraft there. And they also have an endless flight of C-17s and C-5 Galaxies flying in and out, just bringing literally anything and everything. And on the outbound flights from the Middle East, they're actually empty. So if they wanted to, they can actually convert those C-17s into personnel transports for the wounded or the dead, and they can actually load the dead on board or the wounded and then fly them out as well, basically ensuring that no matter what, these aircraft have a purpose, whether they're carrying something to drop off or whether they're flying back out to go pick something up, they can still bring stuff out of the area if they need to, like wounded personnel or
Yeah.
other groups and such things as that.
Yeah, that is a hell of an airlift right there. I will admit that's impressive. Like when you see the massive military budget the United States has, and then you see there's probably not many countries on the planet that could pull off something like this. This is of orders of magnitude that countries only wish they could pull off. Like Russia could never pull something like this off. That's for damn sure. This would probably bankrupt the country if they did this one airlift right here. That's how big this is. But also, by the way, I want to bring up something else since we have a little bit of a lull in the news here. I'm currently scanning for more breaking news, but we're currently waiting for more footage to come out. I have heard an interesting theory that is worth talking about a little bit here. Some people are claiming this is about Venezuela, by the way, and having to do with relating to what's currently taking place in the Middle East. Some people are claiming the reason why the U.S. got so focused on Venezuela and that whole situation, and also trying to secure the oil in Venezuela, is because they were preparing for the situation, knowing they were going to go and start a war with Iran. That's the new theory that seems to be out there in the public, and of course, it's in hindsight. Everything becomes very clear in hindsight, like 2020 vision, of course. But it makes sense. Like, of course, securing the oil in Venezuela would be generally a hedge against the oil crisis that's going to be sparked by invading or attacking Iran that we're currently seeing right now. So, what do you think about that theory, Enforcer? I will admit it has some credibility to it, or at least some possible, I guess you could say, some backing up to that theory. It seems like it could have been what they were going for.
It seems like at the surface that would make a good amount of sense, but when we start to compare the oil production numbers in millions of barrels of oil per day, it really starts to fall apart fairly quickly beyond the idea of Venezuela replaces the Middle East. It just doesn't end up being at, I guess you could say, replacement parity to where 1 barrel of oil from the Middle East can be replaced with 1 barrel of oil from Venezuela. Venezuela has a humongous amount of sour crude, which is high sulfur content crude. The United States actually has refineries, we found out after researching this for a while. Basically, all of our Gulf refineries, which are the bulk of our refineries within the United States, are actually specially designed to be able to operate off of sour crude and also oil sands, which are the easiest sort of oils to extract. But the problem is that Venezuela, while having a whole bunch of untapped oil fields inside of their country, they only produce right now per day, well, actually, yeah, it is, I believe, per day, about 1.1 million barrels of oil. Inside of the Middle East, these countries produce the following amounts of oils. Saudi Arabia produces 15 million a day. Iraq produces 5. I believe Kuwait produces about 2.5. Qatar produces, I believe, about 2.3 or so. Bahrain, I think, produces about, I think it's like 700,000 or a million or so. So it's about on par with Venezuela's production. And then the UAE produces something around the 3 million barrels of oil per day. So if you look at the entirety of our Gulf allies in the Middle East and just the major oil producers, Venezuela is quite pun intended a drop in the bucket compared to the oil production that comes out of the Middle East. The Middle East accounts for around, in total, something around 40% of the globe's oil production, and the United States and Russia basically account for the majority of it that doesn't come from the Middle East. So for that
But do you,
reason,
But do you think that maybe it's because, like, for example, China exports a ton of oil through like the Strait of Hormuz and things like that. This is one of their main sources. In fact, it is their main source where they get oil from for the most part. So it affects China a lot more than it affects the United States. Indirectly affects us through the rising oil prices that get affected throughout the global oil market. But China physically really can't get oil very much as they were with this situation breaking out because the oil ships can't get through the strait because right now Iran's threatening to hit them all. So it's creating a big problem. So do you think that maybe this is a way to create a dependent situation where China has to work with the United States in order to buy Venezuelan oil to try to offset the losses they're taking right now with Iran not exporting enough oil to their country, to China?
It's possible, but the thing about that is that the amount of oil that Venezuela produces at 100% capacity still wouldn't be able to cover even at all the deficit that China would face due to them being cut off by Middle Eastern oil. They import millions of barrels. I think it's something around 7 million barrels of Middle Eastern oil per day. And so if you took Venezuela and you chucked it into that deficit, you've taken care of 1 million barrels of oil. Now that's accounted for, but there's still about 6 million barrels of oil a day that China's still running a deficit on. So that really wouldn't fix it for them. Right now, what's happened, at least for this, and also I have to explain that a lot of people are like, well, we wanted to make sure that America had the oil and no one else. But here's the thing about that, though, folks. Oil trade is actually conducted on an international standard, meaning that oil does not fluctuate regionally on price. It is actually an international fixed rate. So if oil is $72 a barrel in China, it's $72 per barrel to buy in the United States. It is a global standard. And so for that reason, with the Middle East being cut off, not only does it leave China with a significant deficit, China then has to fill out purchase orders with countries from elsewhere. That means that they're going to be buying into the available oil supply that is still available, with now about 40% of it cut out from the world's global oil reserves, or at least available buyable oil on the daily. That then means that prices are going to start internationally rising, and the United States and China practically are basically going to be bidding, buying, and fighting for the oil that's left that cannot get out of the Middle East at this point, but is produced elsewhere.
Interesting. Also, by the way, I'm trying to type up a poll on it, by the way, because this is our opinions on it right now. But I'm curious to see what the audience thinks about this overall, because this also, by the way, unfortunately, this appears to become somewhat slightly political for whatever reason. Because if you say that this was somehow a chess move by the administration, then it becomes like this indirect thing of you're supporting the administration. We're not getting into all that. We don't do politics like that. I'm simply looking at it from a purely objective standpoint, and this is only a theory. It could be that it just happened to fall into place like this, and it was just all coincidence that it happened. I generally don't believe in coincidences, but it's possible that it still could be a coincidence that they went for Venezuela first, which has a massive oil reserve. Granted, it is, the lower end oil. It's the heavier type that needs a lot more refining, but it's still oil nonetheless. It seems like it could have been correlated between the situation with Iran, because it came in direct sequence. Venezuela was first, and then shortly after it was Iran, literally in very succinct form, which seems to have a connection in my opinion. But I'll write a poll up and we'll see what the audience is thinking about it as well.
Let me actually pull up, let's see, oil production by country. Now let me show this to y'all really quickly. It's very interesting. Let's see here. So here we are. Let me see here. Hold up. I want to make sure. So here are the top oil producers globally, at least by 2023's numbers. And we're going to go with these because I can't get any numbers for 2025. I couldn't find them easily. And this is a compiled statistic of all of the countries' barrels of production per day on average over 2023. The United States was number 1. Saudi Arabia was number 2. And they were only number 2, coming in 2 million barrels a day short of the United States, to give you all an idea of how much oil production they have. Now, if we go all the way down this list, to number 18, Venezuela is right about there. And their oil production figures in barrels per day, last I saw for the 2025 figures, had not significantly increased. I think it was like 1.1 million barrels a day, but that's hardly an increase from the 2023 figure. So for our purposes of this discussion and analysis here, we'll assume that the 2023 figures are still accurate to the present day figures. And also, from what we understand, the Chinese prospects at Lake Maracaibo never coalesced because the Chinese were generally kicked out of oil developments in Venezuela and have been replaced by U.S. companies that which are now having to take over those projects.
Yeah, they took a big loss when they got kicked out of there, by the way, because China had started investing heavily in Venezuela. They started investing in oil platforms. They started putting a whole bunch of guys there just to get kicked out, which I will say that was pretty satisfying to see. Of course, people are mixed about the Venezuela situation. Some people are like, we shouldn't have done that. That was unnecessary. Some people are like, oh, we definitely should have done it. It's a mixed bag when it comes to how people feel about that. But the poll is currently going up right now about this whole situation right here. It appears to be a lot of people have different opinions about the sequence of events with Venezuela and Iran. So we'll see what people are saying in the meantime.
I also see someone saying in the chat and saying it vehemently, there's a lot of unrealized oil reserves in Venezuela. But there's a fallacy in that sort of an argument, because it's going off of an idea like, well, I want to buy corn today because I'm hungry, but there's a field out there that in 8 months could produce corn. Well, that's not helping us to eat, say a corn on the cob today. We would be able to eat a corn on the cob on that from 8 months. But that's not going to help us to eat right now, and we're probably going to starve to death before that corn ever comes to harvest. And that's what I'm trying to get at here. Oil is bought and sold, refined and used largely in a very short period of time. It's a fuel resource, meaning that it's not something that we say, all the Middle Eastern oil has been cut off, but if we sit here for maybe a couple of years and we really develop these Venezuelan oil fields, then we'll be able to get the oil out of it, and that'll really do us well. Well, in the meantime, we don't have any oil for those years that we're trying to develop any Venezuelan oil reserves, and there's wherein lies the problem, and that's what will lead to the rising prices. You can only get so much oil out of Venezuela, and you can only get oil today out of the pumps that are running today. You can't get it out of the ground just as it is. Like, it's just sitting there. We would have to go and actually extract it and get it to extracting it, which takes time to open up the oil heads and all that stuff. So right now, the most important figures for us to talk about on the day-to-day is how much petroleum is being produced per day by country. And as far as strategic significance, Norway, which is a country that nobody associates with oil production, mind you all, would be actually twice as important as a strategic oil reserve than Venezuela. Norway actually produces twice the amount in barrels per oil per day than Venezuela does. It's a country that nobody even thinks of when they think of oil production. Canada actually produces 5.5 times the volume of oil that Venezuela produces per day. And that's not a country that people associate with oil production. And so to once again put this out there to everyone, while yes, you could say that because Venezuela produces oil, or they have oil fields that we can't extract out of right now, they might be valuable 10 years in the future. For oil markets in the here and now today, Venezuela amounts to a hills of beans of difference, especially when we're talking about 11 million barrels are cut out from Saudi Arabia. Only about 5 million of that's now going to be able to get out. Then there's also an additional 4.5 from Iraq, an additional 3.2 from the UAE, 2.5 from Kuwait, and then an additional 1.7 from Qatar. I mean, we're seeing that Venezuela hardly covers the deficit in the amount of oil that is now not going to be able to make it out of the Middle East. And that's why I'm saying that Venezuela is just not a preparation, because a preparation would be making sure that we have a replacement for the oil that is going to be bought and sold tomorrow, not 5 years from now when we develop the untapped oil fields. And that's where my argument really stands at this point.
Yeah. Well, let's see what the people are thinking on this poll. The question on the poll says, do you believe the USA invaded Venezuela to secure oil in preparation for the Iran war situation? So kind of a cause and effect. 41% said, yes, it's 100% a preparation by invading Venezuela first. 29% said, no, it's a complete coincidence. It just happened to fall in line. And 22% said, I'm 50-50 on this one. So I will say there's always a human tendency to kind of look back on things and try to create connections between events. I will say there's a tendency and kind of a bias to do that. So it could be possibly that I'm just wanting to find a connection in it, or perhaps other people are as well. I'm a bit 50-50 on it because it seems a little bit too convenient to be a total coincidence. But at the same time, though, I mean, that would be some very, very complex, in-depth planning, which, is kind of unusual for any administration. This is very complex if this was planned out this way. So I'm kind of in the middle. I'm with the 22%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, generally, I would actually be within the 29%, that it's largely a coincidence, as a part of the kind of Don Road doctrine that's been emphasized in foreign policy recently. It looks more so like it could have been a larger part of a chess plan, but if it was, this was a chess move that would have been poorly calculated, in my opinion. If we were trying to find a replacement for Middle Eastern oil, we have to replace the deficit on the day-to-day production figures. That doesn't mean that, like for example, like I was saying a minute ago, if we say, look at all of this land, okay, we are hungry and we're starving today, so we need carrots, we need corn, we need pumpkins, we need things to eat, cucumbers and such. Okay, so if we look out of that field right now, in 8 months, that could produce those vegetables. Well, we're going to die before we ever get those vegetables. I mean, yeah, you could plant the seeds. You could spend all the blood, sweat, and tears to try and sow those fields and plant those seeds. You're not going to be alive in 8 months without any food today to be able to eat those vegetables that you planted in that field right now. And that's the problem with the oil markets. Venezuela will never cover the deficit that we're getting from the Strait of Hormuz being cut off right now. And that's why we're going to see, this isn't going to be a panic. This is going to be a realistic situation. The prices are going to rise because of the fact we just don't have the amount of oil that we need, and there's really no way to go and replace it anywhere. That's what I'd have to generally say at this point. And I see someone saying you aren't getting it all. Well, if you told me, like, here's the thing, like, I see a lot of people always say I don't get things, and then the analysis is always almost correct. I mean, it's like correct 90% of the time, so apparently I'm getting something. Here's the problem. If you tell me, all right, I'm making $100 a day, but I'm going to quit my job. So in the meantime, I'm going to take this job that makes $10 a day, and that's going to completely cover the loss. You see where I'm getting at there? Making $10 a day versus $100 a day isn't covering that $90 deficit that you now have, no matter how much you want to make it sound like that makes sense. Like, you can say that that's chess moves. I mean, if that's the chess moves you're looking for, you're about to be foreclosing on your house from the bank with that sort of poor financial planning or figures working, because that just doesn't work.
Jeez.
It never can.
Yeah, maybe so. That's getting strong word. Is there a foreclosure coming soon, they say. But anyways, though, real quick, though, not to jump us out of this too abruptly, but we do have a little bit more breaking news coming out. I'm not totally sure if we've shown these satellite images yet, but we have seen that, like the title also implies on the stream, that the nuclear sites inside of Iran have been hit once again by different munitions. We've seen several different bombing runs on these facilities, and we've also apparently gotten another image here from the Natanz site, the Natanz nuclear enrichment site in Iran, that apparently it was struck again. Like I said, I'm not sure if we've shown this before or not. Unfortunately, go take a look at it on the Twitter page. It's apparently showing more damage to the facility right now, in addition to the prior damage. So let's take a look at that.
So this is actually kind of highlighting similarly what we showed prior, but this is actually indicating when the different pieces of damage we're seeing. This was damaged in July of 2020. That was not related to us at all. That was a fire that actually damaged this building. They just never repaired it. I mean, talk about no budget. Like, talking about no budget. But then the rest of this all was damaged during either the Israeli attacks during the 12-Day War or Operation Midnight Hammer, which was also conducted during the 12-Day War by the United States in June of 2025. These three bubbles here, these upper ones that were circling right here with the mouse, these are the personnel entrances to the underground facility, and also this is the vehicle entrance to the underground facility. These three entrances were destroyed just today. The rest of this damage is from prior years. So it does appear that we've now destroyed the entrances to the underground facility, so we're physically trying to block people from getting down there right now.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. But the one I'm really concerned about, one of the nuclear sites that has really been a concern. Actually, there's two of them, actually. There's the Pickaxe Mountain site, which was not struck, apparently, during the last time the bombers went in during the B-2 strikes. That one was left alone for the most part, oddly enough. Also, the Isfahan site. That's the second one that's very concerning, because we've apparently heard through reporting that the 800-plus kilograms of highly enriched uranium that Iran possesses was being stored at the Isfahan site. So it was being stored underneath the ground at that location, and we had seen right before these strikes took place this time, just a day or two ago, that the Iranians had buried the entrances to the Isfahan site. So we do not know the current status of the enriched uranium. 800 kilograms, that's a lot. That's enough for 5 warheads if Iran decides to enrich it to 90%. So that's a big threat. We don't know what the status of that is, but unfortunately, have we seen confirmed strikes on Isfahan? Because there's been so much news, I haven't really been able to keep up with it.
Yes, we haven't been able to see that there have been confirmed strikes around Isfahan, but I don't think we've seen satellite photography of any additional damages here on this specific facility at the moment.
Interesting. So I wonder how the U.S. is planning on dealing with that, because they have to either destroy that material or they have to extract it or get it out of there, exfiltrate it, one or the other. They have to do something to it to get rid of it. So we've not heard any statements from the U.S. government about how they're going to handle that situation. And we haven't seen, I don't think we've seen strikes either, unless I'm just mistaken. So I'll be curious to see what they do with that.
And I would have to say, we will definitely have to see on that one, at least at the moment. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like
Huh?
you, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. I'm sitting here distracted at the moment. I was sitting there thinking we are about to move on to the question segment, and then it started like a reflex knee-jerk response to a question. I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at a whole bunch of stuff on my side screen, man. I just literally threw that one out like a toy that got a button pushed on for a specific like voice response. I'm so sorry, everyone. I was heavily distracted right there. Matthew, I sound like at this point that British guy on that meme who like drank that whiskey and then he like spit out. He's like, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It hit the back of the throat rather
Man,
suddenly."
I thought for a minute I thought maybe I was going crazy. I was like, I was like, when did we jump on a question? I'm like, I don't remember that. That was just completely news to me. But
do y'all know
also,
how much
though,
mental
and
focus
also,
it
though,
takes? Like, I'm sorry. Do y'all know how much mental focus it takes for me to monologue like I do? Like, it's mentally draining. It's physically exhausting for me. Like, and I'm also sitting here trying to make sure that I can keep up to date with everything that's happening right now to talk about it and then think about everything that's happened in the past. I'm so sorry about that, folks. Like, my sincere apologies. Like, I'm literally like going at a million miles an hour and have been for days. And mentally, I can not even sleep at night. My mind's working that fast on this stuff, and it's catching up to me at this point.
oh, you're forgiven. Don't worry, you're forgiven. But anyways, though, in the meantime, we have some breaking news coming out right this second. We are hearing of loud bangs being heard in different areas of Bahrain. So we're hearing of explosions in Bahrain. So, like I said before, Bahrain's currently a hotspot. We're seeing that place get attacked quite a bit with airstrikes from Iran, mainly with drones from the sounds of it. We're hearing interceptions, but also it's implying as well that there might be possibly impacts on the ground, excuse me, inside of Bahrain right now. So not entirely sure. To me, I would say right now the most concerning place we're looking at is not really Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Of course, it's bad the embassy's getting hit, but it's generally empty in Saudi Arabia, so we don't have to worry about any casualties in that location. Bahrain's a different story. Bahrain's currently at risk of a very critical security situation due to the uprising on the ground. So we are also hearing that, and once again, show people the bridge connecting Bahrain to the land over there. We saw an impact of a drone on this bridge. We don't know the damage extent yet, but apparently they closed some of it, apparently, and this is the only way to get security forces from the mainland to Bahrain. So this is a sketchy situation. We'll be keeping a sharp eye on this one, but right now, though, it looks like for the most part, we're not seeing any more attacks on Israel, at least for right this second.
And it looks like we still will be waiting for further information and developments on that at the moment. And in the meantime, considering that we are getting a little bit of a lull in the news, at least at the moment, I think, Matthew, it is time for us, considering that I was just thinking about that and apparently had a knee-jerk reaction verbally to a super chat question that didn't exist. It is time for us to get on into some questions because we have been on air for, let's see here, about 2.5, maybe even 3 hours at this point, it seems. I'm not really sure. Let's see. Actually 2.5 or so, and we haven't even gotten a single question. And we should chit chat with the folks and get to answer a couple of questions here and there. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So also, by the way, just for transparency, right now it appears to be generally slowing down a little bit with the situation in the Middle East. So we're not expecting anything crazy to happen within the next 30 minutes or so. So it looks like for now we can generally take a breather. That's kind of a rare breather, by the way, because we've been seeing nonstop exchanges of fire between Iran and the Gulf states, and also Israel and the United States endlessly since it started a couple of days ago. So we'll be answering some questions in the meantime. But our first one here goes to none other than Chris Feilbach, and he puts in a massive $400 donation, by the way. Absolutely massive. That's literally $100 shy of the maximum that he could have thrown in, and we appreciate it very much, Chris, for that very generous support. He said, many English words have orb in them. To celebrate the orb of judgment, today's orb word is orbital. Orbital is found in it's small, spherical, and something concentric, onion-like layering. Say what?
Ovoid.
Oh, and it's typically found in certain plutonic igneous rocks like granite. I will return next stream with another orb word.
And I thank you so much for the unbelievably massive support, Chris, and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, the orb is something else. I never thought out of anything that we'd ever say on this channel that the orb would be the most memorable thing. Like, that would have never been expected. But I do thank you so much for being obsessed with the orb, among the many hundreds of thousands now who are obsessed and infatuated with this orb of some sort. And I got to thank you incredibly for helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep the thing running. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, and we'll be looking forward to hearing the next word that pertains to the word orb. And a big thanks to you. And we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I hate to do this. I just said we're going to get into our questions, but take a look at Flight Radar 24 real quick. I'm being alerted by a few people, including a super chatter as well, that there's 5 choppers off the coast of Doha, Qatar, and nobody's really sure what this is about. So is that really the case? I think it might be on commercial, not military. Let's see what's going on with that, because that seems to be possible. There's helicopters right there.
Oh, these are probably just going out to the rigs. Probably what it is.
Yeah, I don't think they've stopped. I don't think they've stopped operations out there. By the way, people would think they've stopped operations, but I think they're still going on, because of course you got to keep making that green. So they're not stopping. I don't think.
Man, the oil companies are like, man, we feel so sorry, and we regret to inform you all that they are at war. Anyways, second shift will be showing up like at 1100 hours. Go to the choppers, and you're going to be going out to the rigs. So you better pray to God they don't blow those up, because you're going to be stuck on it if they do. But that's what's going on at the moment, folks. Nothing crazy here. It's just a whole bunch. I mean, these are actually contracted out transport helicopters for the personnel on the rigs. So nothing big going on there right now. Nothing crazy. What is this? Oh, someone's just decided to send out their Cessna 182 for a little flight right now in Qatar in the midst of an air raid. That's cool.
Is that even accurate? Because that doesn't even look accurate. And also remember, there's a lot of jamming in the area too. I'm not sure about that.
It's an America Cessna 182 Skylane in Qatar. I mean, you never know. I mean, and then there's this unknown thing. This is the orb. It's currently over Qatar at the moment. It's about to go over and zap the naughty Bahrainians, which have risen up against their sultan and so on. Let's see, the air corridor is still open through southern Saudi Arabia. If you're here in this area right now, near to the Iranian-Pakistani border, you actually could kind of get a little lucky right now, and you could probably see a ballistic missile get launched off here and there. Videos come out of that every once in a while at this point. People watching them launch from commercial aircraft around here. And let's see, then the AWACS is here. The airspace of southeast Turkey has been closed, by the way. And there's... Oh! I was about to say, what are these? These are all tankers that all appear to have just taken off from Tel Aviv, and they're all heading out to the east.
I think they might be towing some fighter jets behind them, possibly.
More airstrikes coming soon? Stay tuned, y'all might find out. So we'll see. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to none other than Trister1, and Trister puts in a massive $320 support. And thank you very much, Trister, for that support, and also being a longtime channel legend, just like Chris Feilbach as well, and we appreciate that. He said, supporting the mission, and this channel has gotten very polished.
And thank you so much for the support, and I'm glad to hear that we have gotten fairly polished. We try our best to run a well-polished show, with as few slip-ups as possible, and I hope that these days the slip-ups that we have, they're very few and far in between. And I got to thank you massively for your support and helping this channel to keep on running, because folks, some people sit there, and they say, on the videos and on the live streams and the comment sections, they go, oh, there's so much, what is it? There's so much promenstrating and so many super chats. Well, I got to tell you, folks, if there wasn't super chats, there wouldn't be a show. You wouldn't even have a comment section to complain in, at least here, because this show wouldn't exist. If it wasn't for the amazing and incredible folks who supported this channel through these super chats, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We don't take ads. We don't take sponsors, and I will literally die before we ever have a sponsorship on a stream. Like, I will actually swear that to y'all. I do not do sponsorships on air. Like, I'm not going to sit there in the middle of like being like, okay, we hear that 4 U.S. soldiers are dead and 18 wounded, and now it's time to go to Moneybase, our sponsor, or like, wow, I guess they weren't safe, but this is why you can be safe with so-and-so VPN. Like, we're not going to ever do that on a show. Like, that's, like, to me personally, that's extremely tacky. And so the super chatters help us to be able to make this show possible by making sure that we can do this as a job. If we couldn't do this as a job, we couldn't do it at all. And I got to thank all of our super chatters immensely, whether it's $1 or $500 that they've thrown in, because each and every one of them has gone out of their way to do something they didn't have to do, and they're helping to make this show possible for everyone. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we have more breaking news coming out at this moment. What do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so we have some more breaking news coming out. I thought it was going to be a lull, but it turns out I kind of lied a little bit. It's not a lull. We are hearing right now multiple loud explosions being reported in the last few minutes over Manama, Bahrain. We had heard that the drones were coming in, and now they're apparently making impact. Air defenses are trying to shoot them down, but it looks like some of them might have actually come through the air defense perimeter, actually. So we are seeing that happening. Also, we're seeing, in addition to that, drones are reported to be conducting attacks on the Erbil International Airport in Iraq. So Iraq is once again the target of an airstrike with drones from Iran. Sadly, we can't show this video, by the way. We can only show an image from it, but that appears to be an active situation. Also, some other news as well. We also have a video, unfortunately, by the way, of the strikes in Manama. It's a couple of posts down. We can actually go ahead and show that, and then we'll get to the more breaking news.
And here are the strikes that occurred in Manama. We see the missiles coming in and impacting in the distance. This is in the midst of the ongoing civil unrest that is now happening inside of Bahrain as well. It sounds as though the air raid sirens are going off. The cameraman is looking around quite frantically. We see some sort of flash in the distance there. And we also hear what it sounds to be possibly calls to prayer from the minarets. That's the end of that clip, but generally giving us a little bit of a look at the ongoing strikes, which actually, interesting enough, are happening in the midst of the call to prayer, which seems to be a little bit, what would they call that, Matthew? The haram, I believe is what that would be called. I mean, aren't the Islamic, isn't the Islamic regime supposed to be the defender, protector, and enforcer of the Shiite sect of the Islamic faith, yet they're going to attack in the middle of a call to prayer? I mean, that sounds to me to be quite haram. I'm not an Islamic person, but if you are Islamic in the chat, let me know, because it seems to me like it would fall under that definition.
I don't think I'd go out there in the midst of all that happening with those explosions. But also, by the way, another piece of breaking news that we had, we are getting more, excuse me, goodness, I got to get some water. Tonight, I'm the one who needs water. I'm going to get me some here in a second. But anyways, though, we do have some more breaking news as well, covering a story that we covered yesterday. Apparently, we are getting confirmation that the U.S. Marines opened fire on the rioters during the storming of the U.S. consulate in Karachi, Pakistan. We did see that Karachi, in addition to Baghdad in Iraq, was being overrun yesterday. Baghdad's still having that problem. Apparently, Karachi is no longer having a problem because I think the Marines kind of, took care of that situation, it sounds like. So apparently that was the case. Honestly, though, I mean, that's why you don't attack an embassy. The Marines aren't there for play or show. They're trained soldiers, and they will defend the embassy and the consulate if they need to. And it sounds like they did. And now the Karachi situation is generally under control for the most part.
Yeah, it certainly does sound like it's under control. I mean, you don't mess with the Marines on the embassy details. Like Matthew's saying, they're not there for show. I mean, this isn't, like, I don't know why everyone always has this concept, but the Marines at the embassies aren't there, like the household guard isn't there to be a tourist trap in the UK. They're actual guards protecting the sovereign or government buildings and such things as that, and they do have the authority to conduct lethal actions if necessary for the defense of whoever they are generally protecting. So, I mean, they definitely did their job, much to the dismay of many Pakistani who seem to have thought that they would just step out of the way and let themselves get beat or whatnot. But it appears that the Marines have generally been able to repel the attacks at the consulate at Karachi and are in the process of still battling against the Iraqi dissidents that are also having to battle with the Iraqi Mechanized Brigade, which is helping out the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad currently. So quite a situation to hear of at this point. But with that, we are on.
I wonder why the Baghdad situation is not going as good, because we've also heard of live fire at the Baghdad embassy as well. But for some reason, they're not dispersing. They're not having the same effect. The Marines aren't in that area. It sounds like they might have more extreme rioters possibly at Baghdad than they do inside of Pakistan. So I don't know. It seems a bit crazy because, usually when people hear gunfire, usually that's a huge, sign you might want to leave if you hear gunfire. But it seems like the folks in Baghdad aren't taking the sign.
I think it's because Iraq is the lawless Wild West. Like even like Pakistan is lawless and kind of like the Wild West in some areas, but Iraq is basically the lawless Wild West outside of the River Valley area. Because there's basically no extension of the government or administration outside of the River Valley, and even then, it's kind of a little questionable still. The Iranians have funded and supported a load of groups like Al Nusra and others inside of Iraq, and so that's probably the reason why we're seeing that they have a lot more zeal, is because they're a lot more fanatically driven, and there's probably a little bit of Iranian support and a push for them to keep doing this no matter what.
Yeah, it could be possibly. This is very odd, though, that the gunfire's not running those rioters off. But anyways, though, in the meantime, that is all of our breaking news we have for the moment. So we are going to move back into our questions in the meantime and keep a scan out for breaking news. We also have a $100 support in addition to Trister. And once again, thank you very much, Trister, for that massive support. We also had a 100 from DW58, who did not leave a comment, but thank you very much, DW, for that massive support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to you, DW58, for that incredible support. You're making this channel a reality with your support, and we thank you greatly. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 100 from none other than BC Skyman, another longtime channel legend, and thank you very much, BC, for that support. He said, by far the best coverage on the Iranian conflict, and keep up the good work and freedom for the Iranian people.
And thank you so much for the kind words. We like to think that we do pretty good work here. Pretty solid work, I'd hope. And I thank you so much for being an old guard and a channel legend and an absolute pillar of the LSA, BC Skyman, and being here with us tonight and supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, real quick, I'm going to make this real quick, then we'll get right back to our news. We just heard a statement from Netanyahu. He's allegedly said on an interview, apparently with a mainstream outlet, he said action against Iran may continue for some time, but it's not going to take years. So that's kind of common sense. Like, I mean, at this point, it's obvious it's not going to last just 1 or 2 weeks. This is not a 1 or 2 week situation. I mean, they're considering starting a ground invasion. I mean, that's pretty obvious. This is not going to last just a couple of weeks. This is going to be probably months. So hopefully, I mean, this is starting to sound sort of reminiscent of the Iraq situation a little bit, slightly. I'm not sure if it will turn into that or not, because obviously that situation lasted for much longer than just a year. It lasted a lot longer. So you know, damn, like who knows what this is going to turn into? It's kind of concerning to hear that, but it's also kind of expected.
Hello, I'm Mr. Yahoo, and I'd like to ask you to be there for only a couple of months. 2 years later, we only need a couple of more months from you guys. Don't worry. You know, I gotta say, you know, we are generally allied with them in the strikes against Iran, but I'll be honest with y'all. If Netanyahu says something, I kind of take it for basically nothing. They just say stuff. I don't really care what they say, because the truth of it is that at this point, we're already knee deep in this whole thing. We're going to be there for however long. But if you count on the Israelis to tell you how long you're going to be somewhere, they're always going to tell you it's going to be like 2 months, and then it'll end up being like 5 years. So I mean, you know, while we're allied with them and they are striking Iran with us, I mean, I wouldn't take Netanyahu's word and bank on it or anything like that, honestly. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Educated Hick. Excuse me,
Oh,
goodness,
dang.
I'm going to get that water after this question, actually. But Educated Hick, thank you very much for that $50 support while I choke up a lung. And they said, great job, boys, and keep up the great work. And I've been here since Hot Dog Man was relevant. And please let us know when we hear how many Bobcat skid steers Iran has lost.
Oh, and we will let you know, Educated Hick. And I'm so sorry to folks who are counting on this channel for the Ukraine war coverage as well. I hope that many of y'all do know and understand, and I thank everyone for understanding so far. I've seen very few people complaining about this a lot, but the situation going on in the Middle East right now is absolutely massive. And while I can tell you all that there is humongous news coming out of the war in Ukraine, this is generally taking priority over everything right now. We're not even covering the Pakistani-Afghan war that just started literally days before this one because of what's happening inside the Middle East right now. We're literally covering nothing but the Middle East, not even the cartel war, not even anything else. And I gotta say, humongous thanks to you so much for the support. And I gotta say that's pretty funny. I mean, that guy's basically not been relevant for years at this point, but he definitely left a lasting imprint on this channel. We learned that people who generally have debilitating addictions to some certain forms of narcotics are generally people to avoid completely talking to at all. That's probably the best way to put it. But beyond that, I do thank you tremendously for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that has addressed that the best we possibly can. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
And also, I was able to secure some aqua, so hopefully
Oh,
that solves the
yay.
problem there. I'm feeling like it's not really solving the problem. I might just be being strained from talking so much because I'm talking at probably 2 or 3 times the level I usually talk, so that
How
could
do you think
explain
I
it a little
feel?
bit.
How do you
How
think
d
I
oh,
feel?
oh,
I'm the yapaholic. Man, my voice is scratching the whole time we're talking on the show right now. Actually, all day, like it has been. It's shot, folks. It's shot. We've been talking for hours, endless hours, every day now for the past 3 days. Like it's fine for me to do 3.5 hours. We normally do that every day. But doing this much talking every day, that's a lot of talking. And then also there's a lot of stuff that y'all don't see that we have to do off air as well. Like we have to deal with all of the business stuff,
it's
the
tax
paperwork in
season.
there. Yeah, it's tax season, so we're having to deal with all that in the background. And so that takes time. Like we had to deal with that today before we went on the show. So all of the rest of the time today was pretty much taking care of business stuff and then making videos and then doing a whole bunch of research because we have to do research for what we talk about on air, especially if something looks new. And not a lot is new to either of us anymore. I mean, we've basically read up on everything because it's all happened for so many years. But even now, there's new stuff that we have to read about and kind of know about before we get on air. So there's a lot of stuff that we have to do every day for this thing, and so it's getting to the point, folks, that it's like I gotta say, it's getting to the point where it's kind of like a slog for us to be able to keep powering through. But I hope that everyone's enjoying it because we love doing it nonetheless. Like even being tired, this is a great honor for us to be able to do this. And I would rather be nowhere else but here doing this right now. And I got to thank all of y'all for sticking around with us and watching this for all the days it's been going on and all the streams that we've run in these few days since this has started. If y'all have enjoyed this, by the way, I mean, I guess this is a great time to make a plug. But if y'all have enjoyed this, by the way, please make sure to subscribe to the channel. We'd love to have y'all here. We currently have 575,500 subscribers. So we're getting very close to hitting the 600,000 subscriber threshold. And if y'all would like to, please do make sure to subscribe. We cover news diligently basically every day. Usually it's 6 days a week, but during emergency situations like these is actually 7 days a week. And it's on a normal schedule, it's 6 days a week, every day, every night at 10 p.m. Eastern time, and then we run short war videos if we can, and the only day we take off is Mondays. On emergency times like these, where there's a major war that has just broken out, we literally run 7 days a week, no stopping, until the situation dies down to some extent. So with that, I hope y'all do subscribe and join us, because we'd love to have y'all here, and we have an absolutely incredible community of folks who subscribe to this channel and call themselves the Lee Spring Army, which is the amazing community of this channel. So with that, let's get back to the questions. What do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so jumping back into our super chats, our next one goes to the Danger Zone, who puts into 50. And thank you very much, good sir, as well. He said, I appreciate the energy and effort that y'all are putting into this work, and Slava Ukraine.
And Slava Ukraini. And a big thanks to you for enjoying our work, and thank you for supporting it. And sorry to everyone who does want to hear the Ukraine war news. They are doing great work up there, by the way. We've paid attention to that a little bit in the background. They are slamming the Russians. It would make you shed a tear of joy seeing how hard they've been hitting the Russian army and strategic sites over the past few days since this has started down here. It's just that we don't even have the time to cover it right now, which is a sad thing. I mean, we don't even have time to cover all the crazy things going on. I mean, the Pakistanis are still absolutely hauling off on the Taliban right now. That's still going on. Actually, Maddie, I think I sent you a meme on that last night. It was like the Simpsons, and it was like, how are the kids doing? And Bart looked outside. They were like strangling each other in the tree, and it was Pakistan and Afghanistan, and he was like looking at the TV, and it said Iran on it, and then he said, they're fine. And that's basically what we're having to do right now in our coverage.
Honestly, it's stressing me a little bit. Like, it's kind of stressing me that we're not able to cover the other war zones, because that's what we do now. Like, we started off covering just Ukraine because that was the prevalent situation, but it expanded worldwide after that, because unfortunately after Ukraine kicked off, it seems like that opened the floodgates for global conflicts pretty much erupting everywhere. So we had to expand out. Thankfully we did, because now we're covering literally so many hot spots we can barely keep up with them, and this is our full-time job. So it's overwhelming to a certain degree, but I hate that we can only really cover Iran. Like, if we try to add anything else to this coverage, we will be here so much that we might burn out in a couple of days. That's why we're having to sort of like curtail the other coverage a little bit. But I really wish we could cover it in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of stuff going on these days. I remember, folks, when we first started the channel, back then it was just the war in Ukraine, and then towards the end of 2024. That's when we started to see some other stuff go down, like the first time that the Israelis and the Iranians exchanged fire. And then in 2025, basically everything exploded. I mean, any war that you could imagine on the face of the planet has happened since the beginning of 2025. I mean, there's more wars now than there's really ever been in any given year in modern history, which is a crazy thing. We're in a constant state of war around most of the world at the moment. So, well, not us, but some people out there somewhere in the world are in a constant state of war in some place at some time. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel keep running. Slava Ukraini once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Rye Guy SR, who puts in a 50, and thank you, Rye Guy, as well. He said, I'm from Massachusetts. I worked an insane amount the last 3 weeks, but last week, 116 hours billed.
Whew.
Damn. Also, 3 days straight at one point. Much respect to these pilots, and y'all and anyone who's on that grind. And keep up the great coverage, and LOT and take one from the chat.
And dang, right, guy SR, 116 hours. That's a lot of work right there. That's a load of work, I gotta say. You should be proud of yourself. You're a hardworking person, a hardworking American, and that's something to respect. All the way up there in Massachusetts. I mean, clocking hours like that up in Massachusetts, that's a tough one, especially if you're in the western part of the state. No, that's real tough. You know, near places like Greenfield or Pittsfield. Or Northampton. I actually heard that apparently there was like a lot of mob activity out there back in the day. Like that's kind of like where Whitey Bulger and all of them were kind of from. And then they all kind of like migrated into Boston and did their stuff there too. But that was really interesting to me. I didn't know that until I listened to like an undercover FBI talk about that. But beyond that, I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Rye Guy SR. And I got to thank you for being an old guard and a channel legend and supporting this channel tonight and helping it to stay on air so we can keep covering the news to millions of people. And a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from MechTwitch, and we appreciate that $50 support. And they said, I found your channel due to this Iran conflict. I've been watching for 4 days, and your coverage is what I wish that mainstream media would still do, but they don't.
Well, that's why we're here. That's why we're here. We're here to replace the mainstream news for the larger part, or at least give everyone a greater alternative to the mainstream news where there's a lot of detail and there's a lot of information, and it's not always about which political party is right all the time and which one's wrong all the time. I mean, you know, we call it for what it is. Whoever's in charge, they're either wrong or they're right. There's no bias to it, and the answer will just be based up on pure analysis and deduction and common sense. And I gotta say a huge thanks to you for the support and how about this channel to keep on running. And I gotta thank you incredibly for finding our channel. A lot of people actually found us 8 months ago during the 12-month war, and a lot of people are currently finding the show right now. We're always greatly honored and highly appreciative to know that so many people are continuing to find the show and find it to be a high-quality source of news. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Old Warrior Fella, and thank you very much, Old Warrior, for that support as well. He said the Air Force used 4-panel TAN in a contrasting color for the parachutes. I was on a number of SAR missions in VN.
Oh, that's interesting, Old Warrior Fella. That's really interesting. I thank you for sharing that with us. And that's very interesting to hear that you were on those kind of missions back in Vietnam. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Zachary Luck. And thank you very much, Zachary, for that $50 support. We also appreciate it. He said, you guys are amazing. And it served for 10 years in the Army, and you make me miss with following the actions around the world and love listening to you guys. And it's so much better than the other news. And this is real clean, straightforward news.
And I love to hear it. Those are the words I love to hear, Zachary. Real clean, straightforward news. That's how we like to give it. We like to give it straight. And I hope that we've been giving it straight to all of y'all here. I mean, you know, of course, we are as unbiased as we can be, but I will say that we clearly do have a pro-American, pro-Western bias. Anyone who ever has a problem with that, I mean, some people are like, he's an American propagandist. It's like, you think that's an insult? Hell, that's an honor. It's like, that's an honor, honestly. Thank you for saying that. It's like, I think that people ought to remove bias from their news coverage as much as they possibly can. But one bias, especially if you're from the United States or any Western allied nation, should always remain true, that they should be loyal, or not really loyal, but more so patriotic and wanting what's best for their nation. And I hope that we portray that only bias as best as we can whenever we cover this news. But I still hope that we are able to give you all a clear, clean-cut picture of what's going on down there, the good, the bad, and the ugly of what's going on with our forces and the kind of hits that we're landing on Iran and what we're getting in return, because I think that that's a very important thing for a well-informed and intelligent and knowledgeable republic to know, is all the good, the bad, and the ugly, even with us being pro-American and looking out for America's best interests. And so a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, a big shout out to Pop Tart, who put in a 27. And thank you very much, Pop Tart, for that support. We also have a 20 from
Hey.
Tim Nelson. And thank you very much, Tim, as well, for that $20 support. We appreciate the both of you very much. We also have a 50 from Icarus Miles. He said, thanks for the commitment and the non biased analysis. I've been watching for years. I just haven't donated until now. And keep up the good work and buy some more Costco chickens.
Hey, and thank you for the Costco chickens, and thank you for enjoying our commitment and our non-biased analysis. And we thank you for being here for a while and supporting us for the first time ever. And a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Zulu Foxtrot. Thank you very much, Zulu Foxtrot, for that support. He said, I'm currently on my 11th year in the military, and I appreciate this coverage, and keep it up, gentlemen.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. It's great to hear that we've got members of the forces, of the service, as we call it, watching the channel. I got to thank you massively for enjoying the coverage, and we will keep it up in honor of you and the great citizens and forces of the Republic. So a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Donkey Potato, and we appreciate very much, Donkey, for that
Hey.
support. They said, I've been listening for a year now, and as a dad of sons in the armed forces, U.S. Air Force and U.S. Navy, thank you for keeping me informed, and I tune to your channel first when I need updates. And also, thank you as well for the kind words, just like from Zulu Foxtrot as well. We work around the clock to stay up to speed with this stuff. Many people think, oh, covering this stuff like that is just simply a matter of just, hopping on like an open source platform like Twitter or something like that and simply repeating it. Well, it's not, because, when you come across things like, for example, attacks in Bahrain and they mention a specific location, you have to know what that location is. You need to find out what they do, who's based there. There's a whole bunch of stuff beyond that you have to sort of familiarize yourself with in order to properly cover it. So it's a hell of a lot of work keeping up with it, because for every conflict that breaks out, we have to familiarize ourselves with every single aspect of it to be able to cover it like this. So it's nonstop work, and we appreciate that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you for the kind words as well. And much like you have, sons and such that are in the armed forces, I actually have friends that are in the armed forces myself. I actually had one. I haven't asked him recently, and I don't know if he would be able to tell me. But I had one friend that I knew who actually went over there, and he was there under missile fire during the 12-day war back a while ago. And I also have friends in the Marines that are in the littoral combat regiments, and a lot of friends of mine that are in the Space Force and other branches like that. So, a lot of the Space Force guys are very lucky. They generally stay very safe, and that's basically the new Air Force. That's the Air Force to the Air Force. It's even better treatment than the Air Force gets, really. But beyond that, a lot of them are generally kind of put in harm's way in the very conflicts that we cover. And I always find it a high honor, and I pride myself greatly whenever I hear them say, I was over there and I was watching your show, and it was a great bit of knowledge to know what was going on around us in the bigger picture that wasn't within our own confines of our own base or our own unit, and to also hear of things that were coming around before they happened. We were so quick with the news back then that one friend that I knew that was actually over there in the 12-day war, he actually told us that we would tell him that there was missiles outbound 10 minutes before the air raid sirens would even sound at the base he was at. I can't say anything more than that, but I do thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I'm glad to know that we're able to get news to folks like you who have actual sons overseas that I'm sure you're probably worried about, and hopefully we'll be able to keep them safe and see that they come home victorious. And a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We're also hearing as well that apparently, well, first of all, breaking news a little bit, that convoy of tankers that we saw heading out over Syria and toward Iraq, apparently that was towing fighter jets.
Yeah.
We're hearing of brand new U.S. airstrikes in Karaj and also Elam, Iran as well. So they were towing in fighter jets. And of course, those are refueling tankers, so they're keeping them in the air for longer by bringing in those tankers. So I would imagine their transponders are probably off at this point because they're probably close to the war zone. So we probably can't see them on flight radar, but they are in the area somewhere, and they're currently supporting airstrikes in Karaj and also Elam as well.
And with that in mind, we'll be seeing if we can get any videos of that as the minutes pass by. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Rob, and thank you, Rob. He said, I appreciate the direct line in, fellas, from the middle of nowhere in Arkansas, or from Robin.
And thank you so much for the support, Rob. And I got to say, I'm glad to know that folks out there in Arkansas are enjoying this show. And a humongous thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Super Bonker, and thank you very much, Super Bonker, for that support as well. They said, howdy, enforcers. And as always, you have the best coverage of the war news, and my sincere condolences to the 4 American servicemen who gave it all in LSA. And unfortunately, Super Bunker, unfortunately, it's 6 service members now. So we've heard that they're expecting more casualties, and unfortunately, I think that will be the case because it sounds like it's going to be a very extended conflict, much more so than we previously thought. So it's very sad and unfortunate. And I know the service members are always like, well, they died honorably. And that is true. They died honorably, but it's still a sad day when there are losses like that. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to agree. It's always unfortunate to hear. And it's a sad thing to know that service members die, and with every single death, there's a father and a mother that are absolutely heartbroken and crying their eyes out for days on end. Those who will always have a hole missing in their hearts, and family members, maybe even sons and daughters of that service member that may have now been without a father or a mother, who have seen that they have now have getting the news and the word that they have died. But while those sorts of hardships and misfortunes are incredibly sad and horrific reality for the families of those who have fallen in the line of service, it is always important to remember that they've died for a greater cause, and they've died for the security and the well-being of our nation, something that affects the hundreds of millions of people here in this country every day. And while it would be a sad and unfortunate thing for those families who have heard that their family members have died in the line of the service, hopefully we'll be able to see that this country will be better thanks to their sacrifice rather than worse off. And I know that, especially with the conflict that we're fighting right now, there's no question about it. All those service members and citizen soldiers of the Republic have died with purpose. And so a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. An incredibly unfortunate thing to hear nonetheless. And once we do get the news of their names and their ranks, once that's made public, we will be giving a moment on air to list the fatality report and the names and the ranks of the individuals of the armed forces who have fallen in the line of service. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again.
It's just also, I don't know if y'all know how this works or not. I've generally been familiar with it because I heard of it from a Army major that recently, or was not recently, but I've been friends with for a long time. It's a very unfortunate. They send out, I believe it's 2 Army soldiers to the home of the family, and they notify them, literally knocking on the door to notify them that their son, daughter, or whoever it was is deceased in the line of duty like that. It's a very sad sight, very sad. And it's usually it's a duty that they take very seriously, but nobody really wants to have to be the one to do that. It's just a sad sight. But of course, you know, in the big scheme of things, it is necessary because the threat had to be dealt with, but it's still a sad sight nonetheless. But ultimately, though, the Iranian government will pay the price for it. Ultimately, it's just going to take, you know, a few more weeks to get that done, or possibly a couple of months to get that done. But ultimately, though, they will pay the price.
And with that in mind, we are on to the next one.
Our next one here goes to El Drizzo, who puts in a 20, and they said, this is the only place I get my news of what's going on around the world, and I've been around for 3+ years in LSA.
And LSA, and I got to thank you so much for the support and the kind words. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Mike Johnstone, and thank you very much, Mike, as well. He said, throat coat tea is what professional singers and comedians are using whenever they have to save that voice. It's a theater secret.
Interesting. I didn't know that, Mike. I've generally just been drinking nice glasses of water. Like, that's what I've been doing for years. But maybe I'll have to look into that and see about doing that sometime around. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than, let me scroll up to it. The spreadsheet's getting long again. This one goes to Michelle Esquera, who puts in a 20 and said, I just wanted to say hi.
And thank you so much for the support. Now, I got to say a big hello to you as well. A hello to you, Michelle Square. I hope you're doing well. And a big thanks to you for support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Matthew May, and he said, I love the coverage, rapid fire, authentic, and free from mainstream media bloat. And I hope you can continue to have fun doing it as well. And P.S., I'm in East Birmingham and Trustful back in Alabama.
Oh.
Any restaurant recommendations?
East Trustful, let me think, actually. I could probably give you a couple. I didn't really eat a lot in Trustful, but a good place would be the Trustful Social. That's not a bad place. And then you also have the Edgar's Bakery, and there's not really like a lot. Like, I'll be honest with you, actually, sadly for in Alabama, there's just not as many like restaurants as there are out here. But the Trustful Social was solid, though. I would recommend that. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel keep running. Really cool you're here from, well, you're out there in East Birmingham. We used to be there not too long ago. About, at this point, what would it be, like 5.5 months ago or something like that? Man, time flies. Like, that's crazy. That was probably like 5.5 months ago, maybe. But still, a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Francis and Trister1 yet again for throwing in a $20 support without a comment, but we do appreciate that very much from the both of you. We also have a 20 from Steven, and Steven said, so Iran is acting like a fireworks factory that caught fire, and is that pretty much accurate?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, that's close enough. Like, that counts. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Charlton, who said, I listen to you guys every day, and I love this news coverage.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And I got to say, thank you for loving the news coverage, and thank you for helping us to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Rick Atkinson, and he said, I would argue that we are at the point of having air supremacy, and what say you?
We're getting there. It's very close, but we have to see that basically all Iranian surface-to-air missile sites are destroyed, which we're getting towards, and also the Iranian Air Force is pretty much completely destroyed as well. Then we can say that it's supremacy. Right now, it's heavy superiority on the verge of supremacy. But I wouldn't say that it's supremacy just quite yet, at least from what I could see. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Andres Poltasinski, and thank you very much for the support. He said, keep up the great coverage.
And thank you so much for the support, and we will try. We will try our hardest. And a big thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Bear, and thank you very much, Bear, for that support. He said, the only YouTube and X account to have notifications on for, and thank you both for the hard work and keeping us informed, and you're making the orb proud. And also, thank you for that, by the way. Very kind words. Also, by the way, you mentioned the X account. We post over there on X constantly. Like, the X account is constantly active over there. So if you haven't followed the X account, that's how you can stay up to speed in real time when we're not on the air, by the way. That is one of our main areas where we gather open source information. So our Twitter handle is @CNForcer, by the way, if you want to go over there and follow that account. We're currently up to 70,000 followers over there, which is insane. It's absolutely wild how many followers we have on Twitter now. So be sure to follow over there, by the way, too. And also, thank you for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to say, a big thanks to you for the support, and the Twitter is always active. Matthew is the one who mans the Twitter, and so it is almost always running. And then whenever he goes to sleep, I kind of stay up for a few hours after it. So, I mean, our downtime window on Twitter is usually exceptionally small. It's like a couple of hours every day, maybe 3 hours or so. So that's pretty nice. We almost have 24/7 service. But with that, a big thanks to you for the support, and with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Joseph Carr, and thank you, Joseph, as well, for that support. He said, outstanding job you guys are doing. And by the way, someone in the chat has an orb problem. Can you send them some orbit cane?
Oh, well, I mean, we could try. I don't, like, maybe we could make that a merch product at some point in the future if we ever do. Well, we were doing merch again in the future. I mean, so many people want an LSA flag, we have to do it. So when we do that, we might make an orbit cane thing. That would be kind of funny. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, someone said, yeah, I don't think Matthew sleeps. He's literally posting on X at all hours of the night. It's a strange thing. Like, I kind of sleep kind of light these days, and I kind of just wake up and I'll have like this like feeling in the back of my head like, I think something's happening. So I'll just reach over and grab my phone and I'll get on X and go check everything out. And sometimes I'm like, hey, there is something happening. And then I start doing a little bit of research, and then I'll go back to sleep after that. So kind of a weird thing, but I have to do it though, because otherwise I don't feel like I'm up to speed with everything. So it's sort of weird like that. I'm up at all hours of the night somewhat. But our next one here goes to PTI72, who put in a 50. And thank you very much, PTI, for that support as well. And he said, I just found your channel, and cheers from Layton, Utah.
Hey, and a big shout out to Layton, Utah. That's here in our neck of the woods. Layton, Utah. Where the hell is that? Layton, Utah. Let me see here. I'm not that familiar with Utah yet. I got to learn all the towns. Oh, Layton, right next to Hill. Look at that. You're right up here. There's a front runner stop up here called Clearfield, actually. That's probably the closest thing that I know from that area. Isn't there another one though? Isn't there? Oh, here it is. Layton. Yeah, there's a freaking station called Layton. Y'all got the cool one. It's the one that's got that Tex-Mex restaurant at it. It's that one right here, this old station. I think this is a Denver and Rio Grande station, actually, that they made the UTA station now. Really nice place, by the way. Really cool, actually. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. Up there from Layton. You're near to that other guy who talked about Malevolent or whatever. Like, I think he's from around there, too. But anyways, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Trezzy who said, hey there, I'm a bit late, but I don't know if you've talked about it, but did Iran manage to shoot down multiple American planes? And greetings from Rwanda.
And a big hello to Rwanda. And no, they didn't. It's actually our friends the Kuwaitis who accidentally shot down our F-15s. I mean, I gotta say really quick, because I saw someone say, the Kuwaitis did that intentionally. The way they were about to wring out that American pilot's neck because they thought he was Iranian, and then when they finally understood American, they were like, oh, sorry, man. And then they just wandered off. I mean, you know, that kind of tells me, nah, they didn't do that intentionally. I mean, apparently the Kuwaitis have got a pretty deep-seated anger at this point about Iranian pilots. I mean, they were about to grease that guy if he was an Iranian pilot. And they treated the known American pilots pretty well. So, you know, no, it actually was not the Iranians that have shot down any U.S. aircraft, and we've never gotten confirmation of that, and CENTCOM's never reported that. But CENTCOM did report that we did lose 3 F-15s over Kuwait from friendly fire, sadly. So, a big thanks to you for the support, and I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Phil, who puts in a 20. He said, an update on Batman, please.
Batman.
I think he meant to say Bahrain, by the way.
I think he meant Batman Turkey.
Batman Turkey? Is there anything going on in Batman? I wasn't familiar with that.
Well, actually, there's a NATO E3 that keeps hanging out right above Batman. So I guess that's what they're kind of asking about. So the E3 is just kind of orbiting around Batman. Batman isn't really significant in any way, rather than it's just kind of like close to where the E3 currently is for NATO. And that's about the best I could give for a summary of Batman right now. That's also a fun fact, by the way. There's actually a city in Turkey. It's older than Batman, like the Batman from the comics, but it's called Batman. And there's an actual city called Batman in Turkey. This is it right here, and it also has this little air base right outside of it. So there's a bat base, like the Bat Cave at Batman, but for the Turkish Air Force. So I hope that this addressed it well, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running.
Oh. Wait a second. That joke, the Batman joke right there, kind of made me think about something. You remember the Iranian bat ship? You remember that? I was making the joke about they were bat ship crazy and stuff like that. There's like an Iranian ship that looks like a bat ship. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, it got blown up.
That's what I was about to ask. Has it sunk?
Yes, we actually have satellite picture of that
God.
thing in the dry dock burning down. Like I could show it to you. You want to see it?
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see. I'm. No
That's it.
way.
Right there.
No way. The bat ship. This is the bat ship, and I can't believe this. It might be the happiest day of my life right here. That ship is gone. It was honestly ugly, actually. The design was kind of interesting, but it was also a little bit medium ugly as well. So I honestly don't mind seeing this thing going. It looks like it's sunk, so no more bat ship.
Let me see if I can go get y'all a picture of this thing to get y'all some detail on it. It's a special ship. Oh, well, where the hell is it? Where is it? Hold up. Ah, here we are. This stupid thing. This thing right here is what y'all are seeing in that floating dry dock. You can tell because of the helipad on the back and the 2 independent hulls that it has near to the front, which you can kind of see right there. And they actually had it in a floating dry dock, apparently for some repairs or an inspection, when the port was hit. So this little shitter has been knocked out of action.
That's crazy right there. They've lost all their propaganda ships. The bat ship was one they love to show off, and they love to show off that Bagheri drone carrier. They love to show those two off a lot. Like, look at that. Like, see, this was one of their propaganda pieces right here. But look at all the boats around it, man. I'm like, what? It's like these are like fishing boats around it. So obviously a propaganda piece. They've lost both of their top propaganda pieces at this point.
Man, I remember when they had that thing literally days before the war in Operation Control the Strait, and they were like, we will defeat the infidel with our great and amazing catamaran. And then they put it up in dry dock right afterwards and got it blown up. You know, it's kind of funny how literally everything in Iran was in the right place at the right time when the strikes first started. Khamenei was not in a bunker. He was in a presidential complex for one of the few times ever when it got bombed. This thing was in a dry dock when they got bombed. The Shahid Bagheri, it literally was anchored outside the port a couple of miles away when it got bombed. Literally everywhere was really in the perfect spot to knock out most of the stuff that Iran prides itself on. Including terrorists. So I mean, like, it was like the whole kit and caboodle basically in the first day.
Yeah, really. It's really crazy how much they've lost. The only thing that we have not heard of them losing yet, well, actually, I was about to say, well, yeah, it would still be Pickaxe Mountain. I think Pickaxe Mountain is still intact, and that's still like one of their primary like nuclear sites. So The Navy, though, like they love to show off that Navy. Like they were showing off that Navy like crazy. Also, we still haven't heard of Iran mining the Strait either. I'm not even sure if they have the ability to do that because they might get hit by a fighter jet if they try to go out there and do that. So we're not totally sure if they're even capable of mining the Strait at this point. Also, by the way, Enforcer, what about that? Do you think they still are able to do it or not?
Not really. The little speedboats can't drop them off. It would be too heavy for them, and there's really no way to slide them off correctly to where they might not, go off on the ship or the boat. So they've really lost most of the surface vessels that could have done that. So at this point, they're kind of up the creek without a paddle. They're just really relying on intimidation factor to really close the strait at this point. But once the Iranian Navy is completely destroyed and any anti-ship batteries are destroyed and anti-air batteries, or at least most of them around the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. Navy will be able to go and start creating convoys to send through Hormuz. So it'll all be fine after a while. Give it like maybe a few more weeks, and it'll be safe enough that we'll start sending convoys through to get them out and into the Persian Gulf.
Yeah, I see some people saying, but the Strait of Hormuz is closed, though, isn't it? Like, what's it matter if it's mined or not? Honestly, you're right. It really doesn't matter if they've mined it because just absolute fear is keeping people out of the strait right now. The insurance companies are canceling ship insurance policies all over the place, or they're drastically reducing them to a very large degree. So most of the companies that usually ran ships through there, they're simply too scared to send the ships through because they're worried they're going to take a massive financial loss if Iran attacks it. So far, Iran's attacked 6 commercial vessels near the strait or in the strait so far. So they have attacked a few of them, and generally that's enough to deter people from going through it for the most part. There's very few ships that are daring to try to do it anymore, even though it's not mined. So effectively they have blockaded it regardless.
Meanwhile, up in Ukraine, tag me in. Get a truce with Russia. I will get the Iranians for you. We will bomb their shit. Like, man, it's like, man, like, have you heard about that from Zelensky recently, actually?
Yeah, I heard about that. He's trying to get involved too, which is kind of concerning, actually.
Bro, he sat there and said, tag me in. I'll take him. I was like, y'all need to really focus right now on the war with Russia. It's like, that's kind of y'all's thing right now, It's like, y'all don't have to worry about Iran. Y'all don't have to get tagged in. Y'all are good. Y'all are basically fighting, a major regional power in your own corner of the woods, so we'll just leave it at that. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, for the people asking, we still don't have a status on the Stoichi Russian corvette that was in the Bandar Abbas port. Oh, it did?
Yeah, we got satellite photos to show you again of Abbas, and it has slipped away. We don't know when and where, but it's not in Abbas because it would have been right here where the mouse cursor's at, but it's not there, and it's not anywhere else in the port that we could find, so it has left at some point.
Okay, and also I would imagine the U.S. probably went through a lot of trouble not to hit that ship because obviously they're not trying to start a direct war with Russia. So it probably snuck out. They probably let it get out with no problem, and that was probably the end of it. So we didn't hear any stories initially. We didn't even hear rumors that it was struck. It was just simply a matter of it was in the vicinity, and it could have been. So it wasn't. And apparently they got out. I didn't know that until now, actually. But jumping into our next super chat, though, this one goes to Paratorius, who puts in 20. They said, I don't know if this is illegal or not. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, we can read this one off. They said, one of my friends who's in the National Guard ripped off their uniform and is refusing to show up for service because they're opposed to the conflict. I hope they don't go to jail. That's not a good thing to do. That's not really good to do at all, actually.
Generally, I believe that would be called going AWOL, which is a violation of the UCMJ, which is the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is the specific parameter of laws that anyone in the armed forces finds themselves under. So that's, if they've already missed, say, a post or a duty station and whatnot, I mean, they're already in a pretty bad amount of trouble. I mean, that's pretty much felony charges already at that point right there, especially if they can't really get a good explanation for it and their commander wants to get them. I mean, that's not really a good thing. Kind of should have known that when, you got into the armed forces, is that generally they're going to be fighting enemies of the Republic. I mean, that would be another thing if they said fire on American citizens. Like, if they did that then I get that. But, I mean, fighting enemies of the United States overseas, I mean, that's kind of the job. So, it's like, that's not good for him. I would tell him, if I was him, I'd put my uniform back on. I'd tell my officer, I'm sorry, I got drunk at a bar and I was just stupid. I'm so sorry. Please don't do anything to me. And I would just come up with a story because with that kind of story, that's not good right there. But with that, we are on to the next one. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running.
And we also have a 20 from Holy Smokes, who said there was 5 choppers off the coast of Doha, Qatar. What happened? And also, by the way, it appears the oil companies are still just operating. That's our best guess. So really nothing of note. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, the oil company said, the oil worker said, "Oh man, our rig, it's been hit. I'm bleeding." And then the oil company said, "Bleed off of company time, and we're sending a chopper." Like, it's like, I don't know. Like, nothing's happened to the rigs, by the way, yet. But it's just normal sorts of like crew replacements, supply runs, and all that sort of stuff to the rigs out there. So nothing bad. It's just normal business as usual. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Michael, who said, "This is the best channel." And thank you very much. And thank you, Michael, for that kind words and also the support as well. And we do appreciate that. We also have a 20 from Eileen Yee. And thank you, Eileen, for that $20 support. But there was no comment to address, but we do appreciate that very much as well. We also have a 20 from Wolfmaster, who said, "Water break. And also glad I'm not over there for this a little bit. I did my part for the 12-day war and keeping my head down. And keep up the constant news, mate. And see you in Discord."
And we will see you around in Discord. And I gotta thank you, Master, for the support. Michael, Eleni, and Wolfmaster for helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you all for the kind words and the support. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Jay Malita. And thank you, Jay, for that support. He said, "You guys are amazing and Enforcer for president. And can you talk about the report from a specific person out there, who we will not mention on air, that Mossad agents were allegedly arrested in Saudi Arabia and Qatar for planning to do damage? Is this crap? And if true, could it be bad?" And it's total bogus. It's total BS, by the way. Don't name him off, by the way, but it's total bogus. There's people out there that love to just create stuff, and you know, I don't even know where that guy would have even heard that from. It's like it's just insane. I hate to even address it, to be honest. It's so insane. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say, really quickly, I want to find this to read who in the world it is, because I just need to know now. Let me see here. I'm trying to get through the spreadsheet. Dang. Where was it again, Matthew, really quickly?
It's about to be at the top. I'm resorting the spreadsheet right now.
Okay, got you. I'm trying to see it here. Let's see here. I'm waiting for it to update. I'm trying to find it here really quickly.
I've highlighted it.
Oh, you've highlighted it. Let me go. Oh, wait, hang on. I thought I saw it. What? Oh. That's BS. Like, I can just tell you by the name of the person of who it says it, it's BS. They've got, like, I'm not going to say who it is, but I'll tell you this up front. I'll just say it clearly. That specific person has an agenda of their own. Like, they say that they don't have an agenda, but there's quite clearly an agenda going on there. And I'd be entirely honest with you, it's one that's not in the interest of the United States of America whatsoever. I mean, people always say, folks, and this is something I got to say, there's always wolves out there in sheep's clothing who talk about, I really do represent America's interests. I care for America, and they don't. They care for their own personal gain or interest and whatnot. And a lot of the stuff that's come up with, at least from that specific source, is just straight up bogus. And so I wouldn't count on that at all. We haven't heard of such a report. If we had, we would cover it, but we haven't heard of such a thing at all. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I'd have to say, me personally, I'd like, the Israelis are an ally, but they're an ally that even according to the U.S. government, we kind of have to like keep an eye on a little bit, because they do kind of questionable stuff. But that kind of stuff, though, is literally just straight up fiction. Like, I would tell you that every once in a while you have to keep an eye on the Israelis, especially on the intelligence side and technologically for proprietary technologies and stuff. You definitely do. I mean, there's clear proof that there's security concerns with that. But that guy literally just comes up with stories to make them sound even worse than
Where would you even? Where would you even hear stuff like that from? Like, it's not, even hypothetically speaking, even if Mossad was going to do something like that, like a false flag operation to make the Gulf states feel like they're getting attacked by Iran, Mossad's obviously not going to go out and tell people that. So it's like, where the hell would you even hear something like that from? And it's like, they wouldn't tell anybody. It's like, also, by the way, if they did that, those agents would be in such deep trouble. They would never take that risk.
You know, it's kind of like other people, man. Like, there's a lot of people out there, folks, who like have a little bit of credential behind them, like I was in the army, or I was working for the news, or something like that, and then or I was working for the CIA, and then they'll just say stuff that isn't true, like it's just completely made up. Like, if you ever really knew about it or dug into it a lot, none of it makes any sense. But a big thanks to you for the support nonetheless and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that I addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from the danger zone, and thank you very much from the danger zone for that 20. They said, y'all just reminded me to file taxes. And I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it, by the way. The taxes time, I can't stand taxes time. I really can't stand it. It's sort of complex for us, which is always a bit of a pain in the ass, to say the least. But we always do it every single time, just like everybody else, but it's just a pain in the ass. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, I hope that you do file your taxes. And remember, for my American citizens, if you are in America and you have worked a job in America in any state, make sure to file your state and federal taxes by the 15th of April. And if you run a business, of course, I'm sure many of y'all will know this, you have to file your business filings by the 15th of March. So just make sure to keep on top of that, folks. You don't want to miss paying your taxes, not because, one, it's a civic duty to pay taxes. Two, the IRS is going to get you. So you want to avoid that one. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to I'm watching my stories. He puts in a 20. They said, I haven't heard from my mate in Tehran in a couple days. Please pray that for his crazy ass over there. Thanks all.
Thank you so much for the support, and hopefully he's all right, I would hope. And as long as he's not near any significant government buildings, and as long as it's not the Israelis trying to strike the government building, he ought to be okay. The U.S. is pretty stringent with our rules of engagement, mostly. So a big thanks to you once again. I hope that is dressed up well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Nicholas Schindler, and thank you very much, Nicholas, for that 20. He said, thank you for the best news and the hard work, and we appreciate it. And thank you very much, Nicholas, for that support. We also have a 20 from BR1 Rocks, who said, how do you think Rubio's Munich speech could impact this and future conflicts, especially with France, the UK, and Germany entering the conflict?
Did you not call him by his official title, the Shah of Persia, the Bolivar of Venezuela, the President of Mexico, the manager of the Hilton Hotels, operator of the Claude Anthropic AI systems, General Lord of Fish in the Seas of the Caribbean, Imperator of Cuba, Marco Rubio? How dare you? I'm just kidding, by the way. But I haven't actually heard Rubio's speech personally. We've been so busy covering the on-the-ground developments in the Middle East. I haven't really been able to have a lot of time to see a lot of official government statements. I didn't even really see the Pentagon press briefing today. I have a feeling I probably didn't miss a lot because I'll be entirely honest with you all. Government officials don't really and this is not for the current administration. This is just in the general. They really say a lot, but they don't really say anything. That's kind of the running thing with a lot of press briefings. They go out there and they won't confirm or deny anything most of the time. So I really kind of skip out on watching most of it. So unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on that. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 2. Actually, we have a 15 from Andrew. And thank you very much, Andrew, for that support. He said, we need news, plenty of news, and this is the place for it. And thanks for all you do.
And thank you so much for enjoying all we do. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 15 from the Pony. And they said Air Force pilots most likely are not taking amphetamines, but they might be taking Provigil, modafinil, or armodafinil, or some other derivative of that.
And that's the go stuff, the go pills and all that. Yeah. I mean, that's what they say these days, but I'll be honest with you, in a push or shove situation, they're going to, if amphetamines would be proven to be better in the short term in those sorts of scenarios, they'll give out the amphetamines again. That's just how it would be. And then they won't tell anyone, and then it become a congressional hearing in 15 years. Did you take amphetamines in the middle of the Middle East war? Mr. Senator, I cannot confirm nor deny that I took amphetamines. Did you take something that looked like meth? Mr.
I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's like that. It's not like they're taking the go pills or something like that, and then all of a sudden they're like, man, I'm just itching for a little bit of that pro. Give me some of that pro. It's like I don't think it's like that. I think it's like a lot muted or something. It's just enough to keep them awake with a little caffeine in it and stuff like that. I don't think it's nothing crazy. I don't think.
Well, I mean, back in the Gulf War, they were giving them out straight amphetamines, it was like the real stuff. That's why they had the whole investigation after the Gulf War, and they said nobody could do this anymore. It's just non-narcotic, drug-related, stimulants. And then that's when it turned into the wakeful awareness stuff and all the stuff like that. But way back in the Gulf War and stuff, they were giving out, the straight stuff. They were giving out what they call out there in the streets. I think they call it that good, that loud. But it's that it is time for us to move on to the next one. But a big thanks to you for the support once again.
Indeed. And our next one goes to Winston Smith, who puts in a 13. And thank you, Winston, as well, for that support. He said, I've watched you since the first week of the Ukraine war when you said Lee Springs. And you've been amazing the whole time. And my go-to for the war updates. Free Iran, Slava Ukraine, and long live the USA and Israel.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for the kind words. And Matthew, I just looked at the number of super chats that we have again, and I think it's probably time for us to return back to the 2020 shifts. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's 2026.
Matthew, like it's.
I should have known better than to make that
obtuse.
joke while brains were tired. I should have known better.
Matthew, don't be obtuse. You had me sitting there breaking my brain for a minute. I was like, what the hell does he mean? Like, of course it's 2026. This is a 2020 shift. But anyways, do you agree with that, Matthew? Do you think that that would be a necessary thing to do at this point?
Yeah, I can agree to disagree.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and start hitting 2020 shifts, folks. And so we got a 10 from Eva Loom, and they didn't throw in a comment, but a huge thanks to you for support. We also get a 10 from Robert Krogan, who said, thanks for the hard work and welcome LSA, and a big thanks to you for enjoying our work and supporting it, and welcome to the new members of the LSA. We also got a $10 from Bing Bing Bang Bang, who said, I've been watching you guys since the beginning of the Ukraine war. I own you guys, or owe you guys, and I wanted to say thank you guys for being neutral and being on top of the news, LSA. And a big thanks to you for support, Bing Bong, and helping this channel to keep on running. And we also got a 10 from Zeke. What, Matthew? What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at?
I don't know. That's the way you read that off the last one. The thing's Bing Bong. It's like, I sound like an insult or something, but go
That's
ahead.
his name. Well, we also got a 10 from Zeke, who said, was reading about the Gulf War and seeing the parallels here in Iran. Build up, then the air battle and supremacy, last as ground war. Do you think we were pulling a Schwarzkopf? Long live the Lee Spring Army. And Zeke, yeah, you just spoke my language. I love the Gulf War. Like, as far as, like, a historical topic, and as far as the strategy from Schwarzkopf. Schwarzkopf was the greatest general of our modern age, in my opinion. After the Second World War, I think he's definitely the best. But I would have to say that it's possible, but there's some situations on the ground that change this, like Iraq is in Saudi Arabia, and also the ground inside of Iran is much different than the terrain in Iraq, making a lot of the ground operations that happen in the Gulf War a lot harder to pull off in reality with the situation in Iran. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And we also got a 50 from Andrew Barbara, who said, we Smurfs are LSA proud. The LSA will not be denied, and I hope not. And a big thanks to you for the support, Andrew Barbara, and helping this channel to keep on running. And we also have a 10 from Sir Bevo, who said, you guys should get an Emmy for your coverage of Epic Fury and other conflicts. And thank you so much for the support, Sir Bevo. And honestly, we don't do it for awards. We don't do it for anything but the love of the game. So a huge thanks to you once again for that incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we also have a 10 from Donnie. And Tony said, should the U.S.-Israel arm counter-revolutionaries in Iran? How practical and feasible would that be? I would say if it comes to it, we should. Because generally it would be practical enough to see a new government come in, but then if we let them do that, we can't get involved in meddling in the affairs after they've shed their own blood and died, because then they're going to rebel against us and not like us. So if they take over the government with the guns we give them, then we have to let them go and make whatever government they want. And then we're kind of playing a little bit of a gamble there. So it's really up to what they decide and what they think would be a good idea as to whether we do that or not. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we also have a 10 from Small Mind, who said, my uncle was in charge of a naval aerospace program, and my uncle an engineer for Raytheon. You guys are good to go. No later fake news. Salt Lake City born. Go team. And a big thanks to you for support, Small Mind. A really interesting family upbringing there, I'd say. We also got a 10 from Blue Crayon. Are you a Marine? I'm just kidding with you. But we also, I'm just playing. I got a lot of respect for the Marines. I got many friends who are Marines. But they do love the crayon eating jokes. I mean, they literally eat those up, pun intended. Literally every Marine I've ever known made the crayon joke before I ever made it to him. But beyond that, we have a 10 from Blue Crayon, who said, news on the F-15 pilots. I'm very worried about them after landing in Kuwait. They're all fine. One of them got in a really close situation where they almost got their neck wrung out because they thought he was an Iranian pilot, but then he made it clear he was an American, and he's all good now. So they're all fine. They all landed on the ground. The Kuwaitis were more than hospitable, and I believe they've all been returned back to their squadrons at their bases, wherever they may be in the Middle East. So big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we also got a 10 from JMO, who said, thanks for this amazing coverage. And thank you so much for the support and enjoying this absolutely amazing of a coverage. We also get a 10 from McClune. And and McClune said, hopped in the stream the second the notification came in. And within 10 minutes, you already had 26,000 people watching. Y'all have come so far. Keep it up, boys. Best news outlet out there. And thank you so much for the support. It really has dawned on us recently how far we've come. Because back in the day, when I thought I had gone viral, I had 3.8 thousand live viewers on air. Nowadays, on normal shows before this war broke out, we had about 17 to 20,000 people live on air every night at the peak. These days, we're getting up to, during this war, about 45,000 to 60,000 people on air at a time. We're so wildly honored. Like, Matthew can tell y'all, because I was the one who founded the channel way back when, like in the middle of 2021, and I was wanting to do news, and I did it on my own. Matthew joined about a month into the war in Ukraine, so for that entire time, I did it on my own. I yapped like this my entire life. There were people around me who would basically diss on me all the time, like, you know, anyone and everyone really, because I just talk about this stuff all the time, and they'd say, you know, you need to stop being, you know, so far up your, like legitimately they would say stuff like, you need to be so far up your own ass, none of this will ever matter, it's stupid, it's pointless to talk about, you need to talk about things that actually matter, and then I made a living off of it. Like, and then Matthew joined me, and then we turned this into one of the biggest news channels on YouTube. It's really crazy to see that, and I gotta say, it's been an honor to be able to do this with Matthew, and it's also been an honor to have all of you all along for the ride. I've been highly honored to know that so many people really do appreciate the kind of coverage and news that we give, and the kind of analysis particularly that I give. That's the big thing to me, because I love doing analysis, and I love talking about the military side of things on strategy and tactics and such, and I got to say that we're just wildly honored to know that so many people like y'all are here and supporting this channel to help it keep on running and to keep a dream alive for a larger part of making the news a little bit better. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And we also got a 10 from Queen B, who said, happy birthday, Mom. Long live the Republican. Indeed. Happy birthday, Susan. Big 70. God bless everyone involved. And a big 70 to your mom, Susan. I got to say, that's great to hear. And I hope y'all have been having a great birthday in the midst of this war that's going on right here. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And we also have a 10 from Ben Bacon Bits, who said, hail the great orb. Get yourself a brownie, would you? Dang, skinny kids. You still made a rub of it. But he said, well, I'm not. Like, I'm on the chunky side a little. Like, I'm not like, you know, like, just absolutely like my 600-pound life, but I definitely do need to lose some weight myself. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And we also got a 10 from Ashley King without a comment. A big thanks to you. We also got a 10 from Chris AC Checker Taxi, who said, got a Facebook article, keeps popping up with the first Iron Beam kill. Any info on this? We did see it get some Iron Beam kills. Well, Iron Beam kills did occur up near Haifa. So we can confirm that that is in fact an operational weapon system, but not in large numbers like the Israelis claimed, which I said before the war. Remember that, Matthew? We had a discussion about that, and some people were saying, oh, there's like lots of them. I was like, nah, there's like limited numbers. They've hardly had time to produce them. We've only seen one near Haifa, and that was it. We haven't seen them anywhere else inside of Israel. So I think they're still in.
You talking about the Iron Beam?
Yeah, the Iron Beam.
Yeah, I saw a video yesterday that claimed to show the Iron Beam firing at an incoming rocket from Hezbollah, and I'll be honest, I'm not totally convinced that was actually the Iron Beam, because I'm like, a laser doesn't have like a projectile that it fires, and it seemed to show a projectile being fired into the sky. Granted, it was very luminescent, it was very bright, but you know, I'm not sure if that's the way a laser works. A laser fires in an instantaneous beam. Like light is basically instant as it moves so fast. So it's like it doesn't have like a module that it fires off. So I'm not sure if we've actually seen an on-camera footage of the Iron Beam actually in functional combat use. I'm not sure if we've really seen it yet.
And I think we've seen it like that one time that we're kind of talking about. You know, maybe it's I don't know. I mean, you know, it is kind of weird. I mean, a beam of light's a beam of light. It's not a burst of light like a, you know, a phaser or a blaster from like a sci-fi show. So I guess we'll have to see, but we maybe have seen one in use once, maybe, and we're still trying to figure that one out, like Matthew's saying. Because in reality, I mean, it did kind of work a little bit unusually. But with that, before we even get on to the next one, someone asked in the chat, how did you two meet each other? Well, that's crazy. When Matthew was 1 year and 6 months old, I came home and was put in the crib as a newborn baby. And so we ended up meeting each other by happenstance, just most random sort of a thing, because I happened to be brought home to the same house as him when he was 1.5 years old. We're brothers, that's what I'm trying to say. So that's how we met. We've known each other our entire, well, Matthew's known me since he was 1.5 years. I've known him my entire life, actually. But anyway, so that, I hope that does address that well. And we also got a 10 from Daniel McClay, who said, thank you guys for your continued fantastic service. And thank you so much for enjoying it. We try our best. I hope that it's been good. And I thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And we also have a 10 from Cojones, who said, the orb of ammo. Oh, the orb. But a big thanks to you for the support. And it's now time to hand over to Matthew to knock out the next 20.
All right, so we are now going to jump into a little bit of breaking news right this second. So let's switch gears for just a second. We are seeing a significant explosion that just occurred at the American base in Erbil, Iraq, following the interception of an Iranian drone. We just saw that just now, and we've also seen some pretty incredible footage. It's always impressive to see the CRAM firing, by the way. The CRAM is a ground-based air defense system that fires rounds, like normal munitions, at these incoming targets. So, Enforcer, pull this up real quick, and let's see this on Twitter. We have two different videos to show, the CRAM and the explosion at Erbil, so let's take a look.
Actually, this is the CRAM and the explosion at Erbil. This is all in one. This was the same incident.
Also, by the way, beware, I think Discord's about to have a problem.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Why did they do it to me? Why did they do it to me? Well, here's the clip, though. We see the CWIS fire, or the phalanx, and it took it on down. One hell of an explosion. Can you see it, Matthew? Can you witness it?
No, I can't see anything.
Oh, shoot. Let me just fix that right here, right now. All right, folks. We're going to have to do a little 1-2 here. A little 1-2. Hang on, folks. We're going to fix this here real quick, like. All right. Let's see here. Where the hell? There he is. And then we join the call. Hello?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, let's take a look at that clip again, and let's see what we got here. So here is the CWIS firing. Actually, this would be a phalanx. The phalanx is the ground version. The CWIS is the one on board the ships. Same system, but just different forms of use. But here it is firing at the incoming drone, and then the explosion from that drone when it was hit. There's the burst. There's the explosion. Successful intercept. Man.
Damn, that's crazy.
That is crazy right there. The rest of the videos are the same. They just have watermarks on them, by the way. You may continue, Matthew. Please, by all means.
All right, so jumping back to our questions, though, to jump out of our breaking news for a second, because, of course, that's a pretty big incident happening right now at Erbil, but it has been struck many times over and over again, so, we probably expect more than that. But jumping back into our questions here, this one goes to none other than Bobby, and thank you very much, Bobby, for that massive $100 support, and we appreciate that very much from a longtime channel legend. He said, regarding generals, Schwarzkopf, a war is his middle name, and in the middle of his name, and I guess so. I'm with the Enforcer. Enforcer thinks he was pretty good. I think he was pretty good as well. Schwarzkopf was a good general. I would say so. So I would agree. And thank you very much, Bobby, for that support. We also have a 20 from TRZ Pug. And thank you very much, TRZ, for that support. He said, thanks for all the news and waiting for confirmation so we are not riding the roller coaster. And please take one from the chat in LSA. And also, thank you for the kind words. And also, we do try to wait for confirmation on things. Of course, we want to be quick to report stuff, but usually we will give a caveat if we're not totally sure about it, because we don't want to, say something's a fact and then we have to walk that back 5 or 10 minutes later. That always sucks to do that. So we try to avoid doing that, to avoid that roller coaster. But thank you very much for that support. Sadly, I don't have any from the chat right now because I've been struggling to keep up with the super chats. So we'll give you a rain check on that one because I don't have any live chat questions to grab at the moment. But thank you very much for that support. We also have a 10 from Edsel. And Edsel said, B2 pilots swap out. One sleeps in the bed and the other pilot pilots the aircraft. Also, they only eat plain turkey sandwiches while in the B2. The B2 has a sleeping pod, still exhausting. And I can only imagine while they're eating plain turkey sandwiches. I can only imagine while they're probably doing that. I think I might know. Also, I would imagine that is exhausting. Can you imagine having to fly that mission? Also, it's like, how do they figure out which pilot's going to be the one actually carrying out the mission? It's like, which one's going to be, are they both awake during the mission? I would assume that they probably are, because it probably needs both of them there. But it's like, if one of them's asleep, like, surely not sleeping through that. I certainly wouldn't want to be. But thank you very much for that support. Also, an Enforcer pulled up a schematic here. Enforcer, you want to share this with us real quick?
So I got this from this website. It was it was in Mandarin. I'm just kidding. It's from Wikipedia. But this is a schematic of the B2. I had to check really quickly because for a second I was thinking, well, what would be kind of sensible would be to have a crew of 3, so that way one guy could be sleeping and then they could just rotate everyone through, kind of on a 3-shift system for long duration flights. Interesting enough, it only has a crew of 2, which is a pilot and a co-pilot. So like the co-pilot would take a shift sleeping, and then the co-pilot would take over, and then the pilot would take a shift sleeping, and then when an operation comes up, whoever was sleeping, they get up, and then they're both at the controls once the operation is actually happening. So that's what I would assume their sorts of rotations would look like in there if it's only a two-man crew. But they could fit a third guy in there possibly to be able to do the three-shift rotation thing.
Is there not a picture of the B2 toilet?
I think there is somewhere out there.
I'm trying to look for it. I don't see any pictures though of it. I think they might be keeping that top secret.
Let's see. B2 toilet. Let me see if I can find it here.
I'm not sure how a toilet would violate OPSEC, but you know, sometimes they classify things like that.
Let's see here. So they have the oh man, they really don't have any pictures of this actually. Yeah, sadly I wouldn't be able to help you out with that one because they don't really show the sleeping vestibule or the toilet online, sadly. But we do know it's in there. They've said it's in there. It's just that we don't know what it looks like specifically.
Also, people saying, yeah, it's OPSEC. Yeah, it's OPSEC. That shit is classified. No pun intended. It's really classified. They don't. I mean, I'm seeing people online posting pictures of what appears to be like a normal, like, Toto, like toilet or something like that you see in a normal house. I'm like, I don't think they're putting a toilet like that in there. It's probably similar or analogous to what you see in like a commercial aircraft, but probably a little bit more, military looking, probably, I'd imagine.
No.
Probably something like that.
No, no. It's mundane. It's like straight out of a commercial aircraft. High likelihood because everyone always thinks that like, oh, these military facilities, oh, they've got to look like like super high tech on the inside. Reality of it is, folks, is that a lot of buildings, like if we were to talk about say like the NSA building up in near, let's see, north of Washington, around Fort Meade, like the inside of that thing is going to look like an absolutely mundane, boring office building. Like it's not going to look that crazy because most every government building, even the ones that are like highly secretive and stuff, they're built bare bones. They're just built to get a job done. So there's nothing really crazy in them. So I bet you money that B2 toilet actually looks like one of those really thin little toilets like out of a commercial airliner, and then there's a bunk behind that, like one bed. And it's basically like just a flat like prison cot almost, and that's it probably.
Yeah, it's probably like somebody said it right here. Someone said it's probably like a jail cell bathroom. It could be that bare bones like that. It's obviously not for luxury, so it's probably kind of nasty actually. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Robert Jackson, who puts in the 10. He said, back in my day, 15 years ago, I stayed awake for 96 hours on the USS Dallas with just kofefe discipline and a bit of caffeine to go along the way. 96 hours. That's how many days is that in force? That's what, 4 days or so? 4 or 5 days or something?
Yeah,
What is
like
that exactly?
It's like let me think.
I think
that'd be 4. Yeah, that'd be like 3.5 or 4 or something.
I think that's around the range that you start hallucinating. I think around that time frame when you start having hallucinations and you start having actual physical symptoms from it. So I can only imagine you probably get some stories from that because I would never want to stay awake for that long. I've stayed awake the longest I would say is probably. Honestly, a full 24 hours is the longest I've actually stayed awake, and I was already having issues at 24 hours. I was like, geez, I can only imagine staying awake for long. There's been experiments run on that, by the way. A human has to sleep after a certain period of time, or they start to literally die. So you have to have it. So 96 hours is pushing it. But thank you very much for that support. We also have a 10 from News Brunswick, who said, I throw a bit of flack your way sometimes, but I really appreciate your guys' coverage. Miles above the rest. I look forward to your streams every day, and God bless you too, and God bless America. And I agree, and thank you for that support. We also have a 10 from Cohodes, who said, Kuwait, can you get your shit together? And I think they are getting it together to a certain degree, but unfortunately, though, they did take down 3 of our planes, which kind of sucks, but at the same time, it happens. Even with good fighting forces, there are accidents that happen, but, it is Kuwait that did it. It's not the U.S. forces shooting their own stuff down. It's Kuwait that did it. So it is what it is. Luckily, it wasn't the crazy expensive aircraft. It was the F-15s. It's still a loss, but it's not like our top-end stuff. So I guess that's a positive lining to it, if you can call it that. But we also have a 10 from Cohodes once again, who said, guys, you have to show the video of the Israel's new laser weapon that they used today. And that was the video I was talking about earlier, by the way. I'm doubtful that actually showed the Iron Dome in action. It was not posted by Israel. It was posted by a OSINT source. And I think they're mistaken. I don't think that was a laser weapon. Laser weapons they fire in a straight beam and they're instantaneous. They don't have a lag. It's not like firing a projectile. So I would doubt it. But Enforcer, what was your take on that? Did you believe that was a laser weapon, or what was your ultimate take?
It might have been. It's just really hard to say because we've never really seen one in normal operation outside of a test. So it might have been. I mean, it like the trajectory of whatever was fired from the ground was going directly towards the target in basically like a perfectly straight line, but lights instantaneously, and that thing had some travel time to it. So I mean, I got a lot of questions about it. I don't really know what that thing was. It may have been an iron beam, but it may have not been at the same time.
Yeah, I'm sort of doubtful about it, but thank you very much, Cahoots, for that support. We also have a 10 from Pookie, who said, sending some love, and y'all are amazing, and we appreciate that stellar reporting. And thank you very much, Pookie, and we are glad we are delivering, and we appreciate that kind words very much. We also have a 10 from Vesper, who said, with the Gulf states and the UK getting involved, do you think this could escalate into a global conflict or World War III? LSA, it ain't me. I ain't no senator's son. And I would say, dealing with your question, I would say this situation, if it gets dragged out, which it sounds like it might, and we start getting into a situation where there's a possible ground invasion into Iran, which is shockingly on the table, to my surprise, we could see something. What's concerning me is how quiet China and Russia are. People might notice that. China has issued some very mundane statements, but nothing of note. But Russia and China were making some wild statements before this whole situation popped off. Russia was threatening to do something to the United States over it. China was saying that we better not do it, and then all of a sudden they're quiet. I'm not sure if that indicates they're backing off. That might indicate that they're recalculating the situation and trying to figure out how to deal with it now that it actually happened. So I wouldn't rule anything out. I'm not saying it's likely that something comes out of it, but we'll have to watch. But we also have a 20 from Oblivion, who put in that 20, of course, and they said, is there any speculation on Iran possibly resorting to dirty bombs or chemical weapons like was used in Assad's Syria? Say if Iran got desperate enough to use a nuclear adjacent option, and it seems under discussed. Now, you know, the weird thing about that is just yesterday, a report came out from a very good independent reporter showing that there was evidence that Iran has used dirty bombs as early as 2020. They mix in chemicals which should not be there, like mercury, and also mixing in other things like cesium, which is a radioactive element, into their bombs. There is no legitimate reason for a conventional bomb to even have those chemicals or those elements in it, but there's evidence that they have been in Iranian bombs for a long time, and apparently they might be being used right now. We simply have not gotten confirmation of it. So I would say it's a fair point. It could be possible, and I think it is under discuss. I think you'll be hearing more about it in the future, though. But we also have a 10 from Point of Guinness, and Point of Guinness said, just watch your short war video, and my question is, can you reply and call that floating thingamajig a real aircraft carrier? And I guess not anymore. And also, Enforcer, since that's involved in your short war video, I'll have to let you answer that one.
Thank you very much, Enforcer Matt. It was very honored to be here right now on this press briefing. But let's see. I just watched your short war video. Mike, you reply, call that floating a real aircraft. Well, I mean, the reason why it was called an aircraft carrier in the title and the thumbnail is because technically it is, although it doesn't really meet our definition here in the West of being an aircraft carrier. It could carry aircraft, which were unmanned aerial vehicles, aka drones, and it was capable of firing them off of the deck and operating them from the ship. So while it is absolutely the jankest aircraft carrier in human history, it still, crazily enough, is an aircraft carrier. So I do thank you for support, but I guess it isn't one anymore. I think that thing is what's called an aircraft carrying grave. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well, and I'll hand it right back over to Matthew.
All right, so getting back into our other questions here, we do have a $10 support from Kriegs. And thank you, Kriegs. They said, we don't really have a blood chit sewn into the jackets anymore, since you hardly fly with your jacket. They're serialized to the air wing for Navy aircrew, and I flew with mine folded up in my G-suit pocket. And also, by the way, you're apparently a pilot, which is quite interesting as well. So that's pretty cool right there. And Enforcer, I hear you over there smacking. Are you trying to say something?
No. I was going to pull up a blood shit to show it off.
Oh, I mean, there must have been the keys smacking on the keyboard. I heard some smacking going on. I was like, dang, he's getting salivating over this question. He must be wanting to say something.
Yeah, well, this is a blood shit. Like, this is kind of like just samples of some. These were actually very common still are common. Way back around the time of World War II, this is when this started to become a real big concept, and it was a really big one for us in the United States because of the fact that U.S. airmen and also aviators would fly over multiple different areas of the world. We kind of had to get away without having to teach someone a whole bunch of language classes for them to be able to communicate with the local population to tell them that, you know, don't kill me, I'm an American, I'm like pretty cool, so you gotta like treat me nice. So we gave them these, which are called blood shits, and usually they have a whole bunch of different languages on these blood shits, and it says the same thing in every single language. And it's particular to where they're flying. So if they're in Asia, it'll have things like Mandarin and all of the different dialects of Mandarin on it. It'll have Korean, it'll have, you know, so on and so forth, Japanese and whatnot. So that way they can show this to someone, they can just read it. But let me see if I can find y'all exactly what it says on one of these. Let's see. Oh man, all of them have so many different languages that the text is quite small. But it's something like, I'm an American airman, I'm your friend, I mean you no harm, I'm trying to get back to my forces, if you could help me or at least try and give me safe harbor, I'll thank you greatly and the U.S. government will compensate you. It's something along those lines, but that's what the blood shits are. And I thank you for sharing that information with us, because I'd actually heard earlier that apparently they were still sewn in, but according to you, apparently they're not, and I thank you very much, you being a pilot, sharing that information with us. And so I'm going to hand it right back over to Matthew now, but a big thanks to you for sharing that knowledge with us.
Indeed. Also, by the way, someone says, what about the breaking news, bro? Sadly, there is no breaking news right now. It appears to be shockingly, we're actually seeing one of our first breather moments of this entire war so far. So as of right now, it looks like it's generally died down, which sort of indicates to me that something huge might be breaking out over the next 12 hours or so, because it seems like both sides are trying to replenish and regroup for something. We have heard the U.S. is going to be ramping that up, so we'll be watching that closely over the next 12 hours. But moving into our next one here. This one's going to go to Nefarious Technology, puts into 50. And thank you very much, good sir. They said 117 hours was my most hours awake. And I did that after a night of drinking the recovery day. All the sugar has weird for the first 36 hours. Dr. Pepper caffeine and coffee finished me off. I would feel like 117 hours. That's too much. That's too much. I would not handle 117 hours of being awake very well. I can tell you that right now, which is crazy. Also, by the way, Nefarious Technology added on to that one with a $20 super chat and said at 72 hours, you start hitting involuntary micro naps. And at 90 hours, I had a lot of strobing. At 105, I was straight up hallucinating. And at those last 20 hours, it hurt to close my eyes until I blacked out. Now, that's something I noticed too. At just 24 hours, you start to have a hard time falling to sleep. That's what I realized. You want to go to sleep, but you have a hard time falling asleep. It's a weird thing. It's like the complete opposite of what you'd expect. You would think that it would be real easy to go to sleep because you'd be extremely tired. But for me, it was like, dang, I need to go to sleep, but I can't get to sleep. It's like you get stuck in this in-between ground. It's not really good and also kind of sketchy, too. You feel really whacked out. But thank you very much for that support, by the way, and we do appreciate that very, very much. We also have a 20 from Arar983 who said, I'm sure you guys are done with the orb, but the orb will never forsake you, an LSA. And honestly, I had no idea, like I said earlier, that was going to turn into such a big thing. That has turned into a literal meme, and people are posting about it. It is getting us some attention, by the way, which is interesting, but people have run with that like crazy. And it's just wild because we don't even know what the thing is. We have no information to provide people about it, and people are still running with it, which is insane. But we appreciate you, Arar, for that support. We also have a $10 support, from Orb of LSA, who said, isn't it funny that the U.S. Air Force has air superiority against Russia and Chinese defenses, but Kuwait air defenses, probably U.S., is what took down U.S. planes, and great defense sells demo. And I would say, also, by the way, Enforcer, is it true that Kuwait's using U.S. air defense as Patriot, I would assume?
Oh, yeah. A lot of it.
Yeah. So they are using U.S. air defenses. So yeah, our stuff works good. Like our stuff actually does work good. The Russian air defenses has probably had the worst reputation crisis of any nation on the planet. It sucked in Venezuela. We discombobulated the hell out of it down there in Venezuela. It doesn't work in Russia. I mean, look at all the domestic strikes that Ukraine conducts into Russian mainland territory constantly. It doesn't work. Also, it's not working in Iran either. So I think the whole moral of the story is if you buy Russian air defense, you're basically buying defeat, basically. So I don't think a war industry is going to have a good time selling, to foreign countries from this point forward, personally. But I would agree with you. We also have a 10 from Covert Plague, who said China used to get about 20% of their oil from Venezuela and Iran. And I don't think we went there to prepare for this. And if anything, it was a start to restrict China. And I'm a little bit on the fence about that. I kind of see where you're coming from, but I kind of see the other side of the argument too, that it could be cause and effect, possibly that they planned it out. I'm just not entirely sure. So I'm going to have to be undecided. But thank you for that support. We also have a 10 from Pookie, who said, y'all are the best in the whole wide flat earth. And thank you, Pookie, for those extremely kind words, by the way. And we do appreciate that very, very much. We also have a 10 from the Chefistan, or the Chef Steven. He said, thanks for the great report. And this is my first super chat I've ever done for any channel. And we are honored by that, by the way. He said, question, what do you think the end game is for the United States, and what would it take to end the attack? The end game for the United States. That's a tricky one because right now, the United States doesn't know exactly how long it's going to take to end the conflict. So that indicates to me that the planning is kind of fluid at the moment. It's not a hard and fast plan that they have in place. Basically, what they're going to attempt to do is continue to basically chew down on the Iranian missile systems, the TEL launchers. They're going to keep hitting those. They're going to keep hitting the air defense systems that are left. So that way they can try to achieve air superiority at one point. And at that point, they'll have a wide range to do whatever the hell they want. But ultimately, though, regime change was the stated goal, but I'm hearing some people start to waffle on that a little bit. The U.S. government seems to be waffling on that idea a little bit, so I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you. Say what?
I got to tell you this, Matthew. I just found this out. The Kuwaitis didn't shoot down the F-15s with the Patriots. They actually shot them down with the MiM-23s. I got to go show you all this. So the Kuwaitis ended up landing like 1 in a million shots 3 times in a row with these.
Oh gosh, that's like a Hawk.
That is a Hawk. This is a MiM-23 Hawk. So they actually ended up landing lottery shots basically against F-15s with a 60-year-old air defense system 3 times in a couple of minutes. So I gotta say, apparently they're well trained to be able to use these well, because these are like, it would take a lot to be able to get one of these to hit something, much less 3 F-15s in less than like 5 minutes.
So you're telling me that the Hawk, this thing right here, this like Looney Tunes looking weapon is better than the Russians' most advanced air defense?
I guess that's what we can get from it.
My God. Jeez.
Man, even our 60-year-old stuff is better than stuff made in Russia yesterday. That is insane. Oh my God. Like,
Are you sure they shot them down using this thing? Are you positive? Because I still have a hard time believing that.
The Kuwaiti army actually has no integrated air defense. The air defense of the Kuwaiti armed forces falls under the Kuwaiti Air Force. And the only air defenses that they have is 1 battalion of improved Hawk systems. So it's like the MiM-23H or G, I believe. And then they have 1 TPS-63 radar in their territory, which coordinates air defense actions. So that TPS radar probably gave the order to fire to these Hawks, and the Hawk operators were actually able to land 1 in a million shots on 3 F-15s. So I think we can be safe to say it's good the Kuwaitis are our allies, because they're using 60-year-old air defense systems from us, and they use them that well to accidentally shoot down 3 F-15s. Imagine what they would do with modern air defense systems.
Yeah, really. Honestly, I'm not sure if we should be honored that our air defense, even the 60-year-old stuff, works that well, or we should feel ashamed that this 60-year-old tech shot down our F-15E. I'm not really sure. I'm kind of twisted.
I don't know either. But I had to share that information with you folks because I just found that out, and that's actually even crazier of a story.
Yeah, it is insane, honestly. But moving away from that bombshell news story right there and moving back into our super chats, this one goes to Carissa Lang, who puts in a 10. They said, you guys have taught me a lot, and thank you for being so informative. And we try to be informative. We are very grateful that you found it to be informative, and we appreciate the support very much. We also have a 10 from John Ferrario, who said, great work and carry on. And we shall carry on. We shall carry on. Coffee fund allowing. Let's say that. I'm really pulling on that coffee fund heavy right now. I'm starting to feel like I might have to pull on it again here shortly. But thank you very much. We also have a 10 from Joe Max, who said, thanks for the daily coverage. And also a question, can the U.S. afford to do another Iraq situation? And we can afford it, but we really shouldn't strive for that. Definitely not. We should definitely try to make this as quick as possible and as painless as possible. Unfortunately, it's already having some pain to it. We've lost 6 men and women in this whole situation, which is obviously a travesty, but that was expected. You don't go into these situations and just come out unscathed. That's almost impossible. Venezuela was a bit of a fluke, and also it's a very short operation, so we had 0 deaths in that situation. But I hope this doesn't turn into an Iraq situation or an Afghanistan situation. I hope it doesn't. But also, we have a 10 from David Long, who said, okay, a challenge for you. How many counties are at war in the world versus how many are not at war? And love the LSA. Now, I think that's a trick question. I don't think every country has counties. It's only the United States that has counties. I think a few others, if I'm correct, Enforcer. You would know that. You have history in your head.
Yeah, that's true. In France, it would be provinces. In Britain, it would be counties. Here in the United States, we have states that then have counties within them, but it kind of depends from country to country.
Yeah, so and also the U.S. doesn't even use counties all the way. Like there's parishes in Louisiana, which is a U.S. state. So I think that's a trick question, honestly. I'm not. If you mean regions, I guess the best way would be to describe it would be regions. I sadly couldn't even begin to describe that to you because there are so many places around the world that are on fire right now with war. It's hard to even keep up with them just naming the countries by themselves. So I couldn't even begin to name it, to be honest. But also we have a $10 support from John Armed Security. He said, have you guys seen or heard any information on the deployment of a rotational armored brigade combat team at Camp Bahrain, Kuwait, towards the Iranian border or elsewhere? Sadly, I can't comment on that at all. I can't comment on that. I might have heard something or might not have heard something, but I can't comment on it. But thank you very much for the support. We also have a 10 from Onisky, who said, good day, mates from down under, and your work is so informative, and been watching you guys since the invasion of Ukraine, and no more hot dog man for me, and stay safe. I agree. I think we're all done with that guy, and I think he's done with everybody else too. So it is what it is at this point. But with that, folks, it's now time to turn it back over to the Enforcer for him to take another 20 questions. So, Enforcer, take it away.
Yeah, and also I got to give a correction, everyone. I actually did do more research. Upon further research, they do still have MIM-23 Hawk batteries in operation, but they also have 14 Patriot systems as well, and I believe 5 of those are PAC-3s. So there is a possibility that they did shoot them down with a Hawk, but it's much more likely just due to the number that it's probably Patriots. So I do have to get that clarification.
I knew it, man. I knew it wasn't a Hawk. That's why I was checking with you a second time. I was like, there's no way that a Hawk shot that down. I was going with it, but I was like, I don't know. Like, I was really doubting that for a second. I was like, 60-year-old stuff shooting on an F-15E? I wasn't very sure.
Well, I mean, it's still possible. I mean, we haven't heard exactly yet from the Kuwaitis what they shot at the F-15s, and they do have 5 Hawk batteries, so there is a chance that it could have been a Hawk. But if we're talking about in total, there's a 25% chance it could have been a Hawk. There's a 75% chance it was a Patriot. And then there's even like a 30% chance it was probably a PAC-3, which is the most advanced version of the Patriot missiles that are used in the Patriot system. So it's highly likely more so a Patriot than anything else. But I had to give a clarification to that on air because I was like trying to pull up. I was digging so hard, folks, to find out what they shot it down with. I was like, what is this? And then they were like, Kuwait still uses Hawks 60 years later. I was like, what? And then I went and read some more, and then it's like, okay, well, they're actually phasing these out over the next 10 years with Patriots. And I'm like, oh, okay. So anyways, moving on from that, it's time to get on into the questions of the next 20. Kadir threw in a 10 and said, turned my 85-year-old mom to the site. Happy birthday, Mom, on March 1st of 2026. Oh, happy late birthday. Happy belated birthday to your mom. And I hope that she's been enjoying this site and this channel. We try our best to be able to cover the news in the highest quality that we can, and we're always entirely honored for folks to be enjoying this show from say they're like from when they're 18 all the way up until the 90s. We thank everyone for watching, and a huge thanks to you so much once again. We also have a $10.
Yeah, you missed a couple at the top.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, there's a couple at the top of the spreadsheet.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Look, you fool me once, you can't fool me again. Anyways, we got a 50 from Chris Fieldbuck. Chris said, the Orbit Judgment is now a social media platform by so-and-so at Orbit Judgments. And I got to thank you so much for support, Chris. And, you know, the Orb is something, really. I mean, I never thought in the end of my days the number one thing we'd end up going viral for in this war is the Orb of Judgment. Really shows you, Matthew. Really shows you why we gotta be careful about showing that kind of stuff. Like it really shows.
Yeah, in my book, publicity is publicity. You know what I'm saying? A little publicity doesn't hurt nobody. That's what they're telling me.
Yeah, but next thing you know, you got some guy who's no longer fit or fresh hanging out and yapping. I mean, it's like you gotta be careful.
Oh man, it's crazy. We have people that love us and we have people that hate us. I think we're we're like one of those very polarizing type channels that people, like I said, people either love you or hate you. Like it seems like there's no in between. There's not many people out there. It's like I'm kind of indifferent to those guys. No, it's usually like they're either very much pro enforcer channel or they're very much against. Like it's a weird thing.
But I mean, like with that one though, it's like, eh,
He's bigoted with
whatever.
everybody, so I mean that's a little bit different. There's a couple of exceptions.
I mean, you sit you sit there and make your whole thing about being the certain personality type, and then when people find out your personal life, you're not one of those people. You're literally the people you complain about. It's like, well, can we really take their criticism to be worthwhile or anything? Not really. I mean, like you got to kind of live what you preach a little bit. But anyways, moving on from that, we also got a 20 from Power Slave who said, incredible coverage from the Enforcer. Do we know who makes the IRGC's TELs? Can they get more of them? And long live the LSA, and long live the Republic, and long live the Republic indeed, and long live the Leaf Spring Army. And as far as the TELs, they're actually apparently custom built within Iran, but they don't have an ability to make a lot of them. So as long as we knock out wherever they're building those inside of Iran, technically they shouldn't be able to get any more of them. Obviously, they have to build them to the specific missiles that they have, and nobody really uses Iranian missiles. Those are pretty much proprietary to Iran, so they have to build the TELs in Iran to be able to use them. So I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one, which is a 10 from Dat Boy. And look at that boy. And Dat Boy said, I've been with you guys since day 2 of the Ukraine war. Remember that Pavel guy? Actually, I forgot about that guy. I think I remember him a little bit, but that was so long ago. And LOL, much thanks to you boys for the continued updates and coverage of many conflicts. Love my OSINT nerds, and God bless the Leaf Spring Army, and long live the Leaf Spring Army indeed. I'd agree with you. And I gotta say that I think I remember him a little bit, but I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. We also got a 10 from WKRP in Salt Lake, and he said, great to see this coverage. Thank you, gentlemen. Visit Moab. I don't want the Moab to visit me. Whew, really? Have you seen one of those things? They had the Moab visit the Taliban back in like 2020. Whew. I don't think those guys wanted him to visit. But beyond that, we will check out Moab one day. We've heard really cool things about it. It's a really neat place. If you don't know about Moab, folks, I'll show it to y'all here really quickly. This is what Moab looks like here in Utah. It's in the midst of these giant red rocks. And nearby, there's this potash mine, and they also have a uranium mine around here, too. We get uranium for our nuclear bombs and fuel from around here near Moab, which is pretty neat to know. But beyond that, it's a beautiful place filled with natural beauty. Really cool spot. And I do want to go here someday. It's just that we got to find the time.
It's really for off-roaders, really. It's people like upgraded Jeeps and stuff like that to go take their trucks and stuff off-road, really. I'm not sure if there's much to do in Moab outside of that.
I would still like to see it. I mean, there's that potash mine down here, Matthew. Don't you know? Don't you know? There's a potash mine right here, Intrepid Potash. It's served by the Union Pacific Railroad, and they run a local down here pretty often. It's pretty cool, actually. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. A big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one, which is a 10 from Bubba Dump. And Bubba Dump said, thanks for the awesome coverage, fellas, and a big thanks to you for supporting and helping to keep on running. We also got a 10 from Dan Talk, who said, Kuwait defending against missiles at a range is like trying to shoot down your neighbor's Roman candles with bottle rockets at an Alabama 4th of July. Oh, don't diss on the Kuwaitis like that. The Kuwaitis are great people. Did y'all see how they were about to wring out the neck of that U.S. pilot? I mean, they weren't doing that because he was American. They were about to do that to him because they thought he was Iranian. Once he made it clear he was American, they backed off. Like, I got to say that now that's an ally that you would want. Like, they treat the pilots that they know that are American well, and if they think they're from an enemy country, God forbid, because that's not going to end well for whoever that is. That's a decent group of allies down there, in Kuwait. Good country. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on. We also get a 10 from Zam, who said, thank you guys. I have most of my family living in Iran, and you guys are always on top of it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Zam. We thank you for the support, and we love to know that we're on top of it and cover the news pretty good. And a huge thanks to you once again. We also got a 10 from Tessermouse, who said, I just found you guys yesterday, and already my favorite place to get world news. And I thank you so much, Tessermouse, for the support, and we love to know that people really do enjoy getting their news here from the Enforcer channel. And so a massive thanks to you once again. And we also got a 10 from Dilo Plevion, who said, could Iran try to deploy dirty weapons or chemical biodispersal devices as their last resort option? Seems more likely than going actual atomic and concerning. Think Assad use of nerve agents. there is always a possibility for that, and we do need to make sure that our forces over there and our allied forces are prepared for nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare. So they need the proper PPE for all that sort of stuff. But I don't really think it's going to happen, because generally biological and chemical warfare these days is looked about to be in the same category as nuclear warfare, and that would end up poorly for them if they started to use it. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep them running. We also get a 10 from Shrimp Wagon, who said, thank you for your coverage from Charleston, South Carolina, home of the C-17s. I've stopped watching Fox News because of y'all. I have a glass orb of our dead cat's ashes, and I thank you for the support. And I gotta say that that's really cool to hear that you're from Charleston, South Carolina. And I also have to say, I'm happy to hear that you stopped watching Fox. Really, if I ever hear anyone say I stopped watching Fox or CNN, I'm very happy, because it's bias mills, basically. Like, if you watch CNN, it's basically just, let's outrage the left-leaning people with what the right's doing. And then if you watch Fox, it's just, let's outrage the right-leaning people with what we say the left-wing people are doing. And in reality, really neither group is doing either of what the news companies are saying. And if there is someone doing that, they're like an outlier, basically. It's just like an outrage thing. Because, you know, there's a lot, like, there's not a lot of people in America, folks, that are out protesting on the streets. I mean, if you really looked at them as a percentage of the population, it's probably like, maybe today, maybe 50 to 100,000 people who are out across America right now protesting the war. That's 100,000 to 50,000 people out of 360 million. I mean, there's going to be people out there in the streets over anything. You could say we're going to have a cure for cancer. There's going to be 50 to 100,000 people out in the streets saying that they don't want a cure for cancer. Or you could say that you're going to, you know, I don't know, you know, make sure that everyone's got food to eat and they're not going to starve out in the streets and be homeless. There will be hundreds of thousands of people protesting that. I mean, it's always these small groups that are like really hard right or hard left, and they go out in the streets and they do something goofy, or they try and advocate something stupid, and then they get way too much attention and people just want to like rage mill off of it. Generally, me personally, if I see something that's a little too stupid, I just don't like, I don't really engage it a lot, unless if I think it's some like, unless if it's an interesting comment in the chat that doesn't make any sense and I kind of need to have something to say to kind of have some way to segue into something else, then I might engage in it. But generally, if I see something too stupid, I just ignore it, because I'm like, you know, that's not what the majority of the country even thinks one way or the other. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that,
Also, let me stop you for just a second here. We have some breaking news coming out right this second. So, first of all, we do have some attack news in the region in the Middle East. But before we get to that, though, something interesting on the U.S. diplomatic front. We've seen that the White House has formally notified Congress of strikes on Iran. And this is something required by the War Powers Resolution, by the way. So this is a mandatory notice that has to be given. And apparently, skimming through it real quick, it looks like they are once again stating the reason why forces have been deployed to the area to once again launch these airstrikes on Iran. We're seeing that they're mentioning the precision airstrikes. They're saying this is vital to U.S. national interest. And also they're mentioning specifically the Strait of Hormuz and the free flow of maritime commerce. They're saying that no U.S. ground forces were used in the strikes. And they're also saying that they hope it's a quick and enduring situation, but they're not sure if it's possible at this time to know exactly how long this is going to take. So they are notifying Congress that that is the case. We are expecting that in a few days there will be a vote in Congress to basically on a war powers resolution on this entire Iran war situation. So we will be seeing a bit of a congressional showdown over the situation, and we are expecting that. But this is the formal notification that people were waiting for.
And also, if y'all want to hear the actual text of the notification, here it is as follows. Dear Mr. President, I write to apprise you of military action taken on February 28th, 2026 against the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I have separately notified you of changes in the global posture of United States forces in the Middle East in response to threats emanating from then ongoing tensions with Iran. As I previously communicated to the Congress, Iran remains one of the largest, if not the largest, state sponsors of terrorism in the world. Despite the success of Operation Midnight Hammer, the Iranian regime continues to seek the means to possess and employ nuclear weapons. Its array of ballistic cruise and anti-ship and other missiles poses a direct threat to and are attacking United States forces, commercial vessels, and civilians, as well as those of our allies and partners. Despite my administration's repeated efforts to achieve a diplomatic solution to Iran's malign behavior, the threat to the United States and its allies and partners became untenable. Accordingly, and at my direction, on February 28th of 2026, U.S. forces conducted precision strikes against numerous targets within Iran, including ballistic missile sites, maritime mining capabilities. Oh, they hit the mining ships, like, deliberately, like they just said it right there. Nice. Let's see, anyways. air defenses, and command and control capabilities. 3 strikes were undertaken to protect the United States forces. In the region, protect the United States homeland, advance vital United States national interests, including ensuring the free flow of maritime commerce through the Strait of Hormuz, and in collective self-defense of our regional allies, including Israel. No, United States ground forces were used in these strikes, and the mission was planned and executed in a manner designed to minimize civilian casualties, deter future attacks, and neutralize Iran's malign activities. Although the United States desires a quick and enduring peace, it is not possible at this time to know the full scope and duration of military operations that may be necessary. As such, United States forces remain postured to take further actions as necessary and appropriate. To address further threats and attacks upon the United States or its allies and partners, and ensure the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran ceases being a threat to the United States, its allies, and the international community. I directed this military action consistent with my responsibility to protect Americans and the United States interests, both at home and abroad, and in furtherance of the United States national security and foreign policy interests. I acted pursuant to my constitutional authority as Commander-in-Chief and Chief Executive to conduct United States foreign relations. I'm providing this report as a part of my efforts to keep the Congress fully informed, consistent with the War Powers Resolution, Public Law 93-148. I appreciate the support of the Congress in these actions. Sincerely, signed, the President of the United States. So that is the official
That sounds
statement.
like it was written in official lawyer speak. I guarantee that probably some lawyers drafted that.
Yes, because it definitely doesn't have the words of the president in it, because it'd be, accordingly, at my direction as the greatest leader alive on the 28th of February, a day which will be remembered forever, United States forces, great, amazing forces, no one's seen stuff like it would have been written like that, so this was clearly written by a team. But beyond that, this is the official letter and notification to the Congress. So with that, it is time for us to move on back into our questions. And moving on into our next one, we have a $300 super chat from Jeff Jones 3357, who said, new to the channel as of Friday. Thank you both for the great coverage and hard work you put into each show. And a huge thanks to you for the amazing support and working on this, and working on supporting this channel. Since you've been here, since Friday, I mean, it's Monday. You've only been here a couple of days, and I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. It's actually viewer support directly that makes this thing a reality, because we don't run ads or sponsors on our live streams, and we also don't have channel memberships either, because it stratifies the chat and it looks pretty tacky. We just don't like it, and the folks don't like it in the chat either. And I gotta say, humongous thanks to you so much once again, Jeff Jones, for the support, because if it wasn't for folks like you who have just joined this channel recently, this thing wouldn't be alive and running today. So huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on and into the next one, which is a 10 from Michael Campali, who didn't throw in a comment. Big thanks to you for the support, even without a comment. We love to address the comments, though. We also have a 10 from Margot McKinney, who said, thank you for all you do, and thank you for enjoying all we do, Margot McKinney, and thank you for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. We also have a 10 from Two Vikings, who said...
You missed one.
Oh, I did? I missed one? Let me... Where in the world's the other one? Oh, gee, I never saw that one come in. I'm sorry. Really, I didn't. I didn't even know that came in. We have a 40 from Chef Danny B, who said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. Y'all definitely need a break. But anyways, thanks for everything y'all did the past couple of days. Best regards from the official chef of the LSA. Long live the LSA. And a huge shout out to you, official chef of the LSA, Danny B. And I got to thank you amazingly for helping this channel to keep on running. And, rest would be nice, but the war doesn't rest, and neither do we. And let's see, Matthew, what was that George Bush thing that he did? He was like, the enemy doesn't stop thinking about it, and neither do we.
The enemies of the United States don't stop thinking of ways to harm the American people, and neither do we. Oh, wait, excuse me. Yeah, he said something like that. He it was a Bushism. That was a famous one right there.
I think man and fish can coexist peacefully. Oh man, he was honestly, that was a presidency that was like a comedy routine, like with the verbal slip-ups. And then remember that one time we went to China, Matthew, and he went to the wrong door and he like yanked on that thing and it wouldn't open. And he just started yanking on it like he's trying to escape prison. Man, that was some funny stuff. But beyond that, I do have to say a big thanks to you for support, Chef Danny B. And I got to say that it has been one hell of a past couple of days, but we're honored to have you here with us. And we love to know that you're probably cooking up that good food right now. And I hope that we've been able to keep you company while you're working and keep you company while you're not working too. And so a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. Oh, what do we got?
Oh, well, we have a little bit of news coming out right now. We apparently looks like Israel is putting hurt on Beirut right now. We are seeing some big explosions in Beirut. Just an hour after the IDF issued an evacuation notice for 2 sites in Beirut's southern suburb, they are smashing the hell out of it right this second. Also, Hezbollah launched an attack in retaliation. So there's an ongoing tit for tat between those two. Also, be careful with this video, by the way. I'm not sure where this video came from, so I'm not sure if we can show, but you can show the general spots where the explosions happen here. But this is Beirut that you're looking at right here. And there's an explosion right there in the southern part of Beirut that you're seeing right there. Some pretty large explosions, but they do appear to be targeted explosions, targeting specific places within the city. And they're not just widespread, just random strikes. So they're hitting something specific that involves Hezbollah. And also Hezbollah is retaliating.
And it does appear that the Israelis are apparently slamming the hell out of Daya. That's the suburb south of Beirut, by the way. It's in Beirut, but it's in the southern side of the city. It's about right here. Let me see here. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Well, where in the world is it? It's right around the airport. I think it's right here. But this is generally the Daya area, somewhere around here, and that's where the strikes are currently ongoing right now. And now it appears that Hezbollah is firing back. So we got a little Israel-Hezbollah war going on again as a sideshow to the Iran war. So that's quite interesting, and we'll be keeping an eye on that one, folks. Generally, it's kind of dying down a little bit right now. I think it's because we have entered the daylight hours. So combat operations are shifting in how they're conducted, probably at the moment. And also, wait a minute. I just realized something, Matthew. The reason why it's dying down is because the sun is rising in the east. And most of the air operations we're conducting have our aircraft flying towards the east. So apparently they're just waiting for the sun to rise enough to start bombing them again. That's what I'd assume. So that way it's not blinding the pilots. I know that they have the little visors that they can put down on the helmets, but apparently that, I would guess that probably is the best explanation we can have right now as to why it's kind of dying down here for a second a little, is that those operations being conducted mostly eastwards towards Iran would be conducted going into the sun as it's rising. So maybe they're trying to hold off on that at the moment. Maybe. I might be wrong on that though. But that's my best guess at the moment as to why that's happening. But with that, I hope we've been able to address that news well. And actually, Matthew, it's almost time to hand it back over to you for the questions here almost. So getting through the last couple of ones, we have a 10 from 2 Vikings who said, have you guys covered the fact that Greece is sending support to Cyprus to defend against Iran? We're getting the movie 300 in real life. Actually, I haven't heard about that. Sadly, that's kind of been in our periphery at the moment, but that is very interesting to hear, and I thank you for your support and sharing that information with us. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a 10 from Moby Duck, who said, kind of sketchy point about the U.S. citizen evacuation warning. They're urging all U.S. citizens to leave the Middle East via any commercial means. Isn't there a war going on with airports being attacked? That's true, but them staying around the area basically means they're kind of getting into like a shooting bowl, basically, and they're kind of staying there. So it's kind of better to try and crawl over the side of the bowl and get out than stay in the shooting bowl, basically. That's kind of what the intention is, but I get what you're saying. That does seem to make a point to me. But a big thanks to you once again for support. And we also have a 10 from Roger Smith, who said, keep it up and thank you. And thank you so much for the support, Roger Smith. And we will keep it up. And a big thanks to you. And with that, it's time to hand it over to Enforcer Matt to carry on. And so, Matthew, please take it away.
All right. So a big shout out, by the way, to, well, first of all, let me get this bot out of here. The real bot talk going on in the chat right there with that one person. But this one goes to Ben. This one goes to Ben Shackelford. And thank you very much, Ben, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate it very much. I did not see a comment left with it, by the way, but we do appreciate that generous support and helping to keep the channel running. And also, I wasn't laughing at your super chat, Ben, if you were wondering that. I was laughing at my rambling there that I just did. I think my brain started to get tired. I felt like I was rambling like a politician there for a minute. That might have been gone senile a little bit. But anyways, though, thank you, Ben, for that support. We also have a $11 super chat from Jack Ray. He said, at what point do Andrew and Matt just fall over from exhaustion? And I don't know. Like I feel like I'm really wanting to get to the coffee pot right now. Like I'm really wanting to get over there to the coffee pot. I feel like I need to crawl to it at this point. I'm starting to feel it actually. That coffee's worn off. It was a small one too. It wasn't a very big one. So I think it's starting to hit. So I might be the first. But thank you very much, Jack, for that support. Also, in the meantime, let me try to reorganize my spreadsheet real quick because it is getting a little bit out of hand actually. And I like to have spreadsheets in organization here. We like to have order around these parts, and this will be where we start is with the spreadsheet. So with that, moving into our next one, this one goes to Scatterbrain, who put in a 10 and said, were the F-15 defenses down since they were in the friendly airspace, making them easier targets? And if you mean like the flares and things like that, then I'm not really sure. Enforcer, I hate to bring you in, but it's my segment. But what do you think about that?
The F-15s always have their RWR receivers on, which are the radar warning receivers that pick up any sort of an enemy lock. So if they were locked on with, say, a Patriot air defense system, their RWR would have been going off prolifically in the cockpit, especially after there was a launch, because modern RWRs can not only just detect radar pings or radar locks, they can also detect launches and active locks from, say, a semi-active radar homing missile that was fired from the ground or anything similar to that. So the RWRs would have been going off. The problem is that the air defense systems are so close at that point to the F-15s that there's no way to conduct I guess you could say countermeasures, which are generally maneuver based and more so inertia driven than they could otherwise, because the air defense systems are directly almost right below the aircraft, or they're very close. So those missiles have a lot of kinetic energy in them, and they haven't been worn out to be able to properly maneuver them, like crank them basically out of their momentum. So that's generally why they were hit and taken out. Their chaff and flares were probably going off like crazy in those last seconds before they were hit, but it's just the fact modern air defense missiles are generally unavoidable unless you got some distance between you and the firing point, and you're able to generally do what's called a crank, which is where you do these larger gradual turns from the left into the right, and that makes the missile lead the target a whole lot to the left and the right. So it's generally by doing that, wearing down the, I guess you could say, inertia of the missile and making it a lot easier to evade it, where the missile can't really turn in to try and get you. So I hope that answers that the best I can, but generally the problem was there wasn't enough distance to be able to evade the missile.
Interesting. Also, by the way, I sent you a text about it, but do you think it's about time for a super chat cutoff? Because we still have about 80 to get through, and it's starting to get a little bit late, and my food is sitting in the fridge, and it's really starting to call my name because I haven't had any dinner as of yet.
I haven't had any either, honestly. I mean, we do need to eat, but it's just so hard to do that though, Matthew, because I know people are going to throw in super chats after this, and they won't know the cutoff is here, even if we're putting in the chat. They're like, oh, I threw in a super chat. It didn't even get addressed. Like tonight, folks, we're actually going to.
If you want to keep going, I mean, if I could get a bite of that dinner that's in the fridge over there, I mean, if you want to take it back over, and I know it's my segment, but if you want to take back over and let me take over after that, I mean, we could do that if you want to keep going.
Now, I'll do that, but you got to make me a deal here. You got to tell me what you're eating, not the restaurant, just like the type of food. What are you eating?
It's actually a Chipotle burrito. It's in the fridge.
Oh, Briac. Man, that actually sounds really good right now. I'll take over the questions. You can go ahead and take a second to eat, and I'll just continue on with the questions, and then you can let me know when you're ready, and then we'll carry on, because I don't like I absolutely have hated to do this, folks, over the past few days. I mean, we've literally had hundreds of super chats, so there wasn't any other physical way to do it, but we've been getting so many super chats over the past few days, it's physically impossible for us to even be able to answer them all, and that is really something that's tough for me, because I know that some people who throw in like $1 super chat, that's everything that they can throw in, and then to some other people, $500 can be nothing, or $500 can be a lot, and I just absolutely hate having to go without answering people's questions or super chats, really, of any type, because I know that for one, it takes a lot to want to support a YouTuber with a super chat, and two, y'all have to really enjoy the show to throw one in, and so I just hate not answering anyone's questions. So we're going to be making sure
there's one problem though. I'm not going to be able to add any more spreadsheets or super chats to the spreadsheet while I'm eating, because my hands are going to be kind of full with it. So I'm not sure how you're going to deal with that. You might want to just call them off as they come in the meantime, and then jump back to the spreadsheet when you don't have any.
Oh, that's what I want to do. Yeah, that's what I'm actually going to do. And so outside of that, I'm just going to knock out the ones that are in the spreadsheet right now. We have a 2 from Ronald McDonald. That you guys think you can open a franchise in Iran? Maybe. I doubt it, though. We were generally Utah-based. Big thanks to you for the support. We also have a 2 from Uranium Houseboat, who said, anything about Slovakian Air Force planes in Cyprus? I haven't heard about that at the moment, but I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. We also got a Wubba who threw in a 10, who said, another super chat so you can never sleep. Damn. Like, but a big thanks to your support. We also got a 5 from Woods4307, who said, this is all potential new content for future Battlefield and COD campaigns. Big W's. I mean, if you look at it that way, I mean, sure, I guess. But we also got a 5 from Ruben Shuli, 2243, who said, Prime Minister Naval Salam of Lebanon ordered the disarming of Hezbollah, and their actions are outside the law. They always say that, and then they never do anything about them. It's like it's a farce, basically. Lebanon is basically a terrorist state with a terrorist government, in my honest opinion, because they have no matter how many times they've said that over the past 3 years, they've never done anything to Hezbollah to stop them. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And also, I believe we had a 50 come comment from Ben Shackelford, who threw in a 50. Big thanks to you for support. Didn't throw in a comment, but we are massively appreciative of that. We thank you very much. We thank you. And so I think that should be all the gang. That should be all the boys and the fellas and all the men and the women. So it's time for us to get back to what we got in the spreadsheet. So we got a 10 from Nope, who said, why is no one talking about the new Rona testing? Let's see. I don't know about that. I had to declare ignorance about that. Big thanks for your support, though. And with that, we got a 10 from the Polish Strong, who said, did you know the new streamers spoon the exhaust port below the air fryer happens on all those 1-minute breaks to take? I thank you for the support of the Polish Strong. That's very interesting to hear. And with that, we have a 10 from Biz Ferris, who said, new to Enforcer, great coverage. Let's see. Chicken Caesar salad and sandwich meat. I gotta thank you so much for the support, Biz Ferrets, and helping this channel to keep on running. I mean, I just entered like the hard super chats because I gotta actively censor stuff live on air at this point. But we also get a 10 from Cutie, who said Russia and China is scrambling to delete evidence in their involvement. That's why they're quiet. P.S. All hail the orbit judgment. And I gotta thank you for the support. And maybe that's why they're staying quiet. Maybe. We'll have to see. But with that, we also have a 10 from Danny Hansen, who said, you guys rock. And a big thanks to you for the kind words. We also have a 2 from Bruce Lee LC, who said, the orb sees you enjoying your day off. Wait a minute. Big thanks for your support, Bruce. Maybe. We also got a 20 from Prestige Alt 962, who said, do you think the strikes in Lebanon were targeted to off the leader? Nah, not the leader of Lebanon, like the president. Technically, the Penguin, which is what he kind of looks like if I remember him correctly, he's kind of off bounds because he's not really a terrorist. He's basically like a corrupt mayor, if you can describe him like that, who lets the mafia exist and prosper underneath him, and he's kind of like, he's not directly involved, but he's not stopping them either. That's kind of the condition he's in. So you can't really take someone out like that because they're not directly involved in the acts. You can conduct a criminal action against them later, though, in an international court. That you could definitely do if you can connect them to what's going on. But with him, who knows? I mean, we don't really know what his involvement is or if he's just scared of them. It could be a multitude of things. We also get a 50 from Melinda Griffith Vaughn, who said, I started listening about 2 months into the Ukrainian war under my husband's account. Awesome job and primary source of news. Long live the Lee Spring Army. And thank you so much for being an old guard, Melinda Griffith Vaughn. You've been around forever. Literally forever. I remember you way back then on that account. I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And thank you so much for the kind words and sticking with us through all these years. You've really been on a journey with us here on the channel and a journey with the world with all the things that have happened over these past 4 years. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a 10 from Mark's Bruta. And a big thanks to you for the support. We also get a 10 from Waba, who said, another super chat, so you can never sleep. Oh, there's that one again. We also get an 8 from Chris Green, who said, been watching for 4 days straight with 2 other friends in Australia. Have been addicted every second. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much for the support, Chris Green, and thank you so much for enjoying our show. We truly do try our best. We also have a 7 from Superman, who said, thank you for your coverage. Long live Iran. And I would say, long live Persia. And a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And thank you for the kind words. We also got a 10 from Twisted LSA, who said, get some sleep, guys. You all deserve it. And a big thanks to you for the support. We are going to try. We also get another 5 from Prestige Alt, who said, I meant the leader of Hezbollah. I thought you meant the president of Lebanon. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you there. Yes, they are going to take him out. They've actually taken out the last few leaders of Hezbollah pretty frequently. They have a shorter lifespan than hamsters these days. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. We also get a 2 from Dan Brooks, 2471. He said, 6 sick sheiks. And I thank you so much for the support. I don't know what that is, what kind of tongue twister that is, but I give up. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. We also got a 6 from Boycott China. Now, that's something I can get behind. But beyond that, Boycott China said, same day Maduro signs deal with China, he's gone. Same day deal, committee agrees, or Khomeini agrees to Chinese investment enslavement, he's gone. Inshallah. Well, I mean, I guess you could kind of look at it like that. I didn't hear about them signing any deals, me personally. But, I mean, they're definitely dropping like flies. That I can say. But a huge thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. We also got a 5 from Robert Plannon, who said, there's no water in Iran. It's been a shortage for a long time. Humans are the lowest. Look at us. An insult to life. We are ridiculously incredulous. Show me better, please. Well, Robert, I hate to tell you, this is the best it gets. And I got to tell you, there's nothing really better out there. A lot of animals are as vicious as people. I mean, you know, if you really put us up to the standard of an animal, I mean, we're about as savage and barbaric as most other animals out there in the world. So, you know, I mean, it's just the human condition of where we live and where we are in the grander scheme of things. It's just how it is. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And we also got a 20 from Arar AR983, who said, has the B-21 seen any action so far? Any idea if it might be used and how it might go down? If so, LSA. And sadly, we don't. We don't know if the B-21's been used, and I would assume not. It's largely still in prototyping phases, and I don't believe it's entered serial production, have been introduced to any air squadrons or air wings in any larger amounts. So unfortunately, I'd have to say it hasn't been involved from what we know at the moment, and probably won't be. We also have a 5 from NYC Agent 47. So what do you think happens if the Dome of the Rock gets blown up? And probably wouldn't get blown up. Both sides generally know to avoid the religious sites in Jerusalem. If it did get blown up and it was blown up by Iran, they'd probably just blame it on Israel, and some people would take that at face value. And then if the Israelis blew it up, then it get blamed on the Israelis, and people would just take that at face value anyways. That's probably how that would work. But a big thanks to you for support. We also were able to hear a 10 from Smitty9790, who said, so I know we saw the Cyprus RAF base was attacked yesterday, but you guys see then 2 RAF Typhoons that were sent right after the strikes flew towards Lebanon. We did see them. They never conducted a strike in Lebanon, so we believe that they were just trying to get up into the air to be able to avoid getting hit on the ground at Akrotiri. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that does just that well. And we also got a 13 from Saved Not Southed, who's at LSA Wyoming checking in. And a big hello to you out there in Wyoming. Wyoming is the final frontier, I tell you. The final frontier. It's brutal, punishing land out there. The winds sweep across that place at speeds unmeasurable. But I do have to say, it's a great thing to know that the windswept people of Wyoming are here watching the show, and I gotta thank you massively for being here and enjoying it so far and supporting it as well. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on and into the next one. Matthew, take it away.
All right, so I think you should call the authorities because that burrito just got massacred. But anyways, it was honestly pretty solid. That new chicken they have is pretty decent, actually. It's pretty good. But anyways, though, getting away from the food talk, jumping into our next super chat. This one goes to R. Burkano, and thank you very much, Mr. Burkano, for that $5 support. And he said, "I've been." Oh goodness. Oh man, I'll tell you what, that's spicy though. That's spicy, killing me,
dude. I just heard you like sniffling in the microphone right there. You went anyway. I was like, what the hell?
I had to take a pause for a second there because I felt that spicy hit the wrong windpipe. And I was like, uh-oh, this might turn into a disaster. I had to take a pause for a second, make sure I wasn't about to turn into a life or death situation. But anyway, oh my goodness, that was sketchy there for a second. That was some hot chicken.
But
jumping into our next
get
one.
right back on air to start talking, and right at that moment, the spice just beat your ass. Like you're right on there. You went.
You know that moment. You know that moment when you eat something spicy or something like that, and then a little bit of extra spice hits you after you're done eating or something like that, and it hits the back of your throat. Like that's a doozy right there. I tell you what. But this one goes to Burkano. He said, "I've been watching for about a year now. Your unbiased, straightforward news is awesome, and true Americans right here. And thank you very much, Mr. Burkano, for that support. We do appreciate that. We try to be. We also have a 5 that came in from Joe Max. He said, is there a rebellion or anything of that kind currently forming inside of Iran currently? And there definitely is. There are riots that are taking place inside Tehran and other cities. But the problem is, though, the Iranians are trying to put it down again. They're currently setting up roadblocks, and they're also sending out security forces to go try to put it down. So we're not entirely sure if that's going to ever hold up, but they're trying to, so I'll have to see. We also have 5 that came in from Prime Rib, who said, did you ever see the USS Boxer amphibious landing ship on its way to the Gulf? And I'm not familiar with USS Boxer, to be honest. Enforcer, do you know about it?
The USS Boxer is LHD-4. It is a Wasp-class amphibious landing ship, and I have heard a little bit about it, and didn't hear anything official on it, but I did hear earlier in the morning that it might have been on the way. I didn't repost it to our Twitter because it's like, I don't know. But you know, if it shows up, there's a lot more heavier tendency there might be an amphibious landing somewhere because these are specially made to support those. So I hope that does answer that question, Matthew, and you are free to continue on. Please carry on.
All right, so our next one here is going to go to none other than Solicit's Advice, who puts in a 5. They said, can you tell us about the attacks on Iran's missile launching capabilities? And also, how many launch facilities do they have, and how many have been destroyed? So the Israelis are claiming they've wiped out half of their launchers. I think that's the most recent figure that they're citing. But we simply don't know if that's true or not. It appears to be that Iran still has the ability to launch wide-ranging drone attacks and also missile attacks as well. So I'm not convinced about that. I think the Israelis are also engaging in a little bit of propaganda themselves, which is normal in war. Every side engages in propaganda to a certain degree. And I think we might be seeing that from their side. So we don't really know is the truthful answer. But we also have a 5 from Printerworks who said, I'm curious if the Pickaxe Mountain strikes are on the 3 northern tunnels entrances, central shaft or 2 southern entrances, and any details. And I would say, yeah, let's see. I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question. They're saying where are the strikes? So far, Pickaxe Mountain hasn't been struck yet. They've generally avoided striking it. I'm not sure why they're avoiding striking Pickaxe Mountain like that. They didn't strike it during the 12-day war, and they aren't striking it now either. So I'm beginning to wonder why that is. It seems a bit strange. Maybe they don't have enough bombs to hit it because it's a pretty deep facility. So that could be part of it. But also, we have a 5 from Kevin Reeg. He said, I look forward to these streams every day. It's the best source of news. And thank you, Kevin, very much for that support. We appreciate that very, very much. We also have a 5 from Uranium Houseboat, who said, by the way, the Slovakian Air Force plane is going to Akapa. And is that normal activity or something to keep an eye on? And Akapa, where is that, by the way? Like, where is Akapa? Do you know that, Enforcer? I'm asking you that quite a bit right now, but where is Akapa?
Matthew, that is the famous port city of Aqaba. And Aqaba is down here in Jordan. I don't know of any. Well, here's the King Hussein International Airport, but I don't believe that this is a military airfield. And at the moment, I don't know of any other air bases that would be down there. So, unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on that. But Aqaba has a rich and deep history, Matthew. And this is actually one of the first cities that Lawrence of Arabia, T.E. Lawrence of the First World War, liberated in the Middle Eastern campaign.
That's wild.
Yeah, pretty cool. But I'll let please continue, man. Please, by all means.
Oh, wait a second here. Wait a second. Hold on for the questions for just a second. We're getting some breaking news right this second. So we're currently seeing. I'm trying to make sure I'm looking at this properly here. We are seeing that we've gotten a photo. This is apparently from yesterday, actually. It's a brand new photo showing American, likely Navy forces bombing the IRGC naval base at the port of Jask, destroying numerous Iranian vessels. So we're seeing a huge fire, by the way. Enforcer, can you pull this up, by the way? It's a picture on Twitter. And we're seeing a huge fire at the IRGC naval base. And it looks like it literally lit the whole port up at this point. The whole port was on fire from the looks of it. So Enforcers have pulled up.
Yes, we did find the picture, and I also found the port right here as well.
Interesting. So Discord's having another problem again. I can't see it, so I have to just take your word for it. But that's a massive fire and a half.
That is a massive fire and a half. That spice is still beating you.
Man, that's still beating my ass right now, honestly. I think I might have to turn it back over to you for a second. Let me try to get through this with some water or something like that. I'm choking over here.
You got milk over there?
I'm going to get some.
Yeah, you're going to have to get some because that sounds kind of rough, honestly. But beyond that, it does appear that the port at Jask has been bombed to oblivion. And before anyone says, who jasked? Well, we did, and we found it. And it appears that the U.S. Navy has conducted quite a significant strike on the small port and has damaged it irreparably. We would assume that the fast speedboat... Oh, there they are, right here. Here's the fast speedboats of the Iranian Navy, and it appears that they were generally destroyed along with these smaller minesweepers and such here, where they sat. Actually, here's some more up here. So it actually appears that this entire area is filled with a mix of fishing vessels and military vessels, but it seems as though all of them have burned down to the waterline, I'd assume at this point, from how heavy that fire is burning right now. So I hope that does address that the best I can. Discord's all messed up, folks. I don't know what's going on with Discord. Come on, work with me here. 1 second, folks. I gotta try and fix this again. So very sorry about these technical glitches. But they happen from time to time. And so let me try and get Discord back up here. And any minute now, and there we go. Want to find Matthew. And there. This should fix the problem. Hopefully. Can you hear me, Matthew?
Okay, so I'm back. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I think it's something having to do with your software that's currently open or something. Because my end will be completely connected, and for whatever reason, your end stops playing.
Discord doesn't like OBS anymore. That's what I've seemed to kind of find out, because it's really like, it's fine every other time except for when I turn on OBS at the same time with it, and then it doesn't really seem to like it all too much. I'll have to try and figure out if we can find a fix to that. I'm sure there is one to it, but beyond that, it does appear that the port of Jask has been obliterated, and most of the smaller Iranian vessels seen in the port of Jask are most likely at the bottom of the port now. But moving on from that, it's time for us to get on into our next one, which is a 5 from a Magic. And he said, does anyone know of any foreign international brigades or anything to fight against the IRGC? That would be something to get behind. Well, Magic, I got just the force for you. Let me think. This is the Army, Mr. Jones. You could go join the Army, or the Navy, or the Marines, or the Air Force. We have a many branches. We call them international brigades, international forces even, because they are made up of a wide range of citizens from who have immigrated from many countries around the world. Italians, Norwegians, Turks, Arabians, Indians, Japanese, Koreans, British, French. They're from everywhere. And I hope that you do join the Armed Forces of the Republic if you would like to go over there and, give a black eye to the IRGC, because they're the force for you. So a big thanks to you for the support. I'm not a recruiter or anything, but I mean, that would be the way to do it. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we have a 5 from Pull-the-Star, who says, how long can the Gulf sustain drone attacks? Such regimes, despite losing everything, can still keep sending drones, and air defense can only last so long. Scary, and I would agree. Air defense and missile-based defenses can only last so long. It's expensive and takes time to build missiles. However, if you get a whole bunch of guys with machine guns and spotlights, you can do a lot of damage. The Ukrainians have proven that incredibly so inside of Ukraine. Most of their air defense interceptions are done with machine guns. So it really would require the Middle East to change the way that they defend their skies. It really requires the world to change the way they defend their skies when countries start to use drone warfare. So I hope that does address that well, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. We also have a 5 from Rar Dakota, who said, thanks for the hours you all have spent covering this over the past few days. This channel is the best coverage online, and LSA, and a big thanks to you once again for support, and LSA. And with that, we have a 5 from Travis Murray, who said, thanks, guys, for what you do. Thank you, and thank you for the support, Travis Murray. We're greatly appreciative of it. We also have a 5 from Ripple Effect, who said, Ukraine needs to start selling drones to the Gulf states and to America to deal with Iran. They've actually offered to do that, actually. They've offered to actually send some of their guys down to help defend the Middle East and Europe as a whole, if they can get a truce with the Russians at the point for them to go basically get jumped in on the war. So, or more so tapped in, really is the best way to say that. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we also have a 5 from Alan B, who said, greetings from Israel. We win! And I suppose we will win. Hopefully as a coalition together. Moving on from that, we also have a 5 from Sean Karan, who said, best info around. Thanks for the updates. And thank you so much for enjoying our updates, Sean. And thank you for the support. We also have a 5 from Nod Disciple, who said, heard a sniper was used in the embassy attack in Pakistan. Not sure if that is how they stopped the loader. Cannot remember what vid it was on. Actually, if it was in Pakistan, then that would have not been against the loader. The loader was actually in Baghdad, Iraq. In Karachi, that's when we just heard the Marines basically just start lighting up the crowd because they were storming through the gates, and there was really nothing left to do but, fire and pray. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we also get a 5 from Nod Disciple once again, who said, we have new people here. Please tell them what the Orbit Judgment meme is. So the Orbit Judgment is because of this bright white light that showed up over Tehran about an hour before the attacks began. We don't know what it was, and it didn't appear to be the moon. It didn't appear to be a searchlight or a spotlight or a road light or anything, and it didn't appear to be the sun either. So what we're guessing it is, maybe some sort of a drone with a bright light on it. That's what we're kind of thinking at this point. But then it became a meme. The whole meme thing is completely separate to the realities of the craft. With that, I hope that does address that well. And with that in mind, we are at this point, folks, going to be enacting a super chat cutoff, because we, at this point, physically will not be able to answer any more super chats if we continue on. I mean, we're actually an hour and 40 minutes into our normal show time right now that we would have on a normal night if we started at 8. And we've already been going since 4:40 local time here. So we're going to have to start rounding this thing out so that way we can actually try and get some sleep again and get to this again tomorrow. So with that in mind, we're going to be going back to our normal super chat segment. And from this point forward, folks, there will be no more super chats that will be addressed on air. We cannot stop you from throwing one in. Like, I have to make that clear. There's nothing that will stop you from throwing it in. We can't physically do that. But if you do throw one in, we just will not be able to answer the question. So with that in mind, Matthew, please move us on and into the next one.
All right, so moving into our next super chat here. This one goes to Mr. Patel, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Mr., for that $5 support. We appreciate that very, very much. We also have a 5 from Non-Disciple, who said, I heard they are deploying both the red and blue French spy from 2-4 to take the Iranian intelligence force. JK, but LSA.
And thank you so much for the support. And LSA, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from the pilot, who said Bahrain is set to host an F1 Grand Prix in only a couple of weeks, immediately followed by Saudi Arabia the following week.
I would assume that that's probably going to be postponed at this point. If things keep going the way they're going right now, they'll probably postpone it until a couple of weeks after this. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Matthew Apps, and he said, so what's with the massive fleet of the Chinese fishing vessels south of Pakistan?
I haven't heard about that, so unfortunately I had to declare ignorance. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Nod Disciple, who said, it doesn't replace the Mideast, it softens the blow. There's still a reason for going.
And I gotta say, generally, I would agree with you. Well, actually, I kind of disagree because it doesn't really soften the blow a whole lot because you're still out like 15 million barrels of oil a day. A million barrels of oil isn't really fixing much of anything, really, at least to me. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, it did come in after the cutoff, but it actually says in the super chat that it was coming in right when the cutoff was put into place. A humongous and unbelievable shout out to Trism666 who threw in a $500 super chat, and he stated,
"Holy moly!
Holy moly! Look at that!" Like, and Trism said, "Thank you for everything you guys do to keep us all informed. Keep it up." Dang, cut off as I was writing, and LOL and LSA. And I'm sorry about that, Trism. I'm sorry about it. If we answer any further super chats than yours, we're going to be here all night. We've already answered, I think, like 160 super chats, and we still got about 70 to go right now. But I do thank you massively for the unbelievable support. That right there, folks, is actually the maximum super chat you can throw in on a day, is a $500 super chat. Any more than that, YouTube literally won't let you. So I got to thank you unbelievably for that, Trism666, because folks like you are helping us to keep this thing rolling and make this thing possible. And so, with that, an entirely massive thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us to move on into the next one.
Also, by the way, folks, we are seeing those massive explosions in Beirut, by the way. We are seeing that. There's just not much to report about it. I've seen people saying there's massive explosions happening in Beirut. We are seeing it. They appear to be just targeted Israeli strikes into Beirut, it appears like. So nothing to report. If we hear about any assassinations or anything like that, we will report it. But for now, it's just simply explosions happening in the southern portion of Beirut, Lebanon. So we'll keep an eye on it, but there's really not much to say. We also have a 5 from Anna Banana, who said, it's not just about oil, also critical minerals and supply chain pressure too equals low-cost energy and restricting Chinese resource access.
Thank you for the support, and those might be possible strategic reasons. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Not Disciple once again, who said, so we shouldn't develop the land at all? I plant trees knowing that I will not live to see them grow the fruit.
No, that's not the point. The point is that you're hungry today. So sure, you can plant that field right now, but you need to find something to eat today. That's kind of the point of what I'm saying. Like, you know, like if you're trying to compare that to the oil situation, sitting there and going, oh no, I'm not going to have I'm not going to have a gas to fuel car to get to work today. But if I build oil rig in Venezuela, I get oil in 8 months. Well, how do I drive car to work for the next 7 months until oil will work in Venezuela? That's a big question. And answer is, we don't have any way. Because oil not pumped out of Venezuelan ground yet 8 months from now. So we have to find oil for the next 7. And that's problem. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to none other than that guy who said you can't totally replace it, but you can offset the losses.
You kind of can, but I mean, Venezuela isn't going to do it. Like, you can kind of offset it, but like offsetting has to be at least, like, it's in my opinion, it have to be like at least a 70% parity, you know, to where it's not, where it's like a loss, but it's not like an absolute loss. Like, pretty much, like, if you're saying, let's replace Venezuela with the Middle East right now, you're saying, let's replace 100% with 10% or so, and then that just doesn't even compare. Like, you're not even like stopping the hemorrhaging. It's like you're bleeding to death. You've got like a giant hole in your chest, but you put like a Rite Aid Band-Aid on it. You're like, that fixes it. It wouldn't. There's just no way. But a big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Devil Child. He said, what scenarios do you think would put our brothers and sisters on the ground in Iran? And God bless the United States.
I wouldn't even know at this point. I really don't know what their plans are, and I kind of lied a little bit earlier in the stream. I did watch the Pentagon press briefing a little bit, but I had to stop watching it because like people would ask, "How long do you think the war is going?" You question Your Highness? Your Highness can do it. It was like, okay, it's like we're not going to get any answers here at all. It's like, then I stopped watching it because. Like generally you kind of give people like a window, like, if you kind of know what your plan is, you'd be like, well, we're expecting it's going to be a couple of months, but it could go a lot longer than that, instead of just saying, his greatness can do the war however long he wants. It's like, well, it's like, but at the same time, he's kind of elected by the people. So, you kind of owe it to the public and the press to tell them something at least, instead of just, it's going to be whatever, like I'm not saying that as a political thing, but as the elected representative of the United States and the executive, you do owe the public an answer, at least to some sort of a concept of what you think it's going to be. Like, oh, I think it's going to last 4 months or maybe 3, but don't take that to the bank. It could be longer. You could say something like that at least, instead of just saying it'll take however long I want, shut the hell up, F you. Like, you don't tell the public that, because the press is going to tell that to the public, and then that kind of reflects what you think of the citizenry that kind of voted you in at that point. But anyway, and also the ones that are going to be dying over there as well. It's just be like, F you, I don't care how many of you die, we'll just do this however long we want. And, and that doesn't really come off too good. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Paula Thomas, who said, guys, look after yourself. You'll be no use to anybody if you're too tired.
Miss Paula Thomas, we're in the middle of a war. I'm just kidding. I understand. I get you completely. It's just hard not to, because we want to cover it. Y'all want to hear it. And so it's a very mutual destructive cycle, because we are going to work ourselves to exhaustion, and y'all want to hear a lot about it too. And I mean, we're going to have to work to exhaustion, make sure y'all hear it. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Snappy, who said, long live the Orb of Judgment, and the Orb of Judgment will never die.
And thank you so much for the support, and the Orb of Judgment will never die. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jude, who said, so what do you suggest to expats living in the UAE at the moment? Should we get out from here before the situation gets better?
I mean, if you could, that'd probably be a good idea. But considering that flights are basically not going in or out of the UAE right now, that'd be pretty tough. So then the next best thing to do would be to shelter in place. But a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Neil Conway. He said, please recall that a general cited these countries as targets a number of years ago. So while the admin may not be chess masters, the Pentagon may be.
Well, I mean, we were saying that the Iranians were a threat to be dealt with for 3 years now. Like, we've been talking about this forever. Like, if you go back and listen to any of our shows from, really 2023 onwards, you'll hear us saying the Iranians are an imminent threat that must be dealt with now, or even prioritized over Russia and China. So, I thank you for the support, and I hope that does address that well. I didn't get the Venezuelan thing. Like, I'll still say that to this day, and it didn't really pan out too well, in my opinion. I mean, they literally just openly condemned our war with Iran 2 days ago and stated the Americans are these bloodthirsty dogs and stuff. It's like, that doesn't really sound a lot different than Maduro, so we didn't really achieve anything down there. But the war with Iran makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, from every single strategic angle, there's no way to look at that in a bad way, and from every single humanitarian angle, there's no way to look at that in a bad way either. But a big thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a $5 support from Non-Disciple yet again. They said, this little episode right here is brought to you by somebody. Sadly, I can't read them all for legal reasons, though, because we can't say we're sponsored, but not. But thank you very much for the support. We also have a 5 from Eloy, and Eloy did not leave a comment, but thank you very much as well. We also have a 5 from Tyler Cox. He said, why is there so many fighter jets flying around in the United States right now?
Generally training, like if you're looking at Flight Radar 24, it's probably a lot of Goshawks. Let me go show you here really quick. There's not really a lot now. It's getting towards the nighttime over here, and they start sending them all back to the ground. There are probably a lot of supply flights, repositionings, or Army transports, Air Force transports traveling around. So I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Pipun Wa, who said, is the U.S. too distracted to respond to a Taiwan invasion? Keep up the good work. I've been watching since the Moscow Mike interview.
Oh, thank you so much for support. And I would say, kind of, sort of, but luckily the timing will work to where we won't be, hopefully, at least navally, at least, by the time that that happens. So big thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from David Ford, who said, open source Intel Twitter rando would make a great LSA shirt for your future merch. Love from New Orleans, and Snack Bar might be a good shirt too.
And thank you so much for the support, David Ford. We'll see about it. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have none other than a $5 support from Moody. And they said, I definitely saw that same Cessna 182 a few weeks ago flying around the Persian Gulf in early February. The same number and everything, labeled Unident.
It's some guy out there with binoculars, and I wonder what's happening today. Like, he's just having a fun time, really. But a big thanks to you for the support. Double the channel to keep running. We're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Natasha Starlight, who said, I can't donate much, but I wanted to help. And archiving Iran on your schedule took a similar toll, and cold water, dive reflex plus warm bath, and then sleep help.
And thank you so much for supporting Natasha Starlight, and thank you for the recommendations. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Royal Justin, who said, the best news channel on YouTube hands down. I watch every video that I can.
And thank you so much for the kind words, Royal Justin. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Coffee, who said, I wonder if the Reaper pilots were listening to that song about Iran, that little meme song. I know I would.
I've heard a lot of people have been listening to it lately. It's been an earworm for many. I guess you could say for how many that it was his last earworm. But big thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Bobo Vasquez. He said, I'm retiring, but go LSA.
Hey, and best of a good sleep to you, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Keyshawn Harris, who said, did we find out which naval vessels performed Tomahawk strikes and if any SSGNs are involved?
Unfortunately, at the moment, I wouldn't know the vessels off the top of my head, but a lot of the Burks in the area were involved in firing Tomahawks. So I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Keyshawn Harris yet again. I think there might have been duplicates in this possibly, but thank you very much once again for that support. We also have a 5 from Vemlin Guy, who said that people need to realize war has shifted to online as well. Misinformation are the guns and radical bots are basically the modern versions of the actors, basically.
And that's an interesting way to look at it, actually, Venom Guy. And to an extent, it kind of is. And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Alun, who said Saudi Arabia have been the best friends of the Iranian regime for 2 years, and now they get hit from the same Iranian regime. And greetings from Israel.
I haven't seen that at all. Like, I don't know where you're seeing that, but I've been seeing that the Saudis have generally been not really on the best of terms with the Iranians. So with that, I thank you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from American Crusader, who did not leave a comment, but thank you, American Crusader, as well. We also have a 5 from Gabe, who said, I'm a Patriot operator. Do you have any questions that aren't OPSEC?
How many missiles do you have? Where's your... I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm just playing with you. I actually don't have any questions that aren't OPSEC related, because right now my brain's kind of going blank because I'm just not really thinking too much at this point. It's really gotten long in the show. But a big thanks to you so much for the support. And if I do have questions, I will shoot them to you. It's just that right now I can't get my brain to work to think of one. But a big thanks to you so much for the support. And really cool to hear we have a Patriot operator here. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, I'm glad things have died down generally. Like the Beirut strikes, that's nothing too crazy in my opinion. So I'm glad things have died down a bit, because I tell you what, like this is a long show right here. This one's about to go for almost 6 hours actually. So we'll certainly keep an eye out. But I think for now, I think it might be generally coast is clear for stuff happening. But also, we do have a 5 from JD Hawkins, who said, thanks for keeping us informed, and friends I served with are overseas, and a part of me wishes I was there with them, but this keeps me informed.
And thank you so much for the support. We're happy to keep you informed. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Ruben Schooley. He said, the U.S. Department of War said that 3 U.S. fighters that went down weren't shot down, but they don't know why. It's under investigation.
Well, I mean, we have an official release right here from CENTCOM headquarters in Tampa, Florida. that says that they know why they were shot down, and that 3 of them went down due to Kuwaiti fire. See, mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. This was an official release by U.S. CENTCOM out of Tampa, Florida. And CENTCOM's headquarters is in Tampa, so this came straight from CENTCOM HQ. So I think that might have been a statement earlier on the day, but nowadays they're saying that it was Kuwaiti-friendly fire. So with that, I thank you for the support, and we're on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Roger Smith for throwing in a 10 without a comment, but thank you, Roger, as well. We also have a 5 from Sander Hera, and we appreciate you as well, Sander, for that support. We also have a 5 from The Bearded Trucker, who said, hello from Bedfordshire, my home country, and do you think special forces would be sent in to take out the uranium, etc., to be exfilled, kind of like a COD mission?
They would be if they hadn't covered up the entrances with dirt. It would be pretty tough to get them in there now without making it a pretty long operation, like possibly even hours or days. So it's possible, but it's going to be a lot more in depth if they try and do it than just, a quick in and out sort of a thing like the Maduro operation. But a big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Salt Boulder, who said the laser beam was invisible. It's the 1090 nanometer or higher. And what you saw were the launches from Lebanon that were shot on Ascent. You should watch again.
And thank you so much for the support. And we'll have to take a look at that. We'll have to take a look at that, Salt Boulder. I thank you for sharing that. And also, I saw someone say, "You slacking. Beirut's getting leveled." Listen, buddy. You've been around for the past 3 years. Beirut gets leveled by the Israelis every month. I mean, that's nothing, really. I mean, like Beirut getting hammered by an Israeli airstrike is literally like a bi-monthly action. Like, it's nothing, really. I mean, it's like saying, oh my God, they're bombing the Gaza Strip. It's like the Gaza Strip was leveled like 2 years ago, and they just keep bombing the debris. Like, so, I mean, for us, as far as news coverage goes, Beirut getting slammed, I mean, that's like a daily thing, really.
Yeah.
But anyways,
it's nothing of note. Like I'm looking at the stuff right now. I'm following the news, by the way. I see it over here on the side screen. This is nothing to get crazy about. Like, I'll be honest. Like, I'll let y'all know if there's something to get crazy about. This right here is not it. Like, Beirut getting hit. I mean, it happens. I mean, in fact, it happened right before the war broke out with Iran.
Hell, it happened so much we stopped covering it mostly, even on short war videos.
Yeah, it doesn't really get much attention because it happens so often. So that's why we're not really making a big deal out of it, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I mean, if they put a whole bunch of explosive fertilizers in that port again, and then that, like, levels a fifth of the city, then we will cover that, because that's crazy. But the Israelis dropping a couple of 2,000-pound bombs on Beirut, that's literally like a weekly event. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Quinlan Voss, who said, is the keeper of the records keeping the records of how many Costco chickens you guys have in reserve? LOL.
Sadly, no. Miss Deesa, keeper of the records, has actually been providing us with the Ukrainian casualty reports diligently still. Sadly, we haven't been able to cover them, but the losses that the Russians are taking in Ukraine are still incredibly high. And the Ukrainians are doing well, even at this point right now. I wish we could cover them more, because they're doing great work up there at the moment. But with that, we were on to the next one.
And we have a 5 from Right Guy SR. He said, null report stated that CENTCOM changed KIA on American side to 6, stating 2 unaccounted service members were found in a barracks. Any news on that?
It appears that, unfortunately, that came out, I think, while we were preparing the show, so I wasn't able to update the number to 6, but it is 6 at the moment. That has been confirmed, unfortunately. So I hope that does address that well, and thank you for the support. And we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from DWRB. So I missed a notification, but what's the too long don't read? What's like one sentence of how this is going?
U.S. and Israel achieved air superiority. The Iranians are getting slammed, but they're kind of shooting back a little. That's basically the best summary I can give. So a big thanks to you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Dex the Nord, who said, good morning from Sweden. It's 5 a.m. here, and I just arrived at work at the power plant. Great podcast to listen to every morning, and keep it up, guys, in LSA.
Oh, and go to work at the power plant, by the way. I hope you have a great day there. And I got to thank you so much for the support and listening to this podcast every morning. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and the LSA will never truly die. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Woods, who said, this is all potential new content for future Battlefield and COD campaigns. Big W's.
I think that's a duplicate, actually, Matthew. I thought we had that one just a little while ago, I swear.
I don't know.
Well, with that, I thank you for the support, though, and we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to SV, who put in a 5 and said, I have a flight to Dubai with Emirates from LAX tomorrow, and I thought they would cancel, but didn't. And would you say it's better to postpone?
Due to the slight chance of missile precipitation, I'd say yeah, especially on the airport. Like they're hitting the airport right now, so I don't know why they haven't canceled. But they should, or you should postpone. That would probably be the safest move at the moment. So I hope that is addressed as best I can, and we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to none other than Adopt Early Tech, who said the unsung victim in Khomeini's death, poor Bashar al-Assad, with the shattered dreams of finally getting an asylum video gaming buddy in Moscow.
Man, honestly, really, but Bashar is up there. He's like obsessed with gaming. He's listening to that little song they made about him in Syria. You remember, Matthew? Al-Basili al-Bashar Wahmadi Sulla. You remember that one?
Yeah, I remember that.
he's just jamming out. He's in his own world. He's missed out on a little, but not a lot. But a big thanks to you so much for the support, and we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, IC86 said, can we get a Ukraine update? Sadly, I'll be honest with you, I think both of us are cooked at this point. I think we're having to pretty much round out at this point because I think both of us are absolutely cooked. So we don't want to be too tired. Because we're like Andrew mentioned, we're almost about to run into our normal stream time right now. In fact, if we run for another hour or so, we'll be. Yeah, if we run another hour, we'll actually be at our normal stream length, plus starting way early in the afternoon, which is insane. That's a crazy length stream right there. But we'll have to pass for today, but we will probably cover some of that very soon. We also have two from Mike Grace Jedi, who said, I see someone mentioned that goofball in the mainstream media and his BS in the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy is not even worth any discussion. Do you really think? Oh, it's like, okay, it's like that gets old like after 30 minutes. I mean, just straight up. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a two from Super Jeff. He said, the salty army is a legion. Salt must flow, LSA.
The salt must flow along with the Lead Spring Army. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a two from Heroes Workshop. He said, Orbimus Prime, transform, and orb out.
And Orbobots roll out. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a two from 535 Medic. He said, Warthog's taking out launchers in Iran yet? And yeah, the Warthogs are in action, by the way. I'm not sure if they're actually firing at stuff in Iran. They could be hitting stuff in Iraq, actually. I'm not sure, though. Unfortunately, what do you know?
We don't know where they are. I've never seen them, actually. Like, they say they're there, but I don't know where. I haven't seen one yet. They're out there, though. They have said that they're involved in Operation Epic Fury. So I just don't know where they are at the moment, sadly. But they're there. But a big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a two from Fraudgnosis. They said, you guys are smart for your 20s. Are you vets? And great job. And no, we haven't served. I do come from a family. We both come from a family. Our father was in the military. And also we had a grandfather in the military. In fact, both of our grandfathers were in the military. So we come from a military family, but we're not vets. We've never served personally. But thank you for the kind words. And Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, I mean, I wanted to be a veterinarian. I'm just kidding. But I like, veterinarians are cool, but I personally never wanted to be one, just to be honest. But beyond that, as far as like a military family, most everyone in our family that was a man basically served in the military at some point. Our dad was never serving in the military when we were alive. It was like 2 years in the 80s that he served. It was so we weren't like really exposed to the military growing up a whole lot, but we grew up in the Southeast, so there's a lot of people who were in the military or are in the military or their families in the military, and so you kind of grow up around it a little bit. But I also just had a deep fascination with it and would read a lot about it, so that's why I can kind of talk about things with a bit of knowledge, and generally it ends up being right, is because it was like obsessed with it as I was growing up and just read so much about it. But with that, I hope that has addressed it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Plazoth for putting in a two, but not leaving a comment. But thank you very much, Plazoth, for that support as always, and we appreciate it. We also have a two from Steady Bop, who said Mossad captured planning attack in Saudi Arabia. True or false?
That's false. We haven't heard of it. I'd have to go look into it, but that sounds like bogus generally. It's like, oh my god, the Israelis are trying to do a force flay. Like they did that about the Ukraine war, and it was usually full of BS. But with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, just a shout out real quick, a big shout out to everybody that's supporting the channel in the meantime. But just to remind everybody, while we do appreciate the support very, very much, there is a super chat cutoff in effect, and we do that so that way we don't miss anybody's super chat. So if you're throwing it in, please remember that. But also, thank you very much for that support as well. We also have a two from Robo Robot, who said, was it an Iranian missile that hit the school in Iran?
We don't know whose it was. Currently, CENTCOM Command has put that incident under investigation. If y'all don't know, in Marab, there was a school. This is right in Manab, actually, right here. There was actually a children's school that was bombed by somebody, and we can confirm that 157 people were killed in that incident, most of them children. So they're currently investigating the incident right now to see who did it, because the U.S. isn't sure if they did it. We're not sure if the Israelis did it, and we're not really sure if that was an errant Iranian weapon that did it. We're not really sure which it is, but there is 157 people, mostly children, that are dead in Manab at the moment, and we're trying to find out why. Now, I don't mean to throw allies under the bus, but the United States has fairly strict rules of engagement, and we try and minimize collateral, which is civilian casualties, as much as possible. And someone said 57 girls. No, it was actually about 157 or so. It was a large number. I would generally say that, considering that the Israelis seem to have had practically no rules of engagement when they fought Hamas and Hezbollah over the past 3 years, if I had to go ahead and point the finger at anyone, it probably was the Israelis. But you know, we'll have to see.
I wouldn't even speculate on that one. I wouldn't even do that, because it's in my opinion, it's kind of unfair to pin that on somebody without knowing the facts. It could have been Iran for all we know. So I wouldn't even speculate on it.
Well, you know, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what they conclude once the investigation is complete. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from SBC Salty, who said, "You guys are awesome."
And thank you so much for the support and the kind words. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from James, who said, "China got oil at a discount from both locations."
And that's actually true, actually. And a big thanks to you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Realty Time, who said, "Nothing happens by coincidence, LOL."
And I suppose not. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Don Hayes, who said, "Why can't crude be trucked or piped to the Mediterranean Ocean?"
Logistically, it would just be impossible in the volumes that would be required. You'd have to have hundreds of thousands of trucks on the roadway, and it just really wouldn't work. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 2 from Remember the Good Times, who said, the UK Prime Minister asked Ukraine for help on drones. Well, well, well.
How the tables turn. Like, it's crazy. But a huge thanks to you for the support, and hope this channel keep running. And we're on to the next one.
And we have a 2 from Battle Boy, who said, "Has there been any BDA from the UK base in Cyprus?"
Right now, Battle Boy, BDA, the abbreviation isn't clicking in my head right now, sadly.
Battle damage assessment.
No, we haven't gotten one, I don't think, at the moment. I thank you so much for support. Matthew knew what that was. You know, Matthew, I would know what that was if I'm not exhausted and starving. And I'm exhausted and I'm starving and it's hot as hell in this room. I'd never tell y'all this, but the computer I have is like this. Matthew can tell y'all, it's like a damn Bitcoin farm, and whenever it turns on, it literally heats up my whole room by like 10 degrees more than normal, so it is sweltering in here right now. Like, it's like I have a fan on and it's not even doing anything anymore. It's so hot in here. So with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $2 support from Heroes Workshop, who said, 2 weeks to flatten the war.
The Iranians and their counter response have been mostly peaceful. But thanks for your support and help this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And a big shout out to Rick, who put in a 2 as well. And thank you, Rick, for that support. We also have a 2 from Online Car Show, who said, "Be at least 2028 before we can get any oil from Venezuela."
Yeah, that's generally the issue there. And that's also what I've been pointing out, too. I thank you for support and also pointing that out. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Oblivion, who said, "True or false, Mossad arrested in Saudi Arabia?" And that's false. Like, it seems like that story's gotten around like wildfire. It looks like that shows you the dangers of misinformation. That stuff gets around like crazy, and there's no way to even know if it's true or not, because it's like, where the hell do people even hear that information from? It's not, like I said earlier, it's not like Mossad's going around telling people what they're doing, even if they were doing it at all, which they probably even aren't. But Enforcer, what say you?
I just pulled that up. I can't find anyone anywhere saying that except for that one guy. And he also seems to have come up with a story about something that happened in Israel as well. That guy just seems to kind of have a little bit of a tendency of, just kind of having great sources that come from a wonderful imagination. He ought to write fiction, really. I mean, he probably would do good at that. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $2 super chat from none other than New Watchers, who said, "Could the Cyprus anti-air stop an Iranian attack?"
Yes, it could stop an Iranian attack. It's just that we're not seeing them really activate any air defenses around that area at the moment, from what we know. I mean, the British response has been actually fairly mild over the past 24 hours. I think they might be having a meeting of the cabinet in the Prime Minister's residence on Downing Street and discussing the situation. But the response, if there is one, has been quite slow at the moment. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Ronald McDonald, who puts in it too. He said, "You think I can open a franchise in Iran?" I mean, maybe so, possibly. You might be able to bring in that little truck, like Burger King's got. They like the little mobile trailer truck where they have the whole restaurant in the back. That might be the best franchise to have. You want to be mobile in Iran. You don't want to be stationary. Trust me. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have to say, you certainly don't want to. You don't want to be in a brick and mortar store in Iran. Like that's for sure right now. Maybe mobile.
Brick and mortar, man. Brick and mortar. I don't think you need a mortar in your brick store.
I don't think. Man, like, God forbid the Israelis heard that he has a mortar hit him, like to drop a 2,000-pounder on him. But anyways,
they're 2 weeks away from building another mortar.
My fellow Americans, this guy right here, Ronald McDonald. He said that he has a brick and mortar store. He's trying to sell bricks to brain people with and mortars to hit them with indirectly. We need to stop this guy. But anyways, a big thanks to you.
They have enriched mortar between their brick.
I heard that they have yellow cake they're mixing into the mortar. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
I make thanks to you for the support, Ronald McDonald, and helping this channel to keep them running. Hold up, I just saw someone say the two magic words. I gotta do it. That what they don't want you to know is that they're bombing Iran. Anyways, then it's time for us to get on to the last question, and then we're going to be rounding this thing out for the night. I do have to apologize, everyone. We're actually not taking live chats tonight. I'm so tired and starving right now and hot in this room. I just can't take it anymore. We got to get to the last question and round this thing out. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And this one goes to uranium. Speaking of enriched mortar and things like that, they put in a 2. They said, anything about the Slovakian Air Force plane in Cyprus?
We have not heard about that, unfortunately, at the moment, so we'd have to declare ignorance. But a humongous thanks to you so much for the support. And I hope that you have all enjoyed our news coverage of the situation in the Middle East today. I have to say that we're entirely honored to know that 45,000 people have been here over the course of the past several hours. I don't even know how long this has been anymore, like 5 hours or something or more. And I got to say that we are highly appreciative of the 571,000 people who have watched this show since it started. We thank you all so much for watching, and as you all know, we will be going live tomorrow as soon as we can with any major news that has happened within the area. We thank you all for your time. We thank you all for your patience. And we thank you all for choosing the Enforcer channel to be your primary source of news. And so with that, we will see you all tomorrow whenever we go live. And if there is a short war video to be made, which we'll probably try and make because I know that a lot of people like the succinct summaries, and we would like to try and get those out for y'all, Enforcer Matt will be the one to make it. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Lead Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, thank you all for joining us once again tonight. And of course, we had about 600,000 people here, so another whopping stream indeed. And we appreciate you all for choosing us as your news source. In the meantime, we will be keeping up to date, even though it is getting late in the evening. It's actually 12 p.m. actually right now. It's getting a little bit late. We will still be keeping up with it, by the way. And be sure to join us again tomorrow, by the way, for another live stream, maybe midday, and maybe a short war video as well. But in the meantime, thank you all once again, and we'll see you all tomorrow. And with that, bye-bye for now.
Stand up, Return to